Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
He really has no one else available. If only I hadn't attacked Sakumo Hadake back then. He only meant to suppress the other party's reputation in the village, which is why he tolerated the villagers' criticism of him. Unexpectedly, this guy was unable to handle the responsibility and committed suicide. He felt extremely dissatisfied with the thought that if he couldn't even handle such a small setback, what kind of ninja would he be? This incident wasn't leaked by the Uchiha clan, so it must have been leaked by the Hyuga clan. They're truly infuriating clans. At that moment, the door to the Hokage's office opened, and a person with bandages wrapped around his right cheek and right hand, leaning on a cane, walked in and sat down directly on the sofa. The third Hokage is also in a very bad mood now that he sees this person. "What brings you here?" Danzo did indeed have a slight smile on his face as he spoke. The real reasons for the failure of the peace talks have spread throughout the village, and naturally, they have reached my ears as well. I told you long ago, if we had taken action against the Uchiha clan sooner, things wouldn't have turned out this way. The two of them conspired to smear the Uchiha clan's reputation in the village, causing the villagers to develop feelings of hatred and loathing towards the Uchiha clan. It's because the Uchiha clan's power is too great. They even want to take over the Hokage position in the village. This is not only something the third Hokage didn't want to see, but also something Danzo couldn't tolerate. Even if the third Hokage falls from power, he should be the next successor. The third Hokage was somewhat speechless at this old guy. This person always wanted to resort to violence without considering the consequences. Although he disliked the Uchiha clan, he should at least have a legitimate reason for doing so. The Uchiha clan did not rebel, the village should not have taken action. Danzo, however, showed no disdain. The Uchiha clan will never truly submit to us. The Uchiha clan is a giant powder keg. The longer we delay taking action, the greater the price we will pay. It's better to act sooner and gather the strength of the entire village to wipe out the Uchiha clan. Only by eliminating this destabilizing factor can we maintain the stability of Konoha village. Back then, Madara Uchiha betrayed Konoha, and his teacher, the second Mizukage, was wary of the Uchiha clan, entrusting them with the guard force in order to guard against their rebellion. They are no longer satisfied with the power of the guards, they even want to seize the position of Hokage. This is why he joined forces with the third Hokage to suppress the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage heard Danzo's words and did not agree with him taking action at this time. It's not time to kill the Uchiha clan yet, because this clan is simply too powerful. He now has two young geniuses from the Uchiha clan under his control, both of whom have already been brainwashed. What's giving him a headache right now is the troublesome Uchiha Ryosuke. If things had gone according to plan, he could have easily subdued the Uchiha clan and brought them under his control. It would be incredibly foolish to start a war with the Uchiha clan, especially now. That would cause Konoha to fall apart, which is not what he wants to see. With Konoha falling apart, what use is he, the third Hokage? They might even be left with a lasting infamy, and how would they face their predecessors in the afterlife? He said it in an annoyed tone. "If we attack them now, will you go and fight them in the war against Kumigakure? The people of Kumigakure have been provoked by the Uchiha, and there's a high probability they'll return to retaliate." Danzo's pupils constricted and his expression changed upon hearing the third Hokage's words. Let him deal with the ninjas of Kumikage village. Sorry, but he prefers to stir up trouble behind the scenes. All right then, let the Uchiha clan fight against the Cloud village and deplete their strength. That will make things easier to deal with later. He then got up and left. The third Hokage was somewhat dissatisfied with Danzo. He didn't even say goodbye to you when he left. They really don't take the third Hokage seriously. Indeed, they've given Danzo too much power over the years. As an advisor and elder of Konoha village, the root organization under his command has grown increasingly powerful and is now no longer inferior to his Anbu, Hokage's ANBU. It wasn't because they were old classmates. but also because the other party could be said to be a sharp weapon in his hands. He delegated many inconvenient tasks to the other party. Otherwise, given the other party's attempt to assassinate him in the past, the third Hokage would never have let them go. He calmed himself down and sat down. I hope that Uchiha Ryosuke will definitely go to the battlefield. After all, he caused this incident, and I hope that this guy dies in the great battle. So he has already taken control of the younger generation of the Uchiha clan, including Itachi and Shisui. From now on, the Uchiha clan will also be under his control, which is a good outcome for both the village and the Uchiha clan. A bearded, muscular man stood at the entrance of Konoha village, a broad smile on his face. I, Sarutobi Asuma, have returned. Chapter 82, Red's refusal during this period. Sarutobi Asuma served as a bodyguard for the daimyo in the Land of Fire's daimyo mansion. Through self-cultivation and self-improvement, I have grown a great deal. My temper is no longer as impatient as it used to be. Upon returning to the village, the first thing he did was go to the Hokage building, to the office of the third Hokage, which was also his father's office. When the third Hokage saw this guy, his expression turned sour. How come he's back after only a few months away? Why are you back? This job I've assigned you is a very good one. Previously, they had arranged for the other party to serve as a guard at the daimyo's residence in the Land of Fire. This was also to give him a prestigious title, to make a good impression on the daimyo, and perhaps even to help him become the next Hokage in the future. Even if things don't go well, when he gets old and can't work anymore, Asuma can still become a high-ranking official in Konoha, which would be enough to protect the Sarutobi clan's position in Konoha. Sarutobi, Asuma said with a smile. Didn't I hear that the peace talks between our village and Kumigakure broke down? So I asked the daimyo for leave and came back to see if there was anything I could help with. I'm even capable of going into battle and killing the enemy. The third Hokage, upon hearing Asuma's words, began to look at him with new respect. He seems to have matured a lot. His face has lost much of its childishness, and he knows how to contribute to the village instead of acting impulsively and recklessly for matters of love. You don't need to take action this time. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans will handle the fight against Kumigakure if war breaks out. Now that you're back, take a few days to rest before going back to report for duty. How could he possibly send his son to the battlefield? What kind of place is the battlefield? Even his teacher, the second Hokage, died in battle. Not to mention his son, who is so young and impulsive, he is extremely dangerous. Moreover, with these two clans taking action against Kumigakure, it won't be so easy for Kumigakure to win. A draw would be the best outcome, the most advantageous result for the village. Asuma was well aware of the discord between the Uchiha clan and the village's higher-ups, including his father. Since he wasn't asked to fight, he naturally didn't want to help either. He also had a purpose in coming back this time, which was to see Kurenai Yuhai, his childhood sweetheart. Father, then I shall take my leave. The third Hokage waved his hand and said, Then you should go back and get some rest. Asuma felt no fatigue at all and went straight to Kurenai's house after leaving the Hokage's office. Hong happened to be at home when she heard the knocking at the door. Thinking it was Ryosuke coming to see her, she happily opened the door. But the person who came was Asuma and his expression changed, but he forcibly returned to normal. Asuma said with a smile, Hong, I'm back. Did you miss me? Hong looked helpless and speechless. She didn't know what to say. She's already a woman with a man, so how could she possibly be thinking about any man other than Ryosuke? Asuma was also a little disappointed when he saw Kurenai's expression. It seemed that he had left a bad impression on Kurenai in the past. However, he has changed now. Kurenai, I've been serving as a daimyo's guardian ninja in the daimyo's prefecture for the past few months. I've matured a lot and won't be as reckless as before. Would you accept me? Hong looked at the other person, and indeed, their demeanor and overall presence had improved considerably. However, she couldn't accept his request because she already had another man in her heart. Although saying this to him now might be a little hard for him to accept, it is something that must be said. She looked at Asuma, made up her mind, and spoke slowly. Asuma, you're actually a good person. There are many more good women you could pursue. There's no need to waste your time on me. Asma quickly shook his head. No matter how good a woman is, she is still not as good as Hongni in my eyes. I have no need to and do not want to pursue other women. I still feel the most for Hongni. Hong was also a little helpless. He had feelings for her, but Hong didn't have feelings for him. She could only say helplessly, "Actually, I already have a boyfriend. I hope you can find someone else you like. There's no need for you to waste your time on me." Upon hearing this, Asuma's smile vanished instantly, replaced by disbelief. "Impossible. I've only been away for a few months. How could you possibly have a boyfriend? Hong, are you kidding me? You don't need to make jokes like that. If you don't want to accept me now, you can wait until I become better before you accept me." Kurenai knew the other person would find it hard to accept, but some things still had to be made clear. Otherwise, the other person would pester her and cause trouble for Ryosuke. "I'm not lying to you. I already have another boyfriend." Asuma's eyes widened as he asked with concern, "You two didn't have sex, did you? As long as no physical relationship has occurred, it's a fake boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and he still has a chance." Hong was speechless. Why would the other person ask her such a private question? But it's best to tell the other party the truth. "We've already had a relationship. I hope you won't waste your time on me." She and Ryosuke had already had sex countless times, and they even had a child together. Asuma instantly flew into a rage, losing all his previous composure. "Red, tell me who it is. I'm going to kill him. He actually dared to touch his woman. He was so angry he was almost losing his mind. His precious woman had been taken by another pig." Hong was a little angry when she heard his words. She had been afraid that this situation would happen. "Saruto by Asuma, I will not allow you to hurt him, or I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. She is already pregnant with Ryosuke's child. Not only for Ryosuke's sake, but also for the child's future happiness, no one is allowed to lay a hand on Ryosuke." For Asuma, Red's reaction only infuriated him more. "You're still defending him? You must have been fooled by him. Which bastard deceived you?" Hong, however, strongly disagreed with his viewpoint. How could I have been scammed? She was clearly attracted to him. Moreover, ever since she learned that her father was killed because of the third Hokage's inaction, she was even less likely to like Asuma. That's all I have to say. I hope you won't bother me again." She then went back into the house. Asuma was also furious and couldn't stop. How despicable. Red can only belong to him alone. If Hong doesn't tell him, does that mean he can't find out? He was determined to tear that bastard who stole his woman to pieces. Chapter 83, Attack. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ryosuke was eating ramen at Ikaraku Ramen. "I plan to finish my ramen before training to improve my attributes. I admit I was a bit lazy today, but I'm in a really good mood. I've been working out hard for months, so it's time to relax a bit." When he went out shopping, he felt much less malice than when he first returned to the village. It must be the news that Fugaku Uchiha spread that has changed some people's views on the Uchiha clan. After all, not everyone in the village is a coward. Some people still have a conscience, even though some are still slandering the Uchiha clan. These gossipy fellows are not worth the Uchiha clan's protection at all. They are selfish, cowardly, and self-serving. We can't let these people spoil his enjoyment of eating ramen. I ate several large bowls of ramen before paying and leaving Ikaraku Ramen. I'm going to take a walk before heading back to that familiar grove of trees to train. At that moment, Asma suddenly appeared on the street some distance behind him. He had already had someone investigate thoroughly to find out who Hong was with recently, and that person was very likely the despicable villain who stole his woman. The investigation revealed that Uchiha Ryosuke had been with Kurenai for the past few months, and some people had even witnessed them entering a hotel on more than one occasion. Thinking of this, his eyes were practically spitting fire with rage. That bastard. It must have been this guy who deceived Hong. It was this guy who prevented him from confessing his feelings to Hong. Perhaps this bastard used this opportunity to deceive Hong. He was determined to kill him, so he took out 2 chakra daggers directly from his ninja bag. The fact that the refined sandstone was directly applied to form a substantial blue blade aura demonstrates just how sharp it is. He used the body flicker technique to instantly appear behind Uchiha Ryosuke and finished him off with a single slash. Ryosuke had already sensed the killing intent behind him, and with a quick sidestep, he dodged the opponent's attack. He then kicked the attacker in the kidneys, sending him flying onto a roadside stall, shattering the entire stall. Seeing this, the boss hurriedly fled, thus avoiding being affected. It was only then that Ryosuke realized that the person who had come was actually Sarutobi Asuma. Has this guy come back? A playful smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Did he know that he had become famous? Meanwhile, the pedestrians on the roadside were all frightened and kept their distance. It turns out that Asuma, that troublemaker, has returned, and this time he's even planning to kill someone in the street. Asuma struggled to his feet, surprised that his attack had been dodged and even sent flying. It's all his fault for being blinded by anger and failing to conceal the murderous intent emanating from his body, which gave the other party an opportunity. His face was ferocious. Uchiha Ryosuke, I will never let you get away with this. After uttering a harsh threat, he charged forward again, wielding his chakra dagger. Seeing the other person like this, Ryosuke knew that the other person had lost their mind and was no longer aware of the gap between them. Asuma had beaten him before, so naturally he deserved revenge. Ryosuke immediately activated his 3-Tamo Sharingan, ready to teach the other party a lesson so that the other party wouldn't bother his woman anymore. Since the other party has taken such action, they must have been to Hong's place. After activating his Sharingan, he clearly saw all of his opponent's movements and waited until his opponent raised his twin swords and angrily attacked him. He swayed left and right to dodge the opponent's attack and seized the opportunity to deliver another flying kick, sending Asuma flying. This time, a little too much force was used, causing Asuma to fall flat on his back to the ground, with blood even flowing from the corner of his mouth, possibly indicating internal organ damage. The weapons in his hands had fallen to the side. Ryosuke looked at Asuma and thought he was too weak. They weren't even taking it seriously, yet they already completely overwhelmed their opponent with their physical skills. Asuma's anger cooled down. How did the trash he had just beaten up become so strong? Not much time had passed, and he noticed the gazes and whispers of those around him. Why is Asuma killing people as soon as he gets back? Judging from their posture, they probably really wanted to kill someone. It's terrifying. Go and call the guards immediately. You're stupid. Weren't the people he attacked members of the security forces? That's right. Let's keep our distance to avoid being affected. Sarutobi Asuma immediately calmed down. He realized that attacking the guards in the street was a serious crime, and he had to leave. He got up and didn't even want his weapon anymore. How could Ryosuke possibly let the other party go? The other party wanted his life. He only needed to say one word to make the other party come back immediately. Asuma, are you just going to run away like this? Red tastes really good. Asuma, who was about to turn and run away, stopped and turned to look at Ryosuke. He was furious. His eyes were practically spitting fire. Not only did she steal his cabbage, but she also dared to show off in front of him. You know, he hadn't even held Hong's hand more than a few times. He was determined to kill her. I can't care about my injuries anymore. He directly extracted chakra and condensed it into his mouth. He took a deep breath and exhaled a cloud of hot ash from his mouth, which then hurtled towards Uchiha Ryosuke. At the same time, he used a flint that he had hidden in his teeth to light the fire. Ryosuke also sensed something was wrong when he saw the sparks coming out of the other person's teeth. They jumped directly out of the area shrouded in black smoke, and then the black smoke exploded. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosion damaged buildings on both sides of the surrounding streets, leaving them in ruins. Painful cries and the wails of the wounded could be heard from the streets. Many people were injured. Even Ikaraku Ramen was damaged. Half of the ramen shop's small building was broken. The owner of Ikaraku and his daughter crawled out, their faces covered in dirt. A look of horror. What is going on? Ryosuke saw the boss and his daughter come out. Fortunately, otherwise he would never be able to eat such good ramen again. At the same time, he also looked coldly at Asuma, not expecting that the other party would release such a destructive ninjutsu in this crowded place. His body is very strong now, but it can't completely withstand such a large-scale explosion. Even he would get injured. It's a pity. If he could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan and activate the divine power of Susanoo, he could have withstood such an attack and wouldn't be in this state now, allowing the opponent to harm so many innocent people. Chapter 84, Imprisoned. At this moment, Asuma did not expect that his ultimate move would be dodged by the opponent. He was just a hair's breadth away from blowing the opponent to pieces. Although the houses on both sides of the street had been bombarded by his ninjutsu, he had no time to care about such things. Now he has only one thought in his mind, which is to kill the other party. He refined his chakra again, preparing to unleash this move once more, because this was now the only move that could be lethal to his opponent. In terms of taijutsu, he was no match for them at all. Ryosuke clearly noticed Asuma's actions. The opponent wanted to use that ninjutsu again. He couldn't let the other party do whatever they wanted anymore. He immediately activated the magical shackles technique. An invisible wave rushed directly towards Asuma. Ashima glared angrily at Uchiha Ryosuke. In order to prevent the opponent from escaping, I carefully watched their movements so that my ninjutsu could hit them. But suddenly, his body became immobile, pulled into a red world, where 4 large iron nails were fixed on his body, rendering him unable to move. That's when he started cursing angrily. Damn it, we actually fell for their illusion. But no matter how much he cursed in the illusory world, Uchiha Ryosuke had no energy to enter that illusory world. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of the Uchiha clan's guards. The leader of the team was Uchiha Inahai from the Uchiha clan. Seeing the devastation on the street, with houses on both sides destroyed and many injured people, one could see the scene of carnage. 2 people were standing in the middle of the street. One was Uchiha Ryosuke, and the other seemed to be the son of the 3rd Hokage. He hurriedly approached Ryosuke. "Ryosuke, what's going on?" Ryosuke told the other party what had happened. "Sarutobi Asuma attacked me and unleashed a destructive ninjutsu." Inahiko was furious when she heard this. How dare they attack members of their Uchiha clan? They even caused such destruction to the streets. They simply don't respect the Uchiha clan at all. However, when it came to capturing this person, there was some hesitation, as this guy was the son of the 3rd Hokage. If I were to capture him, wouldn't that mean the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage of Konoha would be directly escalated? Unable to resist asking Ryosuke, she asked him, "Ryosuke, what should we do now?" Ryosuke is now the backbone of their radical faction. Ryosuke said irritably, "Of course, arrest them and throw them straight into prison. Didn't you see the reactions of the people around you and the injured people on the ground?" Immediately, some of the homeowners nearby, who were still injured, chimed in. "Please put this person in jail." That's right, the ninjutsu this guy used not only injured me, but also destroyed my house. Having committed such a heinous crime, are you and your security detail afraid to arrest him just because he is the son of the 3rd Hokage? When Daehu heard these prayers and complaints, he glared at them. Who says we wouldn't dare to make the arrests? Since Ryosuke has already spoken, and these villagers share this attitude, then of course they should be arrested. Moreover, even though he is the son of the 3rd Hokage, he has committed a serious crime this time, and the village's security is under the jurisdiction of the Uchiha clan. Under Inahisa's instructions, several members of the guard team who had come with him immediately took out ropes and tied up Sarutobi Asuma, who was under the influence of the illusion. Inahiko greeted Ryosuke and then headed to the guardhouse. Isma committed such a crime, and he was only responsible for arresting him. The trial will be conducted by the captain of the guard, Uchiha Fugaku. Just then, a shout came from afar. "Stay!" Several members of the Uchiha guard stopped in their tracks and looked at the newcomers. The newcomer was wearing Konoha village combat uniform, had white hair, and wore a mask. It's obvious at a glance that he's from the 3rd Hokage's direct subordinate unit, the Anbu. The person who arrived was Kakashi. Hearing the explosion, he told the others to continue monitoring Naruto while he rushed over to see what had happened. Unexpectedly, the culprit was Asuma. Judging from the lingering soot in the air, it was highly likely that Asuma was behind it. But after all, he was the son of the 3rd Hokage and also his childhood classmate. Wouldn't it be incredibly embarrassing to get caught? He looked at everyone present and then moved closer to Ryosuke. Ryosuke, can we leave this to our Anbu to handle? Uchiha Ryosuke rolled his eyes at the other person and said calmly, what punishment could there be for handing it over to the Dark Guard? He not only blew up the whole street, but he also tried to kill me. Do you think I'll let him get away with it? Upon hearing this, Kakashi's eyes widened involuntarily behind his mask. No way, this old classmate wouldn't be that irrational, even though he was already known for his recklessness back in school. Is there any misunderstanding here? Ryosuke, instead of speaking to himself, addressed Kakashi. Go ask the people around you, and you'll find out the truth. Kakashi looked around at the onlookers. Immediately, a passerby came out and said something. This Uchiha clansman is right. Asuma attacked from the very beginning, so he was definitely aiming to kill. Even after being defeated, he still used such a large-scale ninjutsu. We can't let him off easily this time. Fortunately, he wasn't injured by such ninjutsu, but he was still quite frightened. Kakashi's face darkened when he heard what these people were saying. Unfortunately, this is really a difficult situation. They killed fellow village ninjas, even blew up streets, and injured so many people. Either of these would be considered a serious crime. However, as a member of the Hokage's Anbu, if he wanted to continue serving under the third Hokage, he had to fight for this position, he said earnestly. Let's hand them over to our Anbu to deal with. I'm sure the Hokage will give you and these victims an explanation. Ryosuke felt a surge of anger upon hearing this, his crimson Sharingan glowing red, its power piercing. It seems the Hokage's Anbu aren't very sensible either. Have you Anbu forgotten that the village's security is under the jurisdiction of our Uchiha clan? Even the third Hokage can't interfere in our affairs. Kakashi stared at the Sharingan radiating astonishing power and felt immense pressure. Was the other party planning to attack him? He pulled down the eye patch on his left eye, revealing a red 3-Tomo Sharingan to counter the pressure. That made me feel a little better. Although what the other party said made a lot of sense, even the third Hokage couldn't do anything about it. But that was the Uchiha clan of the past. After the Nine-Tails attack, the Uchiha clan no longer held such power. Chapter 85 Betrayal. For a few years Ryosuke looked at Kakashi's left Sharingan eye. That must be Obito's eye. Although it is a 3-Tomo Sharingan, in reality it is already a Mangekyo Sharingan. If he were to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan, its power would even surpass that of his 3-Tomo Sharingan, but Kakashi is currently unable to do so. He smiled and looked at Kakashi. Don't worry, I won't lay a hand on you. After all, I'm not Sarutobi Asuma. I know you are from the Hokage's Anbu and naturally have to uphold the third Hokage's authority. However, our Uchiha clan is determined to handle this matter. If the third Hokage has any objections, let him come and talk to our clan leader. Seeing how determined the other party was, Kakashi gave up on the idea. He could sense that the other party's Sharingan power was incredibly strong, even surpassing his own 3-Tomo Sharingan. He wasn't necessarily a match for the other party. Moreover, if the secret agents and the guards fight each other in the village will likely descend into chaos. He couldn't bear the blame, so he turned around and left, heading straight to the Hokage's office. This matter must be decided by the third Hokage. Inahisa, who remained where she was, felt a great sense of satisfaction watching Ryosuke so forcefully confront the Anbu. Once upon a time, their Anbu would never have dared to step forward and lay a hand on the Uchiha clan like this. Ryosuke, then I'll take Asuma back to the guard building and let the clan chief judge him. Ryosuke nodded. So Inaheim ordered several guards to tie up Sarutobi Asuma and bring him to the guard unit. In the third Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Asuma, was handling routine documents when Kakashi walked in. Is something wrong with Naruto? His previous task for Kakashi was to monitor and protect Naruto. Kakashi shook his head and told the third Hokage everything that had happened. The third Hokage's face grew increasingly dark as he listened, and he's so angry that he smashed his pipe on the ground. This Asuma is such a good-for-nothing. How could he make such a grave mistake? I thought he had matured a bit and would become a talented person in the future, but I never expected him to cause even bigger trouble. He actually committed violence in the street and used the fire release. Ash pile technique that I taught him to burn, destroying the street and harming the villagers. How dare they act so recklessly? According to the Uchiha clan's regulations, such a crime should result in a sentence of more than 10 years before they get out. The third Hokage's actions startled Kakashi. It seemed the third Hokage was truly enraged, though it was unclear whether this anger was directed at Asuma or the Uchiha clan. He didn't want to face the third Hokage's wrath here. Third Hokage, I have finished reporting the matter. I will now return to protect Naruto. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, simply waved his hand, signaling the other party to leave. He was a bit out of control just now. Sarutobi Asuma has truly disgraced his Hokage reputation. If he weren't his son, he would have supported severe punishment. However, the Uchiha clan surprisingly refused Kakashi's request and handed the matter over to their Anbu. Does the Uchiha clan really want to rise above him, the Hokage? They even used his deceased mentor, the second Hokage, to make a fuss. The despicable and evil Uchiha clan. They should know that he is now the Hokage. If this matter were handled by the Hokage, there would be many ways to turn a major issue into a minor one, and a minor one into nothing at all. All we need to do is shut those villagers up. But now there's no way to do anything. It's too late to take action. It's clear that the Uchiha clan is truly becoming powerful again. What exactly are these guys up to? Inside the Uchiha clan guard building in Konoha village. After Uchiha Inahai imprisoned Sarutobi Asuma in a temporary jail, he found Captain Fugaku and Elder Yatsuho and reported what had happened. Fugaku and Yatsushiro were both shocked when they heard Inahisa's report. Yashiro knew that Ryosuke was a madman. This guy actually captured Asuma, the son of the Hokage. Although the other party committed a serious crime, Ryosuke was not injured, and the villagers were only injured. As long as the compensation is paid, it should be a minor matter. As long as no one dies, it's all a small matter. He greatly admired Ryosuke's courageous actions. He couldn't help but look at the clan chief standing to the side. Chieftain, how should this matter be handled? Or what kind of crime should be punished? Since they've joined their guard unit, they should at least be sentenced. The concern is that the clan chief is too accommodating. If they do nothing and let Sarutobi Asuma go, the Uchiha clan will likely be unable to explain themselves to the villagers and will also lose face for the Uchiha clan. Fugaku, however, didn't give it much thought and remained calm. He knows the future, so even if he captures the third Hokage's son, there's nothing to worry about. Under Ryosuke's leadership, the Uchiha clan will prosper and become stronger in the future, so he agrees with any decision Ryosuke makes. He said calmly, "Let's punish him according to the Uchiha clan's regulations. He committed such crimes, including assaulting and killing people in the street and destroying Konoha streets to harm villagers. Eighth Elder, how many years do you think he should be sentenced to?" The eighth Hokage was quite shocked to hear this. Without the slightest hesitation, and without even consulting the third Hokage, he made his decision. According to the regulations, attempted murder should be sentenced to at least 5 years, and damaging village streets and injuring villagers should also be sentenced to at least 5 years. That adds up to 10 years. But won't the clan leader reconsider? He didn't disagree with severely punishing Asuma, but Fugaku's behavior was so unusual that he couldn't help but ask one last question. Fugaku replied immediately, "No need. Then let's lock him up for 10 years. 10 years seems like a long time. The young man will probably become an uncle by the time he comes out. Just as I was thinking this." The door to the guard team's conference room was open, and the third Hokage arrived with several Anbu members. Although this is the guard headquarters, one of the Uchiha's strongholds, and he, the Hokage, is at odds with it, given his own skills and the fact that this is the center of Konoha village. If anything happens, it will definitely attract the support of the surrounding ninjas. So he wasn't afraid to come here at all. As the Hokage, he felt he should come and see his son who had committed a crime. He also wanted to know how the Uchiha clan would deal with his son and why his son would impulsively attack a member of the Uchiha clan. This is really too strange. Even if Sarutobi Asuma is impulsive, he still has some brains. Chapter 86, sentenced to 10 years. Upon seeing the newcomer, Fugaku Uchiha quickly stepped forward and inquired, "I wonder what brings the Hokage here." In fact, he knew perfectly well that the other party had come because of Asuma's matter. The third Hokage didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. "What are your plans for dealing with Asuma?" Fugaku knows the future, so he is now full of confidence. The frustration he felt when he was bullied by the clan leader is gone, he said calmly. According to the regulations of the Uchiha Guard, attempted murder, endangering public safety, and harming villagers should result in at least 10 years in prison. The third Hokage was very unhappy to hear about this punishment. Seriously, they're going to lock him up for 10 years. Clan Chief Fugaku, isn't this a bit too heavy? 10 years, that was the most crucial period of Asuma's life. This period is a golden time not only to improve one's own strength, but also one's personal qualities. If Asuma had been imprisoned for that long, he would probably have been ruined. By the time he comes out, he will probably be completely out of touch with society. Fugaku said calmly, "I think this punishment is too lenient. Although my clansman Uchiha Ryosuke was not injured, we can't wait until someone dies before we deal with him seriously. Moreover, Asuma caused serious damage to the streets and houses and injured many people. If he is not severely punished, I'm afraid we won't be able to explain it to the villagers." The third Hokage secretly rejoiced that no one was injured and relaxed slightly. Otherwise, even the third Hokage would probably be too embarrassed to speak here. "I will compensate Asuma for all the damages suffered by the villagers. As for Ryosuke, if he was not injured, I will also compensate him. Could you reduce the punishment a little more?" After all, Asuma still has to go to the daimyo's residence to serve as the daimyo's guard. Fugaku looked at the third Hokage and said with a smile, "Since the Hokage is willing to compensate for the losses, that's good. I can then consider reducing the sentence. Then let's reduce it by 1 year, so it'll be 9 years in prison." Yashiro, standing to the side, was secretly amused. Is there any difference between 9 years and 10 years? They are both the same length of time. The third Hokage looked displeased. He had only been given a year's reduction. The other party didn't want to let Asuma go, nor did they want to give him, the Hokage, any face. "By the time it takes 9 years to come out, we've already missed the window for development," I couldn't help but say. "Chief Fugaku, it's still too long. This treatment is extremely unfair. As the Hokage, I want to take my son back to deal with this." Upon hearing this, Fugaku's expression turned cold. Does the Hokage intend to interfere in the internal affairs of our Uchiha police force? Our rights were granted by the second Hokage. We hope the third Hokage will respect the will of our predecessors and not interfere with the affairs of our Uchiha Guard. The third Hokage was also a little angry when he heard what the other party said. They actually used his dead teacher to pressure him. What a despicable clan. Now he feels that it was wrong of the teacher to give the Uchiha clan's guards the authority. Sigh, it's all because his son is too reckless, always causing him trouble. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't be so frustrated. He couldn't help but say. Actually, if the punishment could be reduced further, it wouldn't be impossible to restore the Uchiha clan's previous treatment. Fugaku and Yatsushiro's expressions changed. They were somewhat pleasantly surprised. Previously, the Uchiha clan received very good treatment, but after the Ninetales' nightfall, not only was the clan's territory forced to relocate, but the salaries of the Uchiha clan's guards were also reduced. Although the Uchiha clan has other sources of income, the rewards paid by Konoha Village are also an important source of income. With salaries reduced, more and more clansmen are becoming resentful of the Konoha leadership, as this directly affects their livelihoods. If the previous salary could be restored, then the lives of the clan members could return to normal, which would be a satisfactory explanation to the clan members, and I believe Ryosuke would not object. Fugaku spoke up. "Since the Hokage has said so, let's reduce it." Since Ryosuke wasn't hurt. Furthermore, if the Hokage is willing to compensate those people for their medical expenses, then I will decide to sentence him to 1 year. Punishment is necessary. Otherwise, our Uchiha clan will not be able to explain to the villagers, and I'm sure the third Hokage will also be unable to explain to the villagers and ninjas. The third Hokage breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the verdict. A year is neither a long nor a short time. And indeed, as the other party said, Asuma has really run into a big problem this time, and the impact is extremely bad. It's time to teach him a lesson. Even if he could offer better conditions, he couldn't go too far. Otherwise, the villagers would all know that it was he, the third Hokage, who made the Uchiha clan so biased towards Asuma. If the Uchiha clan were to spread this further, it would truly damage his reputation. This was the other party's bottom line, and it was also his own. The third Hokage looked at the other person. I can accept this result. Can you take me to see Asuma? Fugaku quickly replied when he heard that the Hokage had agreed to his conditions. Of course can. Inahime, take the Hokage to see Asuma. The third Hokage followed Inahime to the temporary prison in the guard building. He felt extremely helpless and angry along the way. It seemed that his education had really failed. How could Asuma suddenly do such a thing? We need to ask more clearly. After walking down a long corridor, they arrived at a temporary prison room and saw their son, whose face and clothes still had some bloodstains. The fire of anger in my heart subsided somewhat, and my heart softened. Dao Huo tactfully left, showing no interest in the conversation between the father and son. They've already imprisoned someone's son, so don't expect them to be nice to you. After Anahisa left, the third Hokage looked at his son. Give me an explanation. Why did you act so rashly? Asuma raised his head and said angrily, That bastard Ryosuke Uchiha stole my woman, Kurenai Yuhai. Do you think I should kill him? It's just a pity that I'm no match for him. Asuma felt a burning hatred for Uchiha Ryosuke. The third Hokage's face was extremely grim, so that was the reason why the other party had done such a thing. Unable to contain himself, his expression turned even more unpleasant. Are you really going to make such a big mistake just because of a woman? You're being incredibly foolish. Once you're strong enough, what kind of woman can't you have? His former wife, Sarutobi Biwako, he died protecting Kushina during the Ninetales night, killed by the man in black. Chapter 87 Trading. Even after his beloved wife was murdered, he was not angry enough to kill the suspected Uchiha clan members. Instead, they calmly used this opportunity to suppress the power of the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, if the village had fought another major battle with the Uchiha clan after the Ninetales attack, Konoha would probably have been finished. His father is so powerful. How come Asuma is so reckless? Perhaps it was his wife's death that left Asuma without anyone to educate him. As the third Hokage, he had to spend a lot of time handling village affairs and maintain a firm grip on power. He was negligent, but he really didn't have much time to educate Asuma. Asuma was even more furious upon hearing his father's words and questioned him. What do you know? The only person I want is Kurenai Yuhai. I don't care about any other women. The three Hokage sighed. Asuma was truly a devoted lover. Devoted lovers often don't end up with good results. The ninja world is not a place for romance. This fact must be understood. Don't let love blind you. The position of Daimyo's bodyguard ninja that I've arranged for you this time is a great job that can bring you prestige. After serving a year in prison, I will find a way to reinstate you as the Daimyo's bodyguard in the Land of Fire. Out of respect for me, the Grand Master should not pursue your responsibilities too much. Asuma was even more furious upon hearing the Hokage's words. Damn it, don't mention the position of guardian ninja of the Daimyo's mansion to me again. If I hadn't gone to Daimyo's mansion to serve as a guardian ninja, but had stayed in the village instead, that guy wouldn't have had a chance to take advantage of me. He wouldn't have been able to raid my house, and Kurenai wouldn't have left me. It's all your fault. I will never listen to your arrangements again. The third Hokage was so angry that his brows furrowed. He thought, what a useless person. A mere woman has made Asuma like this. What future does he have? Madness. Sarutobi Asuma looked at his father and said, I can go if you want. You must find a way to kill Uchiha Ryosuke. I know you have a way. Then I will follow your instructions and become a guardian ninja in the Daimyo's mansion. As long as Uchiha Ryosuke is eliminated, Kurenai will still be his. At that time, he will not only be able to serve as a guardian ninja, but he will also be able to do whatever his father tells him to do. The third Hokage's expression changed drastically. How could Asuma say such a thing? Even if you think that way in your heart, how can you say it out loud? What exactly is this place? It's the Uchiha clan's security building. They might be eavesdropping. This child has completely lost his mind. You should go to jail and reflect on your actions. The third Hokage went straight back to his Hokage office and sat down to calm himself down. I was really angry today. If only his eldest son, Sarutobi Shinosuke, were still alive. He was the hope of the Sarutobi clan. Unexpectedly, he died young while on a mission as an ANBU member. His second son, Asuma, was truly useless and had fallen into the inner demons of Uchiha Ryosuke. Although he disliked his second son was crucial to the future of the Sarutobi clan. They had to be saved, even if they didn't want to. This guy needs to be roused. Danzo has to do it, but he won't do it himself. However, someone else can take care of Uchiha Ryosuke. Otherwise, Danzo wouldn't have been given such great power. After all, Danzo was a sharp blade in his hand. Meanwhile, Danzo, who was stationed at Root, naturally received news that Sarutobi Asuma had been arrested and imprisoned. A rare hint of a smile appeared on his usually cold face. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was utterly shameful. The son of the most powerful ninja leader in the village was captured. It can be said that the Uchiha clan has completely humiliated them. However, the Uchiha clan's guards have far too much power. Perhaps it's time to take back the authority that the second Hokage granted them. If one day the Uchiha clan finds something wrong with him, will they also try to capture him? The third Hokage should have seen through this, that the Uchiha clan is not truly loyal to the Konoha leadership. In that case, the third Hokage would likely be inclined to eliminate the Uchiha clan. Just then, one of his men pushed open the door and walked in. Lord Danzo, the third Hokage requests your presence in the Hokage office. The troop leader's left eye was slightly narrowed. They actually invited me so quickly, I didn't expect them to act so fast. How interesting. And surprisingly, they didn't even come to his base. Ever since I assassinated them last time, they haven't set foot in his territory again. They're really being very cautious. Tell the ANBU who came that I'll be there shortly. In the Hokage's office. Danzo Shimura pushed open the door, found a place to sit down, and said with a relaxed expression, "What business does the Hokage have with me?" The third Hokage looked at Danzo and said, "Your previous plan to eliminate the Uchiha clan was excellent. Especially the dangerous element among them, Uchiha Ryosuke. What do you think about taking advantage of this war to eliminate him?" Danzo narrowed his eyes, wanting to act secretly, but this Uchiha Ryosuke seemed to be the one Asuma attacked. No, now is probably not a good time to eliminate them. Just as the Hokage said, I have also received news that the Hidden Cloud Village is preparing to send troops to attack the Hidden Leaf Village. Wouldn't it be better to send him to the battlefield and fight the Hidden Cloud Village ninjas to the death? The third Hokage narrowed his eyes. Had Danzo Shimura actually received such information? However, he did not receive it. It seems that the other side sent people to collect information in other villages. When it comes to espionage, he really can't compare to the other side. However, even if the two armies clash, Ryosuke Uchiha is not necessarily going to die, as he is extremely powerful. Couldn't help but say, this Uchiha Ryosuke is too talented and even has mastered the 8 gates. We must destroy him as soon as possible, otherwise he may cause a great disaster in the future. This war is a good opportunity. I know that killing people in war is your specialty. Upon hearing this, Team Battle couldn't help but narrow his left eye slightly. Causing death on the battlefield was indeed his forte. Could it be that the other party has found out something? But even if we knew, what good would it do? We have no evidence. However, he couldn't easily agree to this, even though he felt that Uchiha Ryosuke was in his best interest. Actually, my root organization is currently short of talent. If we could select some geniuses from the village's ninja clans to join my root organization, it wouldn't be impossible to take down this person. The one who's anxious right now isn't Danzo, but the third Hokage, who can use this opportunity to expand his own power. The third Hokage heard what the other party said and knew that this was what the other party wanted. He also wanted to take the opportunity to expand his own strength. Asuma can't wait any longer. he must exorcise the other person's inner demons as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they are invaded by these demons, it will be difficult for them to return to normal in the future. Adding more manpower to the other party can make them a sharper tool in his hands, making it easier for them to do things for him. Danzo probably doesn't think he's really that smart. Chapter 88, Sending Letters. Danzo remained calm on the surface when he saw that the third Hokage had agreed to his request, but in reality, he was overjoyed. Although I am not the third Hokage now, my root organization has developed very well and is in no way inferior to the other party's Anbu. Therefore, I have also taken away a large part of the other party's power, he said with a smile. Lord Hokage, I can help you with this, but only if the other party gets to the battlefield. Otherwise, this matter will be difficult to resolve. Even he wouldn't be willing to carry out an assassination in the village. If it's really discovered, the impact will be very bad. I heard that kid is incredibly strong. In the root realm, only he has a high success rate when he takes action. Even if you make a move in a village, one misfortune can cause a huge shock, making it very easy to fail and instead alert the other party. It's not worth it for him to make a move for a few talented people. However, if it's done in another village, it's incredibly easy. He even had ways to get people from other villages to help him. For example, the fourth Reikage was a power he could borrow, which was perfect for eliminating the unstable elements in the village. The third Hokage's face lit up with joy when he heard Danzo agree to his request. That's easy, I'll send him to the battlefield. After all, it was his idea to do this, so it's hard to say whether he would actually go to the battlefield. Even if the other party doesn't go to the battlefield, he, as the Hokage, still has the right to send him to the battlefield. Danzo narrowed his left eye slightly at that moment. Of course, there is one more condition for this matter to be accomplished. The third generation was a little dissatisfied when they heard this. Danzo, will this ever end? I already agreed to your request. Danzo calmly explained. To be on the safe side this time, I'll ask the fourth Reikage to keep an eye on that kid and kill him. Don't you think we should give him some benefits? The third Hokage squinted, thinking, they actually sent outsiders to kill members of the Uchiha clan. That's a good suggestion. The fourth Reikage is indeed a top-tier fighter. This would make the deal 100% done, but what about the benefits the other party mentioned? He still asked cautiously. What are the benefits? Please explain in detail. The regimental commander squinted as he spoke. Of course, it's time to renegotiate. I hope the Hokage can make some concessions. The third generation's expression changed upon hearing this. Was he going to back down? Is this an attempt to make him suffer another loss of sovereignty and national humiliation? He had previously made concessions in the peace agreement signed with Iwagakure, which led to his resignation. Danzo might be plotting to dig a hole for himself and step down. Although the other party is a knife in his hand, this knife is double-edged, and he must always be on guard against the other party. How could he give up his position as Hokage just for the sake of his son? He said sternly. Danzo, be careful what you say. I cannot grant this request. The regimental commander sighed inwardly. This old guy was really cautious. It seemed like this approach wouldn't work. If the other party really agrees, then make him sacrifice a lot of the village's interests to negotiate peace with Kumagakure. In this way, Danzo could incite the ninja clans to force the other side to step down. Who in the village will be able to compete with him then? The Uchiha clan is unpopular. None of the 3 disciples of the third Hokage were in the village. If I were to speak with the daimyo and offer him benefits, then I could truly achieve my wish and become Hokage. Unfortunately, this guy wasn't that stupid. Danzo, having calmed himself down, could only say this. It's just a small benefit, like some money, which the large village can afford. The third Hokage immediately spoke. 100 million taels, that's all we're talking about. Danzo had no choice but to agree. 100 million taels is no small sum. Then I'll go back and make the plans. Afterwards, I will send the list of talents I want to Lord Hokage, and I hope that Lord Hokage will persuade those humans not to interfere. After leaving the Hokage building, Danzo returned to his root base. He immediately drafted a secret letter, pondering who should be sent to deliver it to the fourth Reikage. However, to get close to the fourth Reikage, one must be a powerful ninja skilled in espionage. After thinking it over, there was only one candidate left, Yakashi Nanu. He then headed towards the outskirts of Konoha village and entered an orphanage. There was a group of children playing inside. Ignoring them, I went straight to the front of a building, pushed open the door, and went inside. Inside the office building sat a woman wearing a white headscarf and large glasses. Hearing the door open and noticing who it was, he stood up and said respectfully, "Lord Danzo." Although she has left the company, the respect that should be shown is still necessary. She is now the director of the orphanage because of Danzo's financial support, which is why she is able to take in these orphans who lost their parents in the war. Danzo waved to signal. "You don't need to get up." He then sat down at the desk. He spoke. "The orphanage is well run," Yakashi Nanu said with a smile. It was thanks to Lord Danzo's help that the orphanage was able to provide a place for these children who had become orphans due to the war to live. Danzo was extremely pleased to hear this, although that was not his original intention. They just wanted to select talent from the orphanage. These helpless and destitute people can be more easily cultivated into loyal subordinates when they enter his inner circle. Have you discovered any promising talents recently? Yakashi Nanu sighed inwardly. So it was another attempt to recruit talent into Root. Although she had left Root, she still knew how dark Root was. If she had a choice, she wouldn't have provided Danzo with talent and sent these orphanage children to the Dark Land. But there's no other way. If we don't provide Danzo with talent, the orphanage probably won't be able to keep operating. I can only say. There was a guy with ninja talent named Kabuto Yakashi. Danzo glanced at the other person. "Will it take your surname?" Pharmacist Nanoyu nodded. "I picked up an orphan from the Land of Fire. He was very young at the time and couldn't even remember his parents' surnames, so he had to take my surname." Danzo understood. "I see," and asked, "You should have taught him the basics of ninja and espionage, right?" Chapter 89, The New Training Base. Yakashi Nanu nodded. "Certainly," Danzo nodded in satisfaction. It seemed the other party hadn't forgotten his duty. "That's good. I'll have someone come and take him away later. There's one more thing. I hope you'll deliver this secret letter to the fourth Reikage of Kumakage Village. You're more familiar with the situation over there, and only you are confident you can complete this mission." He then took the secret letter out of his pocket and placed it on the table. Yakashi Nanu looked at the secret letter on the table and handed it to the fourth Reikage. It must be another secret deal between Danzo and the fourth Reikage. However, given the current situation, she cannot leave the orphanage. If the orphanage were to leave her, there would be no one to take care of these children, said helplessly. "Lord Danzo, please allow me to refuse this mission. I have withdrawn from the route." Danzo narrowed his eyes, thinking, does he really think that just because he left Root, he doesn't have to work for me anymore? If we hadn't known that the other party left the Root organization to set up an orphanage and provide him with some talent, such behavior would have been considered betrayal and would have warranted execution. I hope you will seriously consider helping me complete this task, otherwise I will no longer be able to provide funding to this orphanage. Yakashi Nanu's expression hardened, and she couldn't help but speak. Lord Danzo, how can this be? If we don't have the funds, these orphans will probably not be able to survive. Danzo remained expressionless and said nothing more. I have already grasped the other party's weakness. Yakashi Nanu cares most about this orphanage, and since she left Root, she has no other way to get money. The air became still for a moment. Yakashi Nanu understood Danzo's firm resolve. If she didn't complete this mission, Danzo might actually cut off the orphanage's funding. She cares about the children in the orphanage, but someone like Danzo doesn't care about orphanages, said helplessly. Lord Danzo, I will deliver this letter to the fourth Reikage. With my current skill level, it would be impossible for me to escape from the fourth Reikage, so I can only give this secret letter to the fourth Reikage secretary. Is this all right? Danzo nodded. The fourth Reikage was incredibly powerful, and handing over his secretary was tantamount to handing over the fourth Reikage himself to him. Although Yakashi Nanu is afflicted by the secret technique of the tongue root and cannot reveal her secrets, She still does not want to be captured by the ninjas of Kumagakure. After you've taken care of this, I'll guarantee a stable source of funding for the orphanage, so you don't need to worry about that. Meanwhile, after get off work, Fugaku Uchiha found Ryosuke Uchiha. He told Ryosuke about the outcome of dealing with Sarutobi Asuma and the deal he made with the third Hokage. I told them because I valued them. Ryosuke Uchiha is now the pillar of the Uchiha clan. Ryosuke naturally had no complaints upon hearing this news. It's a good thing that it can bring benefits to the clan. Imprisoning Sarutobi Asuma for a year is enough. A year is enough time for him to calm down, as long as he stops harassing me and Kurenai. Ryosuke couldn't be bothered to care about the other person anymore. They were simply not on the same level. Moreover, the third Hokage also compensated him with 20 ryo, which was a decent amount of compensation. Surprisingly, the third Hokage offered no resistance and tacitly agreed to allow the Uchiha clan to imprison and try his son. I initially thought they were going to put up a fight against the Uchiha clan and show some of the Hokage's power, but they didn't. This is enough to show that the other party is a paper tiger. As for the 20 taels of gold, he naturally intended to give it to Yuhai Kurenai. Kurenai Yuhai is now practically the pillar of their family, but she got pregnant because of her own actions. Doing ninja missions is inconvenient, not to mention that if he accidentally miscarries, he will be injured and may even lose his reward, which is something he cannot bear. Kurenai Yuhai heard the news that Asuma Sarutobi had attacked Ryosuke. She had completely given up on this person, even though she had warned him not to do such a thing. She still wanted to continue, and even after hearing the sentence of a year, she still felt indignant. Fortunately, Ryosuke was not injured this time, but the other party's impulsive actions damaged many villagers and houses. Such a sentence is far too lenient. If the other party weren't the Hokage's son, how could there be such a lenient sentence? Kurenai checked Ryosuke's body with concern and asked him what was wrong. "You're not hurt, are you?" Ryosuke laughed and said, "Of course not." After hearing this, Kurenai felt much more relaxed. Ryosuke then took out the 20 ryo from his ninja bag and handed it to Kurenai. Kurenai was a little surprised, but then felt a warmth in her heart. Knowing what the other person meant, she smiled and asked, "Is this for my living expenses?" "Of course." Ryosuke answered immediately. "Now that you're pregnant, it's naturally inconvenient for you to go out to work." Kurenai accepted it without a second thought. He truly was the man she had chosen. This is not only for her, but also for the baby in her womb. The two then strolled around aimlessly, and Ryosuke didn't make any advances, naturally because the other woman was pregnant. If I were to take action, I might not be able to suppress the anger inside me. I sent Hong home to rest early. He then arrived at the Uchiha clan shrine. This place is guarded by members of the Uchiha clan. Even members of the Konoha Hokage's Anbu are not allowed to approach this place, since it is the Uchiha clan's territory. He is about to begin training in the techniques of the 8 gates formation, starting with the 5th gate, the morning peacock. This will be his new training ground from now on. If this technique is developed, it will give him the ability to launch rapid ranged attacks. As for the Great Fire Release, Great Fireball technique, those who know it understand. It just looks flashy. In reality, it was just a tactic to lure the enemy. However, the Morning Peacock does not have such a weakness. It is extremely fast, and its opponent can hardly avoid it. Uchiha Ryosuke immediately activated the 1st to 5th gates of the 8 gates, emanating a powerful aura, and a gust of wind burst forth from his body. Opening the 5th gate of the 8 gates formation in this place, one is not afraid of the physical weakness caused by the long opening time. As long as he keeps to himself, he won't feel noticeably weak, and with his current physical recovery ability, he'll be able to recover quickly. He decisively threw a punch at a large tree, instantly creating a strong gust of wind that made the tree's leaves rustle. Chapter 90, Air Shock Wave. Uchiha Ryosuke was somewhat disappointed with the result. He has now opened 5 gates, comparable to Might Guy at his peak opening his 6th gate. Forget about unleashing the morning peacock that generates flames, it couldn't even unleash a shockwave. But to be fair, he should have enough physical strength now. he just needs some technique and some insights. Air is not like a solid, so it is difficult to form a shock wave like a pillar when bombarded with full force. It's really quite difficult to make air blast out like a pillar. Moreover, this is purely taijutsu, physical techniques, and does not use chakra. This makes it even more difficult. It's not like Danzo's wind release, vacuum ball. The wind release. Vacuum ball is actually just a chakra bullet created using wind-style chakra to pierce the enemy. As for the morning peacock, who relies purely on physical skills, he can't even imagine how she generates flames. He couldn't understand it at all, but he could understand the shockwave. Of course, thinking too much is useless. Only practice reveals the truth. Unable to resist, it blasted countless springs at the tree, creating a violent gale. The leaves on the trees were falling one after another. Although it looks very powerful, it is actually useless and does not form an air shockwave at all. I couldn't help but stop again. Such blind attacks are indeed useless. I need to figure out the tricks of the trade. In fact, a shockwave is nothing more than bombarding air as if it were a solid, but air is composed of oxygen and nitrogen. They scattered immediately when bombarded. The attack it causes is naturally not very powerful. At present, it only has the power to make leaves fall, which is really useless. Such powerful long-range attacks are useless against ordinary ninjas. At most, they can only mess up the opponent's hair. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed into his mind. Perhaps he could take advantage of a moment when the air was not in his sight and launch an attack. The more I thought about it, the more I felt it was a feasible plan. To achieve this, the speed must be incredibly fast, leaving no time for the air to react. He then clenched his fist and unleashed a powerful punch at top speed, focusing on speed this time, but the power was still considerable. This time it worked. A noticeable shockwave formed in front of them, blasting a crack into one of the tree's branches. This clearly shows the beginnings of an air shockwave, unlike before when punching only caused trees to sway and lose leaves. Looking at the destruction he had caused, Ryosuke felt that he had a chance and that he had found the right direction, so he couldn't help but throw a few more punches. 2 distinct shockwaves shot towards the tree. To Ryosuke's slight disappointment, not every punch could create a shockwave that attacked the tree. It seems I still haven't grasped the key point. After pausing to think about it, I realized that it might be due to the air. If an air shockwave had been created, the air in front of my fist would undoubtedly have been completely sucked out. We need to replenish our air before continuing to punch. Thinking about it, it might actually be true. So in the following training sessions, after each punch, he would wait 10 seconds before throwing another punch. The success rate did indeed increase, and the tree, having withstood so many bombardments, collapsed with a crash, filling the air with dust. Ryosuke was overjoyed, realizing he had discovered the secret. As expected, the air needed to be replenished, but there were still a few punches that did not create an air shockwave, so the power was still small. It seems I still need to practice. It's just a matter of proficiency. Just then, 2 Uchiha clan members guarding the Uchiha clan's territory heard the commotion and rushed over, as unauthorized personnel were not allowed to approach the clan's territory. When the 2 saw Uchiha Ryosuke exuding a powerful aura, using his physical strength to unleash a shockwave and charge towards a large tree, their faces were filled with astonishment. Looking at the large tree lying on the ground on the other side, it must have been Ryosuke who caused it. It wasn't an intrusion. One of the young Uchiha clan members asked, "Senior, do you know what's going on with the powerful aura emanating from Ryosuke?" That powerful aura made him feel that Ryosuke was a ferocious beast. It was incredibly impactful. The elderly Uchiha clansman said, "You're still young, so you might not know that this is the forbidden technique, the 8 gates formation." Judging from Ryosuke's appearance, he must have already mastered the last few gates, otherwise he wouldn't have such power. It seems that Ryosuke not only possesses talent in the Sharingan, but also has an even more terrifying level of skill in taijutsu. In this state, they probably have cage-level combat power. The young Uchiha clansman's eyes were shining. Seeing Ryosuke unleash a shockwave that ravaged even the trees beyond recognition, one could see that Ryosuke's power had completely destroyed the trees. He couldn't help but say, Forbidden technique, this is a good thing, it will definitely greatly improve my strength. The elderly Uchiha clansman rolled his eyes at him. Don't even think about it, there aren't many people in Konoha who know this move. The young Uchiha clansman couldn't help but ask. Why is that? Does the clan forbid us ordinary clansmen from cultivating? The elderly Uchiha clansman shook his head and said, Of course not, it's simply because this forbidden technique is too difficult. Some people have spent decades cultivating it without any success. Moreover, the cultivation process is both bitter and tiring. Would you rather train in the Sharingan or learn such a forbidden technique? The young Uchiha clansman thought about it and gave up. He had already awakened the Tutamo Sharingan, and those eyes alone gave him considerable combat power. Why should he bother to cultivate the forbidden techniques that were both bitter and tiring? Besides, there's no guarantee of success. If you put all your time and energy into this and still don't succeed, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Besides, he didn't want to suffer. The older Uchiha clansman spoke first. Since Ryosuke is training here, let's not disturb him. Let's go for a walk. The two then left to continue guarding their clan's territory. Uchiha Ryosuke had already noticed the two people. Since they didn't bother him and wisely left, he ignored them and continued to unleash shockwaves at another tree. For the next hour or so, Ryosuke unleashed powerful punches with the 8 gates activated, but suddenly felt something was wrong with his body. If this continues, he might really fall into a period of weakness, which would undoubtedly be very dangerous. It seems he got so caught up in training that he almost forgot about his cultivation time. He then closed the 5 gates and began to recover his strength. Chapter 90, eating these 2 races. Ryosuke was very satisfied with his results today. I've already mastered the basics of the air shockwave technique. All I need to do now is increase its power. A move is considered complete only if it can knock down a large tree with a single punch. A few days later, in the cloud-hidden village office, the 4th Raikage took the letter from his secretary, Mabui, and asked in confusion. You said this letter was for me. Have you read it yet? Mabui nodded and said that on her way back to the office, a man in black suddenly used a kunai tied to the letter to shoot at her. She initially thought it was an attack, but after seeing the letter, she realized what was going on. He then went to the Raikage's office and handed the letter to the 4th Raikage. Upon hearing this, the 4th Raikage opened the letter. A smile appeared on his face. The letter not only mentioned that if a major war were to break out between Konoha and Union Village, Konoha would only mobilize the strength of 2 clans, the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan. Furthermore, the envelope also mentioned the hope that Kumigakure could kill Uchiha Ryosuke, a ninja from the Uchiha clan. The condition is that it can be included in a subsequent peace agreement. Konoha Village can offer Kumigakure some conveniences, such as 1 million taels of gold. The 4th Raikage certainly knew this person. It was this person who caused their hidden Cloud Village's plan to fail. He then tossed the letter onto the table and looked at Mabuya, asking her a question. What's your opinion on this? Could it be that Konoha Village only sent these 2 clans? Could this be a trap to lure the enemy? They want to lure us in, then send a large army to wipe out the people we send out. It's a linen garment, he said slowly. I'm afraid that's unlikely. How could my Cloud Shadow Village be so foolish as to fall into their encirclement? Is their move an attempt to get us to help the Konoha leadership eliminate the Uchiha clan? After all, it's a well-known fact in the ninja world that the Konoha village leadership and the Uchiha clan are at odds. The person specifically targeted for elimination must be a thorn in the side of Konoha's higher-ups. Judging from the situation, the Konoha leadership doesn't want war. Instead, they want to negotiate peace. The 4th Raikage smiled and praised Azaburo's analysis. As expected of my secretary, she analyzed the other party's intentions very clearly. The Konoha village leadership is truly laughable. At such a crucial time between nations, they are still engaging in internal strife, even plotting to eliminate the village's 2 strongest fighting forces, and they even gave us the intelligence ahead of time. This left the 4th Raikage speechless, realizing they were not even on the same level as his opponent. But now he had an even bolder idea. Now that he knew the enemy's strength, he couldn't help but ask Mabui. Mabui, do you think it's possible for our hidden cloud village to simply devour these two clans? Mabui was taken aback. The fourth rakeage, that's too audacious. Although only 2 races are participating, since they've chosen to do this, they must be prepared. They'll probably send out their elites. Given the strength of these 2 races, if we want to devour them, we'll likely face a desperate battle. The result will likely be that the enemy suffers 1,000 casualties while you suffer 800. She wasn't being pessimistic. Rather, she was analyzing the situation rationally. Because these 2 clans are currently the 2 most famous families in Konoha village. Of course, the Senju clan is excluded because the Senju clan has disappeared from history. To deal with 2 such powerful ninja clans, Kumigakure would have to concentrate a large number of troops to have any chance of defeating them. The ferocious tiger will surely retaliate, and their Cloud Shadow village probably cannot withstand such losses now. The fourth rakeage naturally knew that Mabui's words made perfect sense and sighed. If we can eliminate these 2 clans, Konoha's strength will be reduced by at least half. Even if Konoha were to remain one of the 5 great ninja villages in the future, it would definitely be at the very bottom of the list. He couldn't imagine why the other party would make such a foolish move, and at the same time, he felt it was a pity that he couldn't eat the food that was delivered. I feel incredibly frustrated. I'm afraid there will be very few opportunities like this in the future. The clan ninjas sent by the other side this time are definitely the most important fighting force of the clan, as long as they are eliminated. This would be a devastating blow to both races. Such an opportunity is truly rare. Eliminating the elites of both races would be enough to ensure that the timber industry would not receive their support for the next decade or more. This naturally laid the groundwork for the future annexation of Konoha's territory. In terms of abundant resources and fertile land, Konoha Village, the Land of Fire, is the best. The Hidden Cloud Village is much worse in comparison. After all, it is located in a high-altitude area. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. It was like meat being delivered to his door. If he didn't take it, would he still be the fourth rakeage? I couldn't help but glance at the man in linen clothes beside me. If we deploy forces at the level of tailed beasts, could we wipe out these 2 clans and greatly weaken the ninja strength of Konoha Village? Even if we renegotiate with them later, we will be able to gain even greater benefits. The other party offered a generous sum of 1 million taels, which was indeed a lot, but he didn't take it seriously at all. His suggestion made sense. Ever since the Second Shinobi World War, when the Hidden Cloud Village obtained superior sealing techniques from the Land of Whirlpools, they had been able to perfectly unleash the power sealed within the tailed beasts through their Jinchuriki. For example, Yujiro Ne, the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails, was able to fully transform into a tailed beast, making him a perfect Jinchuriki. Even his partner, Killer Bee from the Ob duo, can transform into the 8 tails. If 2-tailed beast-level weapons were deployed, they might actually be able to annihilate these 2 races. At the very least, it would be a severe blow. If they could achieve that level of damage, it would greatly weaken Konoha's fighting strength. Mabui's expression turned even more shocked. The fourth rakeage actually wanted to send out 2-tailed beast Jinchuriki, who were true powerhouses, not much weaker than his rakeage. With this, plus the fourth rakeage of Kumakage Village, they would have 3 cage-level powerhouses on their side. At most, the 2 clan leaders of Konoha Village possess cage-level combat power. Generally speaking, if one's own village deploys a tailed beast-level fighter, then the opposing village will also deploy a tailed beast-level fighter. However, the current Jinchuriki of Konoha Village probably haven't fully matured yet. This kind of thing can be easily found out by checking. It's just a little kid who's only a few years old. Thinking about it this way, it really seems like a good idea. Lord Rakeage, I think this plan is feasible. Even if we can't eliminate these 2 great clans, we can at least severely weaken them. At that time, we will have a greater initiative in the negotiations, and it will probably not be a matter of 100 million taels of silver. But if Kumigakure launches a full-scale attack, what if Iwagakure attacks in return? The Hidden Cloud Village is their mortal enemy, and they are masters of sneak attacks. The fourth Reikage said with a smile. There's nothing to worry about. Leaving a large number of ordinary ninjas in the village is enough to defend Kumigakure. Since we've already deployed the tailed beasts, we don't need that many ordinary ninjas anymore. The destructive power of tailed beasts is extremely terrifying. It's like a map-wide attack. If you're not careful, you might hurt your own people, and you won't be able to unleash your full potential or fight at all. So this time, we only need to bring the elites. Besides, don't we still have your heavenly delivery technique? If we have to fight those bastards from Iwagakure when necessary, we can only stop the war and retreat. Just send me and the Jinchuriki back, and that will be enough to stabilize the situation. Moreover, we need to keep this operation secret and quickly take down these two tribes, then there will be no danger. When Mabui heard the plan, although it still had some minor flaws, it was still quite complete. The fourth Reikage is wise. The fourth Reikage was in a good mood. If this plan succeeds, then Kumigakure in the Land of Lightning will become the top of the 5 great ninja villages. Go and gather all the elite ninjas from the village, including the 2-Tails Jinchuriki and my partner, the 8-Tails Jinchuriki Killer B. Chapter 92, Deploying Tailed Beast Level Force. Upon hearing this, Mabui immediately ordered people to summon the elite Jonin and Chunin from the ninja village, including the 2-Tails Jinchuriki and the 8-Tails Jinchuriki. Not long. The large conference room was filled with most of the elite figures from Kumigakure, including Darui and Hyde, 2 young Jonin whom the Reikage had high hopes for. The fourth Reikage saw that everyone had gathered, but Samui was missing and asked Mabui. Mabui, why didn't your sister Sammy come? I heard that Samui has been unable to get out of his trauma, so this is a good opportunity to help him pull himself together. Mabui, of course, knew the inside story and said helplessly, my sister still doesn't want to go to that place. She had tried to persuade her sister, but her sister refused to go back. For my older sister, it was truly a nightmare. The fourth Reikage was speechless upon hearing this, never expecting Samui to be so vulnerable. Forget it. Then he looked at everyone and said, I have summoned you here today because I have decided to wage war against Konoha village again. According to reliable sources, the opponent this time will be a combined force of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans from Konoha village. The advantage lies with us, because this time we are preparing to deploy 2-Tailed Beast Jinchuriki, and I will even personally go to the battlefield. They were initially puzzled as to why the ninjas were being summoned, but they were all excited. This time, the fourth Reikage and 2-Tailed Beasts have actually been dispatched, so the victory will definitely go to their Cloud Village. The 2 Ujitos asked with great confusion. Fourth Reikage, is the source of this information truly reliable? How could Konoha only mobilize the forces of 2 clans for such a major battle? Are they looking down on Kumigakure? The Uchiha clan is indeed very strong, but they are no longer as powerful as they were at their peak. At their peak, the Uchiha clan could indeed take on an entire village. The Hyuga clan's strength lies primarily in the Byakugan's ability to gather intelligence. Individually, their abilities are only at this level. However, the current strength of Cloud Shadow Village is too luxurious, and those gathered here are all elite figures of Cloud Shadow Village. There are also 2-Tailed Beasts. The power of the tailed beasts alone is enough to give these 2 ninja clans a run for their money, not to mention the ninja forces that are no weaker than them. If the other side has ninjas from their own village to help them, then at most their hidden Cloud Village will only have a slight advantage. The fourth Reikage laughed heartily upon hearing what the 2 Ujitos said. Perhaps the other side is fighting amongst themselves. Although it's unknown who sent the letter, it's easy to deduce who's behind it all. Besides Danzo, the shadow of Konoha, who else is there? As soon as the fourth Reikage finished speaking, all the ninjas present laughed. To pull this stunt at a time like this, no wonder Konoha is getting weaker and weaker. When the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was in power, Konoha village was incredibly strong, even hailed as the god of the shinobi world. Although it was relatively mild, it did not conceal the opponent's strength in the slightest. When the second Hokage arrived, Kumigakure wanted to form an alliance with him because he was very powerful. Even the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, known as the Yellow Flash, when he was not yet the Reikage, could only manage a draw against the Eight Tails Jinchuriki when they teamed up. Now that the third Hokage has returned to power, he's doing this kind of thing again. They've made it so that even the Hidden Cloud Village can bully the Hidden Leaf Village. This really made them laugh. It was truly a bit foolish. Seeing everyone laughing, the fourth Raikage naturally grinned and laughed out loud as well. With the help of the Konoha leadership, they really couldn't think of a way for Kumigakure to fail. After this, Kumigakure will definitely be able to replace Konoha and become the #1 village in the ninja world. The Land of Lightning could also become the world's #1 power. The atmosphere immediately became cheerful, and it took a long time for it to stop. The fourth Raikage looked at everyone and then spoke. This time, we not only need to take down these two clans, but also kill that Uchiha clansman named Uchiha Ryosuke. Killer B, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki of the Ob combination, volunteered. AI, leave this to me. This guy, he had never even heard of the other party's reputation or achievements in the ninja world. He was just an ordinary ninja. How could he, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, be afraid of not being able to defeat him? The fourth Raikage shook his head. No need. If you were to take action, it would be using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Your main task this time is to deal with the other side's clan leader. It would be quite difficult for me to deal with two clan leaders by myself. I'll have to rely on you to handle the other one. I plan to assign this task to Mabui, Darui, and Zai. You can do it. Darui and Zai are both promising talents and the future pillars of Cloud Shadow Village. Their strength is no weaker than that of the Uchiha clan, and how could they possibly lose a 3-on-1 fight? That's impossible, he assured her. Leave it to the three of us, Raikage-sama. We'll take care of it. When the Eight Tails Jinchuriki heard his sworn brother say this, he stopped arguing. It was indeed an overkill. It would have been better to let him play his role as a clan leader. The fourth Raikage was very satisfied with his reply. In that case, pack your things today and we'll set off tomorrow. The ninjas went back to prepare their weapons and equipment. Only the fourth Raikage and Mabui remained in the conference room. The fourth Raikage asked Mabui, "Has the culprit who attacked and killed the Hidden Cloud Village been found?" Mabui shook his head and said, "There's no news from the Anbu yet, but they've already sent people to track down the thieves and wandering ninjas on the border. We believe we'll have results soon." In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage received a member of Root and learned that Kumigakure was preparing to attack Konoha. A smile appeared on his face. They then sent messengers to inform the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, instructing them to prepare for the enemy from Kumakage village. He also specifically instructed the ANBU members to make sure that Uchiha Ryosuke was sent into battle. Chapter 93, Notice in the Uchiha clan's reception room. Fugaku Uchiha received Kakashi, an Anbu member sent by the Hokage, here. Having learned that Kumigakure was about to attack Konoha, the third Hokage ordered them to send an allied force with the Hyuga clan to resist the invasion. At the same time, Fugaku cautiously sensed the meaning behind the other person's words and couldn't help but say something with emotion. "What do you mean? Are you saying our two clans are going to fight alone? Didn't the Hokage notify the other clans to assist us?" Kakashi had no choice but to tell the truth. "As far as I know, the Hokage did not instruct me to inform the other clans, so that should be the case." Although he didn't agree with the Hokage's decision, that was the Hokage's intention. After delivering the message, he left immediately. After receiving confirmation, Fugaku fell silent, his expression becoming somewhat serious. The great battle with Cloud Shadow Village was surprisingly limited to a fight between the two clans. Even if two major clans joined forces against Kumigakure, they would still be no match for an entire ninja village. A village of ninjas has thousands, even tens of thousands, of ninjas. There are probably 100 or 200 Jonin-level ninjas, which is beyond the ability of their two clans to withstand. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans combined have fewer than 50 Jonin, although it's impossible for the enemy to send all of them to the battlefield. But the fact that half of them are Jonin is already terrifying. We have to find Ryosuke. The other party is someone who wants to revitalize the family. Even in the face of such a predicament, they should have a way to deal with it. As for why they didn't ask the third Hokage for support, If they directly confront us, this is a problem caused by the Uchiha clan, so let the clan handle it themselves. The Uchiha clan really suffered a setback. The actions of the Konoha leadership are clearly an attempt to marginalize the Uchiha clan. They even wanted to deplete the Uchiha clan's strength through a major war between villages. The Uchiha clan had no other allies in the village. Now he understood what Ryosuke meant by the propaganda war. If the Uchiha clan had a better reputation, then there might actually be forces that could come to their aid. He's out of options now. He can't just send the Uchiha clan to the battlefield like this. They then sent someone to invite Ryosuke to the conference room. After receiving the clan leader's message, Ryosuke immediately rushed to the meeting room and asked questions. Clan Chief Fugaku, may I ask what brings you here? Fugaku relayed all the information Kakashi had sent to Ryosuke, including the attack from Kumigakure and the fact that the village only allowed the two clans to fight against each other. He also urged Ryosuke to participate in the battle. Ryosuke was also stunned when he heard the news. It was understandable that he was asked to fight. After all, he had captured the other party's son and put him in the Uchiha prison, so it was understandable that they were targeting him. But how could they make such a foolish move during a village war that concerned the fate of the entire Land of Fire and Konoha Village? Isn't this playing with the future of Konoha Village? If they suffer a crushing defeat, Konoha will also pay a heavy price. All I can say is that this is still the third Hokage he knows, and he can't understand many of the things the other party does. Even if the Uchiha clan has a conflict with the Konoha leadership, they shouldn't do something so self-destructive at this crucial moment, right? He looked at the clan chief. Chief, what do you think we should do? Fugaku was taken aback. He had come to ask Ryosuke for advice precisely because he didn't know what to do. I had no idea how to fix this, which is why I called you here. Ryosuke was speechless. The other party was the clansman's master, but since it's up to him to decide, then let's not think about it so much, let's just start the war. In the original storyline, Madara Uchiha was capable of fighting against an allied ninja force of 10. Ryosuke may not be good now, but he'll be good enough for the future. Now that he has opened the 5th gate of the 8 inner gates, he is even stronger than Might Guy at his peak when he opened the 6th gate, and he is undoubtedly already at the cage level. As far as he knew, none of the cage from the major ninja villages were currently at the super cage level. Even the 3rd Hokage, who was hailed as the strongest Hokage, was actually someone who couldn't even handle Orochimaru. How could he possibly be at the super cage level? The strongest Hokage has to be Hashirama Senju. Even Orochimaru himself admitted that Hashirama Senju could subdue him in an instant. As for the 4th Raikage, when he dealt with Sasuke, he broke his own left hand. He can hardly be considered a cage-level expert, but he certainly has some strength. As for Kirigakure, the 4th Mizukage is probably already under Obito's control, so he can't really be considered a super cage level anymore. He has undoubtedly already stepped into the threshold of the super shadow level. At his peak, Might Guy, with the 6th gate open, was able to defeat Kasame Hoshigaki of the Akatsuki. Although Ryosuke is stronger than Might Guy, who can open 5 gates, he has naturally reached the level of a super cage. As for whether he can reach the peak of the 5 greats, Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, Naruto, Sasuke, and Obito. The peak periods mentioned here certainly do not include the peak periods of Madara Uchiha, Naruto, Sasuke, and Obito's 6 paths, as there is no comparison. After all, he was powerful enough to open 5 gates, but he still felt that he was not at the level of opening 7 gates of the 8 gates formation. These people are undoubtedly at the super cage level. Taking on several cage-level figures at once would be no problem for them. Therefore, according to Ryosuke's own conjecture, defeating 2 very strong high-level cage-level opponents is still no problem at all. Once all the high-level combatants of Kumigakure are eliminated, the war will naturally end. His Uchiha clan is destined to win. Fugaku Uchiha did not expect that Ryosuke would remain so calm upon hearing this news, and even directly planned to start a war under such unfavorable conditions. There's probably only one reason why they did this. Their strength has reached an unfathomable level. At their peak, the Uchiha clan was not afraid of the power of an entire nation, Not even a strong village like the Hidden Cloud Village. That was the era of Madara Uchiha. Unfortunately, this guy eventually abandoned his family and defected to Konoha. Just then, a member of the tribe entered the meeting room. Clan head, the Hyuga clan leader, requests an audience. Fugaku didn't expect the head of the Hyuga clan to come. He must have received orders to fight from the third Hokage. It seems the other party is also panicked, otherwise they wouldn't have come looking for me so quickly. Please invite him into the reception room. Chapter 94, Decision. Hayashi Hyuga, who was waiting at the entrance of the Uchiha clan, was extremely anxious. They had previously received orders from the Hokage's Anbu to join forces with the Uchiha clan to deal with the ninja attacking Kumakage village. They naturally realized the implication in the other party's words. They were only allowed to send their two clans into battle without any support from village ninjas. Isn't this a joke? Even if their two clans are strong, could they be strong enough to fight against a village of ninjas? The situation is very different now than during the Warring States period. The villages nowadays are formed by the alliance of various ninja forces and commoner ninjas. The third Hokage probably wanted to send both of their clans into a fire pit. It seems that what happened before really angered the third Hokage, but he did it for his younger brother. He would absolutely never do this according to the Hokage's wishes. The reason they're rushing over here is to see what good countermeasures the Uchiha clan has, since the two clans are now on the same side. Just as they were getting impatient, the Uchiha clansmen from before arrived. Clan Chief Fugaku invites you. In the reception room, Fugaku Uchiha and Ryosuke were quietly savoring their tea. Beside them was a freshly brewed cup of tea, naturally reserved for the head of the Hyuga clan. One of them was genuinely calm, while the other became calm simply because he saw Ryosuke's calmness. Not long after, Hayashi Hyuga arrived at the reception room, led by a member of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku smiled as he looked at the arriving head of the Hyuga clan. Head of the Hyuga family, please have a cup of tea with me. Hayashi Hyuga looked at the steaming tea on the table. It was indeed freshly brewed. It seems the Uchiha clan still respects him as the head of the Hyuga clan, which makes him feel respected. However, he didn't come here for tea. He sat down and immediately began to speak. I wonder if Chief Fugaku has received any notification from the Hokage. Fugaku Uchiha calmly took a sip of tea and said with a composed expression, Of course I received it. Could it be that the Hyuga clan head came for this matter? Hayashi Hyuga was immediately surprised, but he tried his best to keep his expression calm. You already know all this, so why do you still look so relaxed? Things are about to get really urgent. Are true tycoons really this calm and collected? The Hyuga clan is also a powerful family, but in terms of heritage, it is indeed not as strong as the Uchiha clan. Since Chief Fugaku already knows, he must also know that the third Hokage instructed our two clans to deal with the attack from Kumakage village. This is utter nonsense. Should we join forces and ask the village for support? Although the Hyuga clan is involved in this matter, it is ultimately the conspiracy of Kumakage village. If our two clans are defeated in this war, I'm afraid the village will not fare any better. Fugaku Uchiha glanced at Ryosuke, who was savoring his fine tea, and felt confident. The Hyuga clan head need not be so pessimistic. Even if only our two clans join forces, it doesn't necessarily mean we will be defeated. Hayashi Hyuga's face remained calm, but his heart was in turmoil. As the head of a clan, the other party could not possibly be unaware of the difference between the power of two clans and the power of a single village. Although the Uchiha clan was indeed the main force in the battle between Konoha and Kirigakure during the Third Shinobi World War, they also received assistance from many Konoha ninjas. Furthermore, there was Might Guy, who possessed incredible strength by opening the 8 gates, instantly surpassing cage-level power. He directly killed 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The war was only just beginning and not entirely due to the Uchiha clan's efforts. Moreover, the enemy they are facing now, the Hidden Cloud Village, is undoubtedly superior to the Hidden Mist Village in terms of strength. He couldn't help but ask again, does Chief Fugaku mean that our two clans should directly wage war against Kumakage? Fugaku glanced at the composed Uchiha Ryosuke. The other side just meant to start a war immediately. Ryosuke's decision is absolutely correct. Otherwise, how could the Uchiha clan stand at the top of the ninja world in the future? He said it with great confidence. Head of the Hyuga clan, that's right, it's just our two clans going to fight. Even if we go to the Hokage to ask for support, I'm afraid he won't give us any help. Even he hadn't expected the Hokage to be so shameless, but this time, as long as they could defeat the hidden Cloud Village. The Uchiha clan's prestige naturally increased greatly. The combined strength of the two clans defeating the strength of a single village was truly formidable. Perhaps this was also part of Ryosuke's plan. It is necessary to instill in the Uchiha clan the determination to protect the village. During the Ninetales attack, the Konoha leadership and villagers all falsely accused the Uchiha clan of being responsible. But he himself didn't do it, so how could the other members of the clan have the ability to control the Ninetales? Even if they had the ability, it might be Uchiha Shisui, but Shisui was an Anbu member, a member of the Third Hokage's faction. How could he possibly do such a thing? Perhaps Ryosuke wanted to change the villagers' impression of the Uchiha clan through this battle. Thinking about it this way, Ryosuke Uchiha's move was truly brilliant. This is both a challenge and an opportunity. Hayashi Hyuga saw that Fugaku was actually planning to do this. This really surprised and shocked him. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably think the other party had lost their mind. But Fugaku Uchiha's attitude made him wonder if the Uchiha clan had a more powerful fighting force or a secret weapon. He had just noticed that Fugaku always looked at the other person in the meeting room before making a decision. He remembered this person. He had previously activated the Eight Gates formation. This made him wonder if this guy was one of the top fighters of the Uchiha clan. Suddenly, he remembered how Might Guy had killed 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, a feat far exceeding the normal cage level. Perhaps this Uchiha clansman could do the same thing. This explains why Fugaku Uchiha remained so calm. All right, then let's do as Chief Fugaku says, and our two clans will join forces to deal with this. Fugaku said with a smile. Then let's gather our men today and set off tomorrow. What do you think? All right, then let's do as Clan Chief Fugaku says. After the Hyuga clan agreed, they left the Uchiha clan's territory and returned to their own clan's base to concentrate their main fighting force. Actually, this was a decision made out of necessity. The Konoha leadership would not provide support, so the two clans had no choice but to fight each other. The confidence he had stemmed from the Uchiha clan. After the head of the Hyuga family left, Fugaku asked Ryosuke, "Ryosuke, do you think this arrangement is okay?" That's it. In fact, Ryosuke had no other opinions, since he didn't know how to deploy troops in ninja warfare. The reasoning behind this is simple. As long as he is strong enough to eliminate the leader of the opposing side, that's enough. Ordinary ninjas are like cannon fodder in a real battle, basically useless, especially in the eyes of a powerhouse at the shadow level. Chapter 95, The Terrifying Combat Power of the Hidden Cloud Village. After Ryosuke left, Fugaku began mobilizing the ninjas within his clan. The clan members were already prepared and cooperated fully with the clan leader's arrangements. As for the lack of support from the Konoha higher-ups, the proud Uchiha clan did not need to cooperate. Itachi Uchiha did not participate in the battle this time, but stayed in the village. This time, they selected 100 chunin and 15 jonin. Naturally, some clansmen still needed to remain to guard the clan and maintain the operation of the guard force. Fugaku Uchiha specifically asked the Grand Elder to come out and support him in presiding over important clan affairs, and the Grand Elder naturally did not refuse. When he learned that Ryosuke was going to participate in such a big battle, he couldn't help but worry and specifically told him to protect his safety. The Hyuga clan also dispatched 50 chunin and 10 jonin to the border to participate in the great battle. All those who participated in the battle gathered at the main gate of Konoha village. At Fugaku's command, the large army marched in a mighty procession toward the border between Konoha and Kumigakure. After they set off, Kakashi, who had been observing from the shadows, returned to the Hokage to report to the Third Hokage. In the Hokage's office, the Third Hokage was sitting in his seat. Seeing that Kakashi had already entered, he asked, Has the Uchiha clan already set off? That Uchiha Ryosuke must have gone along too, right? Kakashi nodded. Yes, they've already set off. I saw Uchiha Ryosuke in the crowd heading out to battle. Hiruzen Sarutobi was overjoyed, as Danzo had already informed him that a message had been sent to the fourth Raikage of Kumigakure. I believe the fourth Raikage won't refuse his proposal. Although it would sacrifice some of the village's interests, it would all be worth it as long as Uchiha Ryosuke could be killed. Ideally, Kumikage village should be able to wipe out most of the Uchiha clan members. Under his command, Itachi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha could also take the opportunity to seize power within the Uchiha clan. Then the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan can be completely eased. As for the Hyuga clan, they would rather believe the words of the Uchiha clan members than stand on his side as Hokage. Let's treat this as a lesson to them. Meanwhile, Kakashi in his office hesitated about whether to offer advice to the Hokage, but he served under the Hokage. After thinking about it for a long time, I finally made up my mind. After all, this is war, which concerns the future of the village, and this whole thing is really strange. Lord Hokage, is it not a good idea to assign the power of both clans to deal with the attack from Kumikage village this time? The third Hokage was displeased, but he still pretended to speak. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans are both major clans in the village, with outstanding fighting strength, which is enough to deal with Kumigakure. There is no need to worry. Kakashi was speechless. He just felt that this was very strange. Perhaps the Hokage had overlooked something, but in reality, the Hokage shouldn't have overlooked anything. Perhaps this is just a power struggle between high-ranking officials. He'd better stay out of it. Understood, Hokage-sama. Kakashi then left. The third Hokage then looked at the list that Danzo had sent on the table. It was the list of the people he wanted. It says that there is a Burame Torun of the Aburame clan, a genius of the Aburame clan, and Yamanaka Fu of the Yamanaka clan, who is also a genius. Aburame Torun is an exceptionally talented individual within the Aburame clan. The other is skilled in the art of mind transference. They are truly two promising talents. Danzo did a good job this time, so let's give it to him. A few days later, the allied forces of the two clans were approaching the border between Konoha and Kumigakure. Fugaku immediately ordered his troops to set up camp and rest, conserving their energy to deal with the ninjas from Kumigakure. Meanwhile, Fugaku, Ryosuke, and Yashiro Uchiha were quietly waiting in the tent for the return of the Hyuga clan head. Because the head of the Hyuga clan had personally led several of his clansmen to scout ahead, they had no reason to doubt the Byakugan's investigative capabilities. The Byakugan's detection capabilities are far superior to their Sharingan. About an hour later, the head of the Hyuga family finally entered the tent. This time, he personally led the team to the border to scout out the enemy's situation. This shows his caution, considering that the number of combat personnel from both of their races was relatively small this time. The slightest mistake could lead to total defeat, so he volunteered to take on the reconnaissance mission. This is also because his Byakugan power far surpasses that of his clansmen. Ordinary clansmen's Byakugan can only observe things within 1 kilometer, while he can even observe things more than 1 kilometer away. However, after identifying the enemy's main fighting force, his expression became even more grave. Fugaku Uchiha saw the head of the Hyuga clan enter the tent and asked him a question. Head of the Hyuga clan, how is the situation? The head of the Hyuga family spoke first. This time, Union Village only sent 300 people, which is twice the size of ours. But the main fighting force is terrifying. Not only the Two Tails Jinchuriki, but even the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and the Fourth Raikage have come. Upon hearing this, Fugaku and Yatsushiro Uchiha both became serious. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki was the most powerful weapon of war besides the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki once fought a great battle with Minato Namikaze, one of the 4 great warriors, and was slightly at a disadvantage. Now, 4 years later, that Eight Tails Jinchuriki is probably even more powerful. The Two-Tailed Jinchuriki was even hailed as the perfect Jinchuriki. These two are at least comparable to cage-level powerhouses, and yet they actually sent 2 of them. It seems that the tailed beasts of Cloud Shadow Village can now exert their normal combat power, otherwise they wouldn't have been mobilized. As for the fourth Raikage, he was a powerful figure among the cage-level shinobi. There has never been a weak Raikage throughout history. The difference in troop strength between the two sides is quite significant, and the opponent's advanced combat power is rather frightening. They have two clan leaders here, and it would be very difficult, even impossible, for them to defeat the tailed beasts alone. They could only hold them off. It can only be trapped and sealed with the help of backup ninjas. The head of the Hyuga family spoke at this moment. I am confident that I can hold off the fourth Raikage. Clan Chief Fugaku should also be able to hold off the tailed beast Jinchuriki, but the opponent also has a Jinchuriki who is a tailed beast. What should we do? Even if we were to spare some ninjas to fight, we would probably be at a disadvantage. Hayashi Hyuga analyzed the current situation, noting that even if the battle was divided into 3 fronts, all 3 were weak, and he saw no possibility of victory. Fugaku agreed with the Hyuga family head's words. Ryosuke, what do you think we should do? Hyuga Hayashi and Uchiha Yatsuho, who were present, all looked at Uchiha Ryosuke. Hayashi Hyuga guessed that this Ryosuke Uchiha must be a strong member of the Uchiha clan, otherwise Fugaku wouldn't have asked for his opinion. In Yashiro's eyes, Ryosuke was the representative of their radical faction, so naturally they should listen to his opinions. After all, he was a powerful figure who had kicked away the black-clad man who was the mastermind behind the Nine-Tails rampage. Ryosuke was also a bit speechless. Although Hayashi Hyuga's analysis was very clear, he overlooked the fact that there was also a strong person on their side, and that was him. Chapter 96, Proposal. Ryosuke said slowly. According to the information brought by the head of the Hyuga family, the number of people they sent this time is twice that of us. There are even 2 tailed beasts and the 4th Raikage himself coming to fight. The situation is really quite urgent. I propose that the 2 clan leaders hold off the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki on the other side, while I try to take down the 2 Tails Jinchuriki before going to support the others. What do you guys think? Although he estimated his strength to be at the level of a cage, it was still just an estimate. It's better to be more cautious at this point. The 2 Tails Jinchuriki should be an easy target. Compared to the other 2, their strength is probably a bit lower. The head of the Hyuga clan was very surprised when he heard his words. Could this guy really kill a tailed beast Jinchuriki? Is it arrogance or showing off? He didn't think the other party was showing off, and he certainly wouldn't tell such a lie in this situation. Even Fugaku didn't refute him. I never expected that this person would be so young yet possess such combat power. In contrast, his daughter Hinata still looks weak, which makes him feel a little uneasy. In the family, only his younger brother's son, Hyuga Neji, can be considered a top genius. However, they are a separate family, and even if he were willing to let this genius carry the family banner, the elders of the clan would not agree. When it comes to geniuses within a clan, the Uchiha clan truly stands out as a generation that produces a multitude of talented individuals, numerous and strong. He then spoke up. Since Ryosuke is confident that he can take down a tailed beast Jinchuriki, let him deal with the 2 Tails Jinchuriki. I will deal with the 4th Raikage. He is a Taijutsu ninja, and my Hyuga clan is also skilled in Taijutsu. I should be able to hold him off. So, when Fugaku was dealing with the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, his Sharingan should be able to exert some influence on the tailed beasts, right? If the 2 of us can hold off the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, and then Ryosuke can defeat their reinforcements, then there is a chance of winning this war, or at least we can remain undefeated. He felt that this arrangement made perfect sense. It gave him hope of victory, a hope brought about by the Uchiha clan. This is the source of the Uchiha clan's confidence. Such an amazing young man has appeared. Being able to defeat a 2 Tails Jinchuriki is already a remarkable feat. The Sharingan Genjutsu of the Uchiha clan can even be used on tailed beasts, so they should have an advantage against the tailed beast Jinchuriki. His efforts to remain undefeated were not due to a lack of confidence, but rather because the 4th Raikage's Taijutsu was also at the pinnacle of the current ninja world. Fugaku found the other person's words to be quite reasonable. Indeed, his Sharingan Genjutsu could affect the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts. Ryosuke is probably the strongest of the three. If he quickly eliminates the Two Tails Jinchuriki and then goes to help the allied ninja forces of the two clans, then the victory of this war will tilt in their favor. He looked at Ryosuke. Ryosuke, the victory in this war depends on you. Ryosuke nodded. Just as he had thought, this war still depended on him. I'll also use the Two Tails Jinchuriki to test my own fighting power. At this moment, Fugaku looked at the head of the Hyuga clan. That's settled then. Also, I'd like to trouble the Hyuga clan head to send people to keep a close watch on the surrounding area so that the main force can rest and recuperate properly. We'll begin our battle with Kumigakure tomorrow. The head of the Hyuga clan nodded. Such matters should be handled by the Hyuga clan. The Hidden Cloud village is stationed at a camp on the border. The fourth Raikage had already learned of the arrival of the allied shinobi forces of Konoha, thanks to intelligence gathering from his spies. Indeed, there are only these two clans. Both clans are easy to distinguish. The pupils of the Hyuga clan are different from those of ordinary people. They are white. Even though the Uchiha clan wears green vests, they still have a unique clan emblem on their backs, a fan-shaped emblem. It turns out that only ninjas from these two clans came. It seems the letter wasn't a lie. This time, we must devour both tribes. This greatly reduced the power of Konoha village. What foolish Konoha village leaders. The Konoha leadership, believing they had won in their internal strife, were unaware that their village was about to be mired in a quagmire. The Land of Fire is surrounded by three powerful forces: the Sand Village of the Land of Wind, the Mist Village of the Land of Water, and the Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning. They all harbored the ambition to gradually annex the Land of Wood and Fire. Konoha Village and the Land of Fire are the richest and most populous ninja villages in the world. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a vast expanse of land? After defeating these two clans, Kumigakure will become the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world, and at the same time, it will make the Land of Fire give up its fertile land. He immediately ordered his subordinates to pass on the message. Get some rest, everyone. We'll be ready for the battle tomorrow. The border between the two countries is a wide area, suitable for fighting. The next day, the allied ninjas of the two clans of Konoha village also slowly advanced towards the border. With the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan scouting them, they were not worried about encountering any threats. Moreover, the terrain was becoming wider and wider, and there was simply nowhere for people to hide. At the same time, the fourth Raikage also arrived at the border with his army of ninjas, and the two armies faced each other from afar. Fugaku Uchiha looked at the fourth Raikage wearing a hat with the number 4 on it and questioned him. Fourth Raikage, what is the meaning of your gathering a large army and approaching the border of my Land of Fire? Do you intend to start another war? The fourth Raikage remained silent, observing that, just as the letter stated, the combined forces of the two races were indeed few in number. Furthermore, the Hidden Cloud village not only had superior, high-end combat power compared to their opponents, but they had also brought along the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts. With twice as many Jonin and Chunin as the enemy, this war is in the bag, he said with a smile. Your Konoha village murdered our Kumigakure peace envoy, and you still haven't given us an explanation. We sent troops simply to seek justice. Don't think that Kumigakure is easy to bully. Before the war begins, if you hand over the head of the Higami family and that bastard named Uchiha Ryosuke, we will immediately withdraw our troops. Of course, it's impossible for them to retreat. If the other party hands over the head of the Hyuga clan to them, they can weaken the opponent's top combat power and also damage the opponent's fighting spirit, achieving multiple benefits in one fell swoop. Chapter 97, Hayashi Hyuga vs the Fourth Raikage. Upon hearing the fourth Raikage's words, Ryosuke Uchiha was completely bewildered. It turns out he was involved in this too. Could it be that he hated him because he had thwarted the other party's plan? The head of the Hyuga family, who was standing at the front, was furious. The fourth Raikage is shameless enough to throw mud at people on the battlefield. It was clearly your Hidden Cloud village that tried to kidnap my daughter and steal the Byakugan, the bloodline limit of my Hyuga clan. Still stirring up trouble here. Don't think that just because your hidden cloud village is easy to bully, my hidden leaf village is easy to bully too. At this moment, Fugaku Uchiha also spoke up. Head of the Hyuga family, there is no need to be angry. The other side is just trying to undermine our morale. He looked at the fourth Reikage. If you want war, then let's fight. Stop talking nonsense. The fourth Reikage hadn't expected the other side to hand over the person so easily. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a big fuss and delayed the allied shinobi forces' arrival at the border. Then, let's fight. As planned, Hayashi Hyuga was the first to step forward, pointing angrily at the fourth Reikage. You old bastard, fourth Reikage, do you dare to fight? The fourth Reikage was stunned for a moment. Was that old bastard calling him? His face gradually turned angry. He was in the prime of his life. How could he be an old scoundrel? Moreover, this Hyuga clan head isn't exactly young either. You bastard, who's afraid of who? However, he did not rush out immediately, but instead gave instructions to the people behind him. The war is about to begin. I'll take care of this guy first, then I'll come and support you. Yujito and Killer B, neither of you hold back, this is war. The others will assist the two-tailed beasts. After saying that, he suddenly rushed out of the group and swung his fist at the head of the Hyuga family. The opponent is, after all, the head of a powerful clan in Konoha, so he should be quite strong. It's a good opportunity to test his enhanced strength after training. In a duel against the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, if he were alone, he would have lost. After that, he trained diligently and pushed his speed to its limit. Now, his speed is comparable to that of Minato Namikaze. Hopefully, this Hyuga clan head won't disappoint him and won't be defeated in one blow. The ninjas from Kumigakure behind him naturally acted in accordance with the Reikage's orders. They have great faith in the Reikage's strength. The Hyuga clan does have some fighting strength, but it's definitely not top tier. The Reikage, on the other hand, is primarily an offensive force, so there's no possibility of defeat for him. In the open space, the head of the Hyuga clan faced the Reikage's attack. Instead of dodging, he took the punch head-on and realized how powerful his opponent was. As expected of the fourth Reikage, he was indeed strong. The fourth Reikage was also excited. His opponent was indeed quite strong, not just an ordinary Jonin who couldn't even withstand his normal attacks. They attacked with increasing force. Both sides fought barehanded without using any weapons, which suited their style perfectly. At this moment, Hayashi Hyuga also began to manipulate his chakra, integrating it into his arm, and through combat, he injected his chakra into his opponent's body, thereby damaging the opponent's chakra meridian system and internal organs. Against Taijutsu ninjas, Hayashi Hyuga gains an advantage as the battle progresses, which is why he dares to face a powerhouse like the fourth Reikage. Having mastered Jutsu, a type of Taijutsu, he is the natural enemy of Taijutsu ninjas. However, he might not be effective against other cage-level ninjas. However, the fourth Reikage was a Taijutsu ninja. The fourth Reikage, who was fighting him, quickly discovered that the invading chakra was damaging the meridians in his arm. He immediately distanced himself and said with a serious expression, "The gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. They just pull these little tricks." Then, his hands were filled with chakra, and he used it to wash away the opponent's chakra from his arms. Hayashi Hyuga, however, wore a smile on his face. If it's just a small trick, why did the fourth Reikage retreat? Isn't this just a small trick? As he expected, his jujitsu did indeed counter his opponent's physical techniques. Perhaps this will be the time for the Hyuga clan to become famous throughout the ninja world. He even came up with a bolder method. Originally, he only wanted to hold off the fourth Reikage and prevent him from combining his A and B duo. If the A and B duo were to combine their powers, perhaps only a genius ninja like the fourth Hokage would be able to defeat them. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, recognized him as a commoner genius. Such geniuses are extremely rare. Enraged by his words, the fourth Reikage unleashed a massive amount of chakra, covering his body with a layer of blue chakra that transformed into lightning for defense. This is his lightning release chakra mode. It possesses astonishing defensive capabilities. Under the protection of the lightning armor, it was impossible for the opponent's gentle fist to inject chakra into his body. In this state, his speed also reached its limit. In an instant, it started charging towards the head of the Hyuga clan. He threw a punch directly at the head of the Hyuga family. His simplest attack is his strongest attack. The head of the Hyuga clan was startled and quickly spun around as blue chakra surged from his body. Back to the days. It directly sent the attacking fourth Raikage flying. His move is an absolute defense that can deflect all physical attacks. Although he deflected the fourth Raikage, his expression turned serious. Although he had a judo technique to counter his opponent, the opponent's attack power was indeed very strong. Even with absolute defense, he still felt an astonishing destructive force. The fourth Raikage, who had been knocked away, landed steadily, and seeing that his attack had actually been deflected by the opponent, burst into laughter. Not bad defense. Let's see if your defense is stronger or my attack is stronger. Hayashi Hyuga realized that the battle between the two sides would not end anytime soon, so he headed away into the distance. The fourth Raikage paused for a moment, then immediately gave chase. This was exactly what he wanted. Even if his opponent possessed strange jujitsu and that defensive technique, he would absolutely not lose. He had complete confidence in himself because he still had his strongest move to unleash. Meanwhile, Killer Bee, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, and Yujiro Nae, the Two Tails Jinchuriki, watched the fourth Raikage getting further and further away, and it was time for them to make their move. Killer Bee addressed the allied shinobi forces behind him. You two can assist the two of us from behind. Yes, the ninjas from Kumigakure immediately replied that this was exactly what they wanted. They didn't want to get caught in the tailed beast's attack range. Killer Bee and Yujiro Ne exchanged a glance and simultaneously began their half-tailed beast transformations. Red chakra condensed on their bodies, enveloping their entire forms. Killer Bee had 4 tails appear behind her, while Yujiro Ne had 1 tail, but her fingernails and toenails had long, sharp spikes growing out of them. Both of them exuded an incredibly powerful aura. The Uchiha and Hyuga clan ninjas were somewhat frightened by what they saw. Isn't this a Jinchuriki of a tailed beast? Tailed beast Jinchuriki are terrifying weapons of mass destruction on the battlefield. Many Jonin and Chunin couldn't help but swallow hard. To become a Chunin in the village, especially a Chunin from a powerful clan, was already a sign of a very strong ninja. However, in the face of such war weapons, they are nothing more than cannon fodder. Chapter 98 Uchiha Ryosuke vs Two Tails Jinchuriki. Seeing this, Fugaku Uchiha, not wanting them to back down before the battle even began, offered words of comfort. Don't be afraid. The tailed beast Jinchuriki will naturally be dealt with. Your opponents are not these tailed beasts, but the ninjas of Kumigakure. Hearing these words, the Uchiha and Hyuga clan members felt somewhat relieved. Although they are prepared to go to the battlefield without fear of death, they still tremble when facing a tailed beast-level opponent. At this moment, Fugaku looked at Ryosuke. I'll take care of the 8 tails, and you can take care of the 2 tails. That should free up your hands sooner, right? The current situation is not good either. I didn't expect there to be so many ninjas from Kumigakure. In terms of numbers, they are far more numerous than the ninjas of both their clans. They need someone among their top combatants to be free to deal with those ninjas, otherwise they will lose this war. Ryosuke gave an affirmative answer. Don't worry, you should be able to free up your hands. Fugaku felt very relieved after hearing this. At this moment, not only the Hyuga clan members, but also most of the Uchiha clan members stared wide-eyed. As the head of his clan, it's understandable that Fugaku Uchiha was able to hold off the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. After all, the Uchiha clan is a true elite family. Even if the clan leader's combat strength is poor, it won't be too bad. In fact, if the clan is strong, they are top-tier powerhouses. The Hyuga clan had basically never heard of Ryosuke's achievements and were unaware of his true strength. However, the fact that they were able to defeat a tailed beast Jinchuriki, even if that tailed beast was only the 2-tailed tailed beast Jinchuriki, is still terrifying enough. At least among the Hyuga clan members, apart from the clan leader, no one else possesses the ability to defeat a tailed beast single-handedly. How could we not surprise them? In the hearts of most Uchiha clan members, Ryosuke's ability to defeat Uchiha Itachi was indeed a genius, but they did not know that he possessed such terrifying combat power. Aside from Fugaku Uchiha, only Inahai Uchiha and Hakashiro Uchiha knew Ryosuke's strength. Because Ryosuke severely injured the black-clad man, who was the true mastermind behind the nine-tailed fox's rampage, and the black man was a ruthless figure who could fight the fourth Hokage and even use genjutsu to control the nine-tailed fox. And now, it seems that only the Uchiha clan leader and Shisui have the opportunity to control the tailed beasts. Of course, this is just their speculation and has not been verified in practice. Because these two are the two with the strongest sharing power in the clan, and now we might also have to add Uchiha Ryosuke. Even a member of the Hyuga clan couldn't help but ask a member of the Uchiha clan standing next to him. Is this guy really that good? This Uchiha clansman certainly understood what the other party meant, whether Uchiha Ryosuke could defeat the Jinchuriki of the Kumigakure. However, although he was also a member of the Uchiha clan, he was genuinely unsure of the truth of the matter. But since it was said by the clan chief himself, how could it be wrong? He immediately gave his approval. Of course can. The Hyuga clansman then felt relieved and settled down. I never expected that the Uchiha clan would produce such a powerful person again. At this moment, Fugaku Uchiha activated his three-tamo Sharingan and charged directly at the eight-tails Jinchuriki, wielding a longsword and engaging in battle with him. Facing the eight-tails Jinchuriki who had activated his half-tailed beast form, he had to be extremely careful in the fight, not pursuing victory through offense, but rather taking a steady and defensive approach. The opponent's knife skills were extremely sharp, especially when using 8 knives simultaneously. This put considerable pressure on Fugaku. A hasty attack could lead to his death. His task was simply to stall the opponent. Killer Bee, however, launched an attack with great excitement. The head of the Uchiha clan is indeed quite capable. But as long as you are eliminated, this war will be over and your Konoha village will be defeated. Fugaku Uchiha remained calm. Come and try if you have the ability. Later, while fighting the eight-tails Jinchuriki, he gradually shifted the battlefield away, giving Ryosuke enough space to prevent the eight-tails Jinchuriki from rushing to support the two-tails Jinchuriki when things went wrong. Kurabi, however, had never even considered such a question. Behind them was a tailed beast-level fighter and twice the number of elite ninjas as Konoha village ninjas. He didn't need to worry about anything behind him, he only needed to eliminate the person in front of him. At this moment, Ryosuke saw them leave and realized Fugaku's intention. He wanted to test his current strength. He walked directly toward the two-tails Jinchuriki, who exuded a terrifying aura. She's quite a beauty. Perhaps we could capture her and take her as a prisoner. In fact, the beauties of Kumigakure are truly worthy of being from the north. They have enviable figures, and there are many beautiful women there as well. Faced with such an opponent, he activated his three-tamo Sharingan as a precaution. The two-tails Jinchuriki saw an Uchiha clansman walking directly towards her. Although she was a member of the Uchiha clan with three-tamo, her face carried a hint of disdain. Do they really think that the Uchiha clan can be arrogant and conceited? Could it be that a mere individual could defeat her, the two-tails Jinchuriki? She moved her limbs directly, rushing towards the person in front of her with lightning speed, and swung her sharp claws directly at the other person's chest. Die to me. Ryosuke, however, saw through all of his opponent's movements with his three-tamo Sharingan and easily dodged the attack by turning slightly to the side. He praised it. The speed is not bad. Yujiro was surprised that her attack was dodged, but she did not stop attacking and thrust her hands and feet at her opponent again. After a series of attacks, none of them managed to hit the opponent. Although Ryosuke dodged the attack, he felt some pressure. The tailed beast inside the opponent's body is a cat. After it partially transformed into a tailed beast, its attack methods became somewhat like a cat's, involving scratching and clawing. It is indeed very fast, and its attack methods are extremely sharp. Against an ordinary Jonin, it would be an overwhelming victory, but against him, it's not enough. Chapter 99 Complete Tailed Beast Transformation. Unable to break through the two-tails Jinchuriki's defenses, he chose to create distance. Her face was filled with surprise. Her opponent had actually dodged all of her attacks. How can this be? Keep in mind that she is a Jonin, and after activating her half-tailed beast form, her physical abilities are enhanced. Dealing with elite Jonin is a piece of cake. How could they not even be able to touch a single hair on the opponent's head? They immediately became cautious. This guy was no ordinary person. Another powerful figure had emerged from the Uchiha clan, but I have absolutely no recollection of this person. I couldn't help but ask. Who are you? Uchiha Ryosuke said calmly. Uchiha clan member, Uchiha Ryosuke, remember this name well. Now I'm going to get serious. Then he clenched his fists and opened all 4 gates of the 8 gates formation, unleashing a powerful aura with light green steam rising from his body. He is now comparable to Might Guy at his peak, having opened 5 of the 8 gates. Judging from the battle just now, he was only slightly stronger than his opponent due to his physical strength. He was mostly able to see the opponent's attack patterns by relying on his eyes. After all, these Sharingan eyes have undergone 2 major enhancements in eye power. They are top tier even among the 3 Tamo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. At this moment, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki also realized that this person was the Uchiha clansman that the 4th Raikage had ordered to be killed. How could their strength be so great? Previously, no one in the ninja world had ever heard of such a person. Suddenly, her expression changed drastically. The opponent charged straight at her with incredible speed, and she hurriedly stretched out her hands to block the attack. Upon first contact, one could feel the opponent's immense power. Their bodies were sent flying backward uncontrollably, returning to the front of the allied shinobi forces of Kumigakure. The members of both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans were shocked. This person named Uchiha Ryosuke was far too powerful. Even though Uchiha Hakairo and Anahisa knew how powerful Ryosuke was, they never expected him to be so strong that he could kick away a half-tailed beast Jinchuriki. Yashiro was extremely excited. Ryosuke truly lived up to his reputation as the future light of the family. Even the renowned Uchiha Shisui wasn't this simple and brutal. He relied more on his unique body flicker technique to maneuver around his enemies, seize their weaknesses, and deliver a fatal blow. Ryosuke, on the other hand, possesses overwhelming combat power. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki, who was sent flying backward, kept adjusting his posture in the air and barely managed to stabilize himself when he landed, so as not to fall flat on his back. The 2 Jinchuriki stared intently at Uchiha Ryosuke, their hearts pounding with shock. What kind of ninjutsu was this? How did you suddenly become so powerful? That green steam emanating from its body, it might not be ninjutsu, but some kind of taijutsu. She sensed the other party's power and felt an involuntary pressure in her heart, just like facing the 4th Raikage at full power. How can this be? Isn't the Uchiha clan supposed to be skilled in genjutsu and fire release techniques? How could someone with such strong physical skills appear? Upon seeing this, Darui and Zai, who were surprised that the village's top fighter was beaten so badly, came to her side and couldn't help but ask her with concern. Yukido, are you all right? The 2 Yujido spoke with solemn expressions. It's all right, it's just that this guy in front of us is not easy to deal with, and he's the one that the 4 Raikage specifically ordered to be killed. Maboy's gaze sharpened. It was actually this terrifying person. No wonder the Konoha higher-ups wanted to kill him. This guy is so young, yet he has such fighting power. He will probably be an even more difficult opponent in the future. Once he fully matures, he will not only be a formidable enemy of the Konoha leadership, who are at odds with the Uchiha clan, but also of the Kumakage village. They must find a way to eliminate such a powerful future foe. It's a pity that the Uchiha clan no longer belongs to the Land of Lightning. Otherwise, if they were a powerful ninja clan belonging to the Land of Lightning and had cooperated with the Hidden Cloud Village, they would have been able to dominate the ninja world, and the internal strife that happened in the Hidden Leaf Village would not have occurred. However, now that they have left the Land of Lightning, they are already enemies. Even the blonde-haired He had a solemn expression. He had patted his chest and assured the 4th Raikage that he would definitely kill Uchiha Ryosuke. But after going to the battlefield, he found out that this guy was actually so strong. Even if he, Mabui, and Darui joined forces, they probably wouldn't be a match for the opponent because the opponent's attack was just too fast. It was easy to defeat the three of them one by one. She looked at Yukido. Yujido, let's join forces. Only in this way can we kill this guy. Yukido shook his head. No need, it's useless for you to go up there. The opponent is too fast. You can't defeat them by numbers. They'll just be defeated one by one. Now that things have come to this, I'm going to use the Tailed Beast Ultimate Mode. Everyone, stay away and don't get caught in the crossfire. Mabu's expression changed. Was he really going to completely transform into a tailed beast? She had witnessed the terrifying scene when the 8 tails went berserk, and the complete form of the 2 tails was also extremely powerful. Then be careful. Complete tailed beast transformation weakens the seal's power. If the tailed beast starts causing trouble, it might lose its mind. Yukido, however, calmly said, "Don't worry, I've already reached an agreement with Nyo Matatabi, and he definitely won't cause any trouble. The 2 tails is a very polite and gentle-tailed beast, unlike other tailed beasts who are crazy and dark." This is why she was able to become a perfect Jinchuriki. Mabui relaxed after hearing her words. The 3 of them then retreated, for the battle that followed was beyond the reach of ordinary mortals like themselves. After the group retreated, Yujido, the 2 tails Jinchuriki, released the seal within her body, and a large amount of tailed beast chakra surged out, enveloping her entire body. After a cloud of white smoke, a gigantic demon cat covered in blue chakra flames appeared on the vast battlefield. The appearance of such a terrifying creature on the battlefield stirred up memories for the Uchiha and Hyuga clansmen. That was the 9-tailed fox that appeared during the 9-tailed fox's rampage. The demonic cat in front of them seemed as powerful and huge as that 9-tailed fox, and everyone couldn't help but feel terrified. If the opponent's half-tailed beast form possessed immense power before, it now has the strength to destroy an entire village. Uchiha Hachimoku also looked on in astonishment as his opponent unleashed his true form, the complete tailed beast transformation. His aura and physique alone made him feel his own insignificance. Uchiha Inahai, who was standing next to him, also asked, "Elder 8, should we go and support Ryosuke? This tailed beast is terrifying, the aura it exudes is incredibly powerful." Uchiha Hakairo forced himself to calm down. "Let's wait and see. We need to trust Ryosuke. This isn't a war we can participate in. One wrong move and we'll be dead. Don't cause trouble for Ryosuke. It'll only distract him from protecting us." "All right." Daehyo could only nod helplessly and agree. He didn't know how to deal with such a huge creature. Looking at the blue flames covering its body, he guessed that it had a high level of fire resistance. The Uchiha clan's prized fireball jutsu is unlikely to cause it any effective damage. Meanwhile, the ninjas from Kumigakure, seeing their Jinchuriki in his complete tailed beast form, retreated as planned, leaving enough space for the tailed beast to unleash its power. Their job is simply to provide remote support. Once the 2 tails Jinchuriki has killed the Uchiha clansmen, the next challenge will be the combined forces of the 2 opposing clans. Chapter 100, confronting the 2 tails Jinchuriki in complete tailed beast transformation, the 2 tails Jinchuriki looked arrogantly at the tiny person before him. "Prepare to die." He directly condensed the tailed beast's chakra and spat out a blue fireball as large as a small mountain, intending to burn Uchiha Ryosuke to ashes. Upon seeing the opponent's blue fireball, Uchiha Ryosuke immediately adopted a beam-based attack method. He formed hand seals and simultaneously drew chakra into his mouth, spitting out a fireball that was as large as a small mountain. Fire release, great fireball technique. Ryosuke, who used this ninjutsu, was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected his great fireball technique to be so powerful. This surprised him quite a bit. Perhaps it was related to his increased chakra, or perhaps it was related to the endless chakra surging within his body after he opened the 8 gates. This scene greatly inspired the Uchiha clan. What a powerful fireball technique. No wonder it's the work of the Uchiha clan. Compared to Ryosuke's superior taijutsu, they admired his fire-style ninjutsu even more, as their Uchiha clan was renowned in the ninja world for its fire-style techniques. At this moment, the enormous blue fireball and the orange fireball collided directly in midair, producing a powerful explosion that sent flames scattering across the sky and created a strong shockwave. Even the wooden figure was astonished by the sight. Only by fully transforming into a tailed beast could I unleash such a tailed beast-level fireball. I never expected that the opponent would also possess such an ability. Just then, a voice rang in his mind. "Yukido, be careful, this guy is pretty strong." It was the voice coming from the two-tailed beast Matatabi inside him. Yujido was well aware of the opponent's strength, otherwise he wouldn't have activated the full-tailed beast transformation mode directly. This condition puts a lot of strain on the body, so it's best to deal with the other person as soon as possible. She moved her limbs at an extremely fast speed towards Uchiha Ryosuke, swinging her huge front paws at him. Ryosuke leaped backward to dodge the attack, but the ground where he had been standing had been dug into a huge crater by the opponent's claws. A look of surprise involuntarily appeared on his face. Logically, once the opponent has fully transformed into a tailed beast, their body has become extremely large, and their movement speed should have slowed down. But in reality, not only did the speed not decrease, it became even faster, and its power increased many times over. Yujido the Two-Tailed was slightly surprised to see that her opponent was able to dodge her attack, and at the same time used both claws to grab her opponent directly. Ryosuke's current strength is enough to withstand the opponent's attack head-on. But when the opponent's huge claws attacked, he instinctively dodged. After all, they are now fighting a terrifying behemoth. Although he has only opened 4 gates so far, his powerful physical attributes make him comparable to Might Guy at his peak, who has opened all 5 gates of the 8 gates. Logically speaking, it should be able to withstand the weaknesses of the tailed beasts, since there has never been a reference point. After making up his mind, he decided to give it a try. Given his current physical strength and recovery ability, even if he gets injured, it shouldn't be too serious. Before the opponent could swing its giant claws again, Ryosuke did not choose to dodge this time, but instead swung his fist to block it head-on, resulting in a stalemate. This result greatly shocked the two Yukidos. They wanted to use greater force to break through the opponent's defense. However, even with the current power of his behemoth, he was unable to break through the opponent's defenses. This result caused both Yujido and Yujido, who were inside the tailed beasts, to exclaim in surprise. How can this be? How could human power possibly compare to her current state as a fully formed tailed beast? What kind of martial arts technique did the opponent use? Even though her power wasn't that strong just now, she felt that she should be able to crush her opponent when she fully transformed into a tailed beast. At this moment, Ryosuke also became more assertive. It seems that the giant beast in front of us is nothing special, nothing remarkable at all. Or perhaps he underestimated himself. After all, he was just a two-tailed creature. His face became more composed and calm. Now let me play with you for a while. Yujido the Two-Tailed was immediately enraged. Damn it, don't be so arrogant. I don't believe that a mortal body can fight against a tailed beast. Why don't you try and see? Ryosuke took the initiative to attack this time. Taking advantage of his speed, he directly reached the side of his opponent and swung his fist down at the opponent's huge body. This caused the massive tailed beast's body to tilt downwards. The two Jinchuriki were furious. Damn it, I can't keep up with the other guy's speed. Fortunately, she is now in full tailed beast form, otherwise this attack would have been enough to seriously injure her. However, if she manages to grab the opponent's frail body even once, the destructive power of the tailed beast is enough to severely injure the opponent's body. Enduring the opponent's attack, it swung its giant claws and reached out to grab Uchiha Ryosuke. In an instant, the ground shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. At this moment, both the Hyuga and Uchiha clansmen were stunned. Is such a battle truly something that humans can accomplish? This is practically a battle between humans and beasts. Humans are actually able to put up such a fight against a giant-tailed beast with their own bodies. This fighting style was also an eye-opener for them. The members of the Hyuga clan were very envious. The Uchiha clan has produced someone capable of fighting against a tailed beast, and at such a young age, their future achievements are unimaginable. The 8th Hokage of Uchiha was astonished that Ryosuke's combat power was comparable to that of a tailed beast. At this moment, he felt that Uchiha Ryosuke was the most outstanding genius of the Uchiha clan. The previous most outstanding genius was Uchiha Shisui, but even Shisui could not possibly possess such combat power. There is hope of victory in this war. Chapter 101 Ninjutsu Clash. In contrast to the excitement of the Konoha clan alliance, the Cloud Village side wore dark expressions. Even if the Two-Tails Jinchuriki were to fully transform into his tailed beast form, he wouldn't be able to defeat this Uchiha clansman. In fact, the opponent had a clear advantage due to his speed, and the Two-Tails Jinchuriki was no match for him. At this moment, the golden-haired ninja from Kumigakure also made a suggestion. How about we use remote ninjutsu to assist the Two-Tails Jinchuriki? If this continues, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki might even be defeated. Mabuai calmly shook his head and said, "No, you all saw how fast this Uchiha clansman is, right? He's incredibly fast, and his size is much smaller than the Two-Tails. Even if we launch a long-range ninjutsu attack, we might miss the enemy and end up hurting our own people instead. This will not only fail to help, but will also hinder the Two-Tails Jinchuriki." As I knew the other person was right, and said somewhat dejectedly, "What should we do then? We can't just stand by and watch." At this moment, Ma Buyi calmly spoke. "How can there be nothing to do? Let the Two-Tails Jinchuriki hold them off. Even with their terrifying speed, they probably won't be able to defeat the Two-Tails anytime soon. We need to annihilate the Konoha allied shinobi forces in front of us. We outnumber them by 2 to the maximum, which is enough to wipe them out. Then let's find out what happens and help the Two-Tails Jinchuriki." Hearing what Mabui said, Zai was very excited. Nice suggestion. Then he looked at the many Cloud Village ninjas behind him. "All those who can use ranged ninjutsu, move forward and fire your ninjutsu at the Konoha allied forces camp." He planned to bombard his opponent with a long-range ninjutsu attack before engaging in a direct confrontation, thereby reducing the opponent's combat strength. Some of the ninjas from Kumigakure are skilled in swordsmanship, while others are skilled in lightning release ninjutsu. All the ninjas skilled in ranged attacks stepped forward voluntarily. They immediately began forming hand seals, and for a moment the entire camp was filled with flashes of electricity. Uchiha Hikairo clearly noticed the situation on the Cloud Village side. They wanted to launch a long-range ninjutsu bombardment. He smirked, a smile playing on his lips. The Uchiha clan has never been afraid of ninjutsu clashes. Even though his side has fewer people, they are basically all Uchiha clan members, and they all know fire-style ninjutsu. All Uchiha clan members stepped forward and immediately unleashed fire-release ninjutsu at the enemy's Cloud Village position. One by one, the Uchiha clan members showed excitement, stepped forward, formed hand seals, inhaled with a slight expansion of their abdomens, and then spat out a fireball into the air, shooting it towards the Cloud Village's position. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. In an instant, countless fireballs filled the sky, turning it red. Meanwhile, the Cloud Village side also unleashed a large number of lightning shield ninjutsu. Countless bolts of lightning were also fired towards the Konoha allied forces camp. At that moment, orange fireballs and blue lightning streaked across the sky. Some of the fireballs and lightning bolts met in midair and exploded directly. Some of the fireballs did not collide with the lightning, but instead struck the hidden Cloud Village's camp, exploding and burning more than 30 hidden Cloud Village ninjas who were unable to dodge in time. Similarly, the lightning shield ninjutsu launched by the hidden Cloud Village also injured many Uchiha clan members with electricity. At this point, the Hyuga clan was powerless, as they lacked long-range attack capabilities. However, they had brought medical ninjas with them, so they quickly provided basic treatment to the wounded who had been hit. At the Cloud Village's position, Zai looked on with resentment, thinking, "Damn the Uchiha clan." Although I hate to admit it, when it comes to ranged attacks, lightning attacks have a smaller range and are indeed not as powerful as the opponent's great fireball technique. Fortunately, we had more people on our side, otherwise we probably wouldn't have been able to engage in a ninjutsu duel with the enemy. Even so, they are still at a disadvantage. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, follow me and attack the ninjas of Konoha village." The Cloud Village ninjas, who still had fighting strength, followed him and charged forward to engage in close combat. At this moment, the Hyuga clan saw the enemy charging towards them and realized it was time for them to make their move. When it came to close combat, they were not afraid. The Uchiha clan was equally excited. Go, go, go! The Uchiha clan were also warlike, and each of them had awakened the Sharingan. They prepared to fight the enemy. Uchiha Ryosuke, who was still fighting the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, frowned upon seeing this situation. Even though the Hyuga and Uchiha clans were powerful, there was still a huge difference in numbers between the two sides. If the battle dragged on, both clans would likely suffer heavy casualties. Since these are the people I trained, I can't just let them die on the battlefield like this. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki then spoke with a smile. "Kid, I admit you are indeed very strong, but you are only one person. As long as we can hold you back, the victory of Kumigakure will be ours on the front lines." As for the other two battlefields, she didn't think the fourth Reikage and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki would lose to their respective opponents. As for myself, even if I can't defeat the opponent, I can at least slow down their progress. If the other side goes to provide support, then I am not afraid, because my destructive power in full-tailed beast form is much higher than theirs. She has another powerful ability that can change the landscape, but she hasn't used it yet. Ryosuke's expression gradually calmed down at this moment. "Trying to stall me? Come and try if you have the ability." His eyes then turned even more crimson, and waves of pupil power emanated from his eyeballs. Sharingan Genjutsu. This technique is the Uchiha clan Genjutsu used by Obito Uchiha to control the Nine Tails. This is a good opportunity to test whether this technique can control the Two Tails. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki realized something was wrong when he saw those scarlet Sharingan eyes. This happened when the other party was using Genjutsu, and when she realized that the other party had activated the Sharingan Genjutsu, her body suddenly became unable to move. At that moment, her chakra surged, and she was able to regain control of her body. Knowing that it was Matatabi helping him break free from the other party's illusion, he thanked Matatabi in his heart. Looking at Uchiha Ryosuke in front of him, he couldn't help but laugh. "It's no use, your illusions don't work on me." With the help of the tailed beasts, the opponent's Genjutsu, which uses the Sharingan to manipulate one's chakra, is basically ineffective. Chapter 102, Defeating the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. When Uchiha Ryosuke saw that his Sharingan Genjutsu had failed to control his opponent, he stopped casting the Genjutsu. With the help of the tailed beast within him, his Genjutsu couldn't control the opponent's chakra and couldn't make the opponent fall into an illusion. In order not to waste any time, he directly focused his chakra on the fifth gate, the Gate of Death, located on his spine. With a bang, it broke through. A violent energy emanated from his body. Blue-green steam began to rise from his body, radiating a powerful aura. With a stomp of its body, it created a large crater in the ground, and the reaction force propelled it forward like a cannonball towards the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. He punched the opponent's huge head directly. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki was shocked. His opponent had arrived in front of him in an instant. I tried to stop it, but it was too late. I could only take it with my face. One punch sent the entire tailed beast crashing to the ground, and this wasn't the end of it. The powerful impact left long scratches on the ground as the fallen tailed beast fell. Yujiro the Two-Tails was spared serious injury because she was inside a tailed beast, but her face was now filled with surprise. How is that possible? The opponent's speed has reached a new level. Their previous speed is incomparable to their current speed. She was completely caught off guard. She sensed that the person in front of her was extremely dangerous. Ryosuke had no intention of letting his opponent off so easily. He stomped on the ground again, causing it to cave in, and his body shot towards the tailed beast Jinchuriki like a cannonball. The two-tailed beast had regained its footing by this time, but its tailed form was now somewhat unstable. Seeing the rapidly approaching enemy, he frantically swung his two sharp, giant claws, trying to force the opponent back. Ryosuke also stopped in his tracks, looking at the other party's menacing gesture. He was just like a frightened kitten, and now all he could think about was how to defeat his opponent. If that attack had been delivered by a human-form Jinchuriki, it would have been enough to defeat him in one blow. However, since they are currently inside the tailed beasts, only by pulling out the Jinchuriki inside can they effectively damage the beast's main body. At this moment, the two Ujitos also got a chance to catch their breath. Looking at the person in front of him with a bit of fear, he never expected that he would be beaten up even after transforming into a tailed beast. Since he was no match for his opponent in hand-to-hand combat, he had no choice but to resort to that one move. She opened her enormous mouth and swelled her abdomen, as tailed beast chakra surged from deep within her body into her mouth, forming a small black sphere. This is the tailed beast ball, the ultimate attack of the tailed beasts, which is packed with high-quality chakra energy. This move is enough to blast your opponent to smithereens. As more and more chakra surges out, the tailed beast ball is slowly getting bigger and bigger. Ryosuke watched as the tailed beast ball in the other person's mouth grew larger and larger, and he had an idea. The tailed beast ball is indeed a very powerful technique, capable of altering the terrain, but it takes too long to charge up. It has a fatal flaw in top-level ninja battles. If this tailed beast ball explodes in its mouth, then things will get interesting. He clenched his right fist and unleashed a powerful air shockwave, directly striking the tailed beast ball in the opponent's mouth. The shockwave was extremely fast, and it directly detonated the tailed beast ball. Boom, boom, boom. The high-concentration energy ball, the tailed beast ball, exploded directly. The two tails Jinchuriki could only react in time. Not good. The tailed beast ball exploded in its mouth. The explosion even attracted the attention of the ninjas from both sides of the battle. This caused them all to stop fighting and look toward the place where the explosion had occurred. What is going on? They could see another battlefield, where thick black smoke was billowing from the massive body of the two-tailed beast. Only a portion of the tailed beast's body could be seen. All the Cloud Village ninjas were dumbfounded and quickly distanced themselves from their opponents. How come the one lying on the ground is a two-tailed beast? Weren't they just attacking each other a moment ago? As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, they were able to see the mangled body of the tailed beast. A sense of unease welled up in my heart. Even a tailed beast as powerful as it was defeated by the opponent? At this moment, Ryosuke looked at the half-destroyed tailed beast's body. In fact, he already had an idea in mind. In reality, the complete transformation of a tailed beast Jinchuriki is merely the external creation of a tailed beast form using tailed beast chakra. In fact, tailed beasts are conscious beings composed of substantial chakra. He took a kunai directly from his ninja tool pouch. Then he charged suddenly at the tailed beast lying on the ground. He wanted to cut the opponent's body open and strike the tailed beast Jinchuriki inside. At this moment, the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast was completely dumbfounded. Even though she was protected by the tailed beast chakra, the explosion of the tailed beast ball in her mouth still caused her considerable injuries. Fortunately, the chakra energy ball she condensed wasn't big enough, otherwise it would have seriously injured her body. Suddenly, she also sensed danger approaching. That guy came again, trying to swat the other person away with the tailed beast arm that still had half a palm left. Damn guy. Ryosuke, however, simply turned sideways to dodge the attack, then took the opportunity to cut off its arm before charging towards its body. Using the bitterness in his hand, he slashed open the body of the tailed beast and rushed inside. Then, he grabbed the main body inside and charged out. The enormous tailed beast body behind him turned into a white mist and disappeared. The two Ujito looked at the man grabbing their necks. "You bastard." He swung his fist, ready to attack the other person's face. Ryosuke grabbed the other person's fist with his left hand and then tightened his grip on the other person's neck with his right hand. This rendered the opponent powerless to attack, while his left hand struck the opponent's abdomen, causing the two tails Jinchuriki's eyes to widen, and he immediately fainted. The ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village were stunned by what they saw. How could the Jinchuriki, a tailed beast, have been defeated? How could a human possibly defeat a tailed beast Jinchuriki alone? When did such a terrifying person appear in the Uchiha clan? Compared to the ninjas of Kumigakure, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans were greatly encouraged. In the recent battle with the Hidden Cloud Village ninjas, although their clans had slightly higher combat strength, the enemy outnumbered them by a factor of 2, giving them unprecedented pressure. They were at a disadvantage from the very first exchange. Ryosuke, on the other hand, has now defeated the tailed beasts and captured their Jinchuriki. This not only attracted the attention of many ninja from Kumigakure, but also greatly reduced the pressure on them. At the same time, they also anticipated the next phase of the war, that Ryosuke, who had dealt with the tailed beasts, would come to their aid, and with such a powerful ally supporting them. Then the situation on the battlefield will become one-sided, because Ryosuke is not an ordinary expert, but an expert who can change the course of the battlefield. Chapter 103, Ninja Reign. The scene of the tailed beast Jinchuriki being captured by the opponent had a serious impact on the ninjas of Kumigakure. Mabui, the secretary of the 4th Reikage of Kumigakure, already had dark skin, but now her face was even darker, and for the first time, she felt a sense of panic. What should we do now? The enemy has captured our tailed beast Jinchuriki. This is already a huge loss, and now the enemy has such terrifying combat power hidden on the battlefield. A force capable of defeating a tailed beast must be even stronger than a tailed beast, putting the war at a disadvantage. Darui and Zai also rushed over at this time, their expressions very solemn. They discussed countermeasures with the man in linen clothes. What should I do now? The man in hemp clothing also had a solemn expression. The only thing we can do is hold them off until the Reikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki defeat them. We can't let this person interfere with the main battle. Otherwise, if such a terrifying figure charges into the battlefield, who can stop him? It is good. Darui and Zai both agreed with her opinion. The original plan was for these 3 to capture Uchiha Ryosuke, but they didn't expect him to be so powerful that he even captured a tailed beast Jinchuriki. To be honest, even if the 3 of them didn't have the ability to capture a fully transformed Jinchuriki, they had no choice on the battlefield now, and they had to do it no matter how difficult it was. Otherwise, it might really be as Mabui said, that such a terrifying guy could infiltrate the Cloud Village ninja army, and the destructive power such a guy could cause would be too great. The 3 of them then immediately moved the battlefield and headed towards Uchiha Ryosuke. Ryosuke also noticed the 3 of them. A dark-skinned woman, a blonde-haired man, and a dark-skinned man with white hair approached him. He recognized all 3. The dark-skinned woman was Sammy's sister. She also has an excellent figure. The 2 sisters, one with dark skin and the other with fair skin, are a wonderful pair of sisters. Perhaps we can take them back as prisoners. As for the blonde ninja named Hie and the white-haired, dark-skinned man, he should be Darui. These 2 are likely to be the right-hand men of the future 4th Reikage. They probably already possess considerable strength, but there is still a significant gap compared to what they will be like many years later. Therefore, Ryosuke did not take these 3 seriously. Approaching him, the man in hemp clothing shouted angrily, "Release the 2 Ujitos, and we will be your opponents." Upon hearing this, Ryosuke immediately threw the 2 Ujitos to the other party. Mabu was a little surprised that the other party had actually sent the human pillar over, and quickly reached out to catch it. However, due to the immense force of the impact, the 2 Ujitos struck her body, forcing her to retreat in order to mitigate the impact and avoid harming the unconscious tailed beast Jinchuriki, who was a crucial fighting force for the village. Then he hurriedly checked on her condition. She was still breathing and there were no fatal injuries. She had simply fainted. Golden-haired Zai, however, decided to strike first, forming hand seals with her hands and her whole body surging with golden light. Lightning release, lightning flash. This is his signature move, using the cover of bright light to prevent the enemy from realizing that he is under an illusion. Darui, standing nearby, knew his teammate's specialty, Genjutsu. He wondered how long this Genjutsu could control the opponent, especially against a master like Uchiha Ryosuke. The person in front of me is incredibly powerful, so I have to use his strongest attack. Taking advantage of the opportunity when his teammates controlled the opponent, he immediately formed hand seals. He unleashed a torrent of violent black lightning from his body, which struck directly at the man. A slight smile appeared on Zai's face, her hair golden. Darui was quite shrewd. He understood his intentions. Although the other party was usually very lazy, he was very reliable when it mattered. Ryosuke was also stunned by the opponent's move. Suddenly, I sensed that he was a little disoriented, and I knew that this was an illusion attack. The surge of chakra extinguished the opponent's genjutsu. For him now, any technique that alters chakra to create genjutsu effects is utterly ineffective against him. Because he had activated the 8 gates, it was impossible to control his chakra. Not to mention that he also has the Sharingan, making it even more impossible to cast genjutsu on him. Just then, the black lightning struck, and he dodged it by simply turning to the side. The lightning struck the ground behind him, blasting a large crater. Ryosuke was slightly surprised. If he were to take this hit, although he wouldn't be seriously injured, there was a good chance he would be badly injured. The blonde-haired Zai saw that the opponent could still move and easily dodge Darui's attacks, indicating that his illusion magic had no effect. What a terrifying person. Illusions have no effect on him, and his physical skills are so powerful. They even recalled the great fireball technique that the other party had used before, suggesting that he was more skilled in ninjutsu. How should we deal with a guy like that? Ryosuke, on the other hand, charged straight at the two of them like a cannonball. Before the two could react, he had already punched them twice in the chest. They were all blasted away, spitting out blood as they flew through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, half dead. The people in hemp clothing were stunned by the horrifying scene. Unexpectedly, his two teammates were taken down by the enemy in an instant, without even being able to put up a fight. Is it his turn next? At that moment, Ryosuke walked up to her, but the woman in the burlap outfit was so frightened that she couldn't even think of fighting back. Without saying a word, Ryosuke grabbed her by the neck, suffocating her, then punched her in the stomach until she passed out before throwing her to the ground. Let's deal with this person later. He looked at the other hidden cloud village ninjas. The other hidden cloud villages were completely stunned and terrified by this frightening scene. What a scary man. Both He and Darui are genius-level Jonin from Kumigakure. He is skilled in illusion techniques, while Darui possesses the black lightning release ability of the third Reikage and is the only successor. This black lightning technique is more powerful and faster than the ordinary lightning bolt. However, despite their coordinated attack, the two of them were completely ineffective against their opponent and were instead killed in an instant. The man in linen clothes didn't even fight back. It's not her fault. Even they can't take a step now. Not to mention the burlap-clad woman who faced that ruthless man head-on. Even though most of the Cloud Village ninjas have lost their fighting prowess, some brave Cloud Village Jonin still possess it. They understood that if they gave up resistance, their hidden Cloud Village would be defeated in this war, and the consequences of defeat were too severe. Although they knew this man was terrifying, they absolutely could not give up the fight. What are you all afraid of? The other person is only one person. Follow me, even if it costs us lives, we must keep them here today. The person who gave the call rushed out first, then brandished his longsword and attacked Ryosuke. More and more ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village began to realize the truth. Indeed, the other side only had one person, while they still had so many people. Even if it means sacrificing oneself, one must keep the other person alive. Some launched lightning-style ninjutsu attacks, while others wielded longswords for close-quarters combat. Despite being surrounded by numerous ninjas, Ryosuke showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he dodged the ninjutsu attack thanks to his 3-Tomo Sharingan and his extremely fast speed. Then he went up to fight and engaged in close combat. Although the ninjas of Kumigakure were all skilled in swordsmanship, Ryosuke's speed was now beyond their reach. As they attacked him, Ryosuke swung his fist and blasted them away. As one figure after another was blasted away, a rain of ninjas fell from the sky. Chapter 104: Defeating the Eight Tails. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans watching from afar were astonished, their mouths agape. There are plenty of skilled fighters in Kumigakure, and just now, many of them were able to fight the Uchiha and Hyuga clans to a standstill. But now, facing Ryosuke, not one of them can withstand a single blow. Countless ninjas flew up into the air. Now they all had one feeling. The current Uchiha Ryosuke was even stronger than the fourth Hokage at his peak. During the Third Shinobi World War, the former fourth Hokage faced off against more than 50 Iwagakure ninja, led by Hidden Man from the east, and single-handedly annihilated them all, thus creating the Yellow Flash's infamous reputation. Afterwards, village leaders throughout the ninja world issued orders that anyone encountering the Yellow Flash could abandon their mission without being punished. Ryosuke now appears to be a god of war, having single-handedly defeated so many Cloud Village ninjas. In terms of sheer violence, he far surpasses the battle against the fourth Hokage. After their initial surprise, the two clans realized that now was the time to wipe out the main force of the hidden Cloud Village. They all stepped forward to assist Uchiha Ryosuke. The battlefield quickly calmed down. Most of the ninjas lost their fighting ability after being hit by a punch from Uchiha Ryosuke. The number of people killed by their two clans was indeed rather small. Only those who fought to the death were killed. Most of the other ninjas were taken prisoner, because Ryosuke's punch had already rendered them unable to fight. At this moment, the Uchiha and Hyuga clansmen felt as if they were dreaming. They had actually defeated the ninja army of Kumigakure. Keep in mind that they only had 2 tribes, and the other side had more than twice their number. All of this is because of Uchiha Ryosuke's top-tier combat strength. However, they should be proud to have participated in this war. If such news were to reach the village, the two clans would become famous throughout Konoha and even the Land of Fire. Uchiha Ryosuke, however, did not let his guard down at this time, but instead rushed to another battlefield. The war is not over yet. The head of the Hyuga clan is probably still fighting the fourth Raikage, and the clan head, Fugaku Uchiha, is also fighting the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. These two should be able to hold out. Although they may not be able to defeat the enemy, they should not be in mortal danger. On another battlefield, Fugaku Uchiha was locked in a stalemate with the Eight Tails Jinchuriki of Kumigakure. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki was extremely dissatisfied, as his opponent had been on the defensive the whole time, and even with his superb swordsmanship, he had not been able to break through his opponent's defenses. His opponent's Sharingan with its 3 Tamo could see through all his movements, preventing him from gaining any advantage. Occasionally, he would even be burned by the opponent's great fireball technique, and if he was not careful, he would be severely burned, which made him extremely frustrated. Couldn't help but mock. The Uchiha clan, renowned throughout the ninja world, actually dare not confront me head-on? How utterly shameful. Fugaku Uchiha immediately recognized the opponent's strength and knew that defeating him would be difficult, especially since the opponent still had a powerful technique like the complete form of a tailed beast that he hadn't used yet. Although he himself could use the Manjikyo Sharingan, he had already used it to predict the future. If he were to use it again, he would go blind, and of course he didn't want to go blind. He didn't need to exert much effort to win this war. All we need to do is stall them until Ryosuke comes to our aid. Killer Bee hadn't expected that his taunts would go unmoved. It would take a long time for me to defeat my opponent with my hard-earned swordsmanship. This is war, and we should take down the enemy as soon as possible. He was planning to activate the Eight Tails complete form mode and prepare to crush his opponent. Just then, a figure shot onto the ground like a cannonball, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. After the dust settled, Fugaku Uchiha was able to see who had come. It was actually Ryosuke. The powerful aura emanating from him at that moment surprised him greatly, but then he was overjoyed. If Ryosuke is here, then the main battle must be over. He couldn't help but confirm. Ryosuke, is the main battle over? It's over. Ryosuke nodded. Upon hearing Ryosuke's words, Fugaku Uchiha felt a huge weight lifted from his heart. He truly deserves to be called a man who can lead his family on the road to revival. The green-blue steam aura on the opponent must be their hidden trump card. I never expected Ryosuke to have such a trump card. It's unbelievable. To be able to master the 8 gates formation to such a profound level at such a young age. Although opening the 8 gates would mean certain death, Ryosuke's current state is clearly not the 8 gates, because the 8 gates are filled with red steam. Since Ryosuke was able to lead his family to revival, it was impossible for him to die young. He believed that Ryosuke understood the certainty of certain death upon opening the 8 gates, so he didn't need to give him any special instructions. At this moment, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki couldn't understand the meaning of their conversation at all and couldn't help but ask, "What are you talking about? What do you mean the main battleground is over? Has your Konoha village suffered a crushing defeat?" Liang smiled slightly and couldn't help but ask in return, "If our Konoha village were defeated, do you think I would be standing here?" "It was your hidden cloud village that was defeated." The 8 Tails Jinchuriki were stunned when they heard this, but then they couldn't help but burst into laughter. The main battlefield of Kumigakure has more than 400 ninjas, and they are the elite of the entire village. With the 4 Tails' help, how could they possibly be defeated? But the thought that this guy had actually come here and that he felt so powerful was unsettling. The laughter abruptly stopped. He squinted slightly. "You bastard, you can't be serious, can you? So, you defeated 400 ninjas and the 2 Tails Jinchuriki as well?" Ryosuke nodded. "Of course. The 2 Tails Jinchuriki isn't a big deal. As for those ninjas, they are not worth mentioning. He could take down any Jonin or Chunin with a single punch. That's enough to render the opponent incapable of fighting." The 8 Tails Jinchuriki was somewhat stunned upon hearing his words. How could this be? With such a powerful force on the main battlefield, how could they possibly be defeated? It was something he simply couldn't believe. "Let's take care of this guy first, then go back and see what happens." More 8 Tails chakra surged from his body, and suddenly, after a puff of smoke, it transformed into a giant-tailed beast with the upper body of a bull's head and the lower body of 8 octopus tails. "Kid, I don't believe you, so I'm going to kill you right now." Ryosuke was speechless. Why didn't he believe it? Seeing that the opponent completed the complete tailed beast transformation in an instant, he knew that the opponent's strength was greater than that of the 2 Tails Jinchuriki, but he could defeat him using the same method. He spoke to Fugaku behind him. "Chief, may I borrow your knife?" Without any hesitation, Fugaku threw the sword in his hand to Uchiha Ryosuke. At this moment, the 8 Tails swung its enormous fist and slammed it fiercely towards Uchiha Ryosuke, its momentum extremely ferocious. Ryosuke chose to step back to avoid the opponent's attack. However, the original spot was smashed into huge craters by the 8-tailed beast's enormous fist, raising clouds of dust. Even Fugaku Uchiha, who was already far from the battlefield, was shocked at this moment. The attack of the 8 Tails is in no way weaker than that of the 9 Tails that attacked Konoha village. In fact, the 8 Tails and the 9 Tails are the 2 most powerful tailed beasts in the ninja world. Actually, the difference isn't that big, but even so. Fugaku didn't feel the need to worry about Ryosuke. Instead, he looked forward to Ryosuke's performance and how he would defeat the powerful tailed beast. Even if he himself risked blindness to use his Mangekyou Sharingan, it wouldn't be easy to defeat such a tailed beast. The combination of a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast cannot fall for his genjutsu. Moreover, the fact that the other party can activate the complete tailed beast transformation means that they must be in sync with the tailed beast. Seeing that its attack had been dodged, the 8-tailed beast in the arena moved swiftly with its 8 tails, appearing directly in front of Ryosuke and slamming down with its right hand. This time, Ryosuke did not choose to dodge, but instead firmly grasped the longsword in his hand and charged towards his opponent with all his might. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki was taken aback, then overjoyed. The foolish Uchiha clan didn't dodge, even though they had a chance to avoid my attack given their speed. Now they've chosen to charge forward instead, they're practically courting death. He swung his fist even harder, wanting to smash his opponent flat with one blow. That little knife alone couldn't stop a punch from his tailed beast. His punch could even shatter a mountain. The two are simply not in the same league in terms of combat power. Just as his fist was about to strike Uchiha Ryosuke jumped up and, following the tailed beast's arm, plunged his longsword into the beast's arm, charging towards the beast's body along the arm. They cut his enormous arm in half. When he reached the opponent's chest, Ryosuke immediately slashed at the opponent's body, trying to dig out the 8 Tails Jinchuriki inside. This scene left Fugaku, who was watching the game, completely stunned. Such speed, such a powerful body, slicing the tailed beast's massive arm in two with a sword. He wouldn't even dare to think about fighting like that, firstly because he didn't have such terrifying speed to avoid the attacks of the tailed beast Jinchuriki, and secondly because he didn't have such terrifying power. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki, enveloped in the Eight Tails chakra, was completely dumbfounded. He actually dodged his attack and even injured his fully transformed tailed beast body. Suddenly, his face turned terrified. This guy had actually dug a big hole in the tailed beast's chest. He couldn't help but roar. "What exactly are you trying to do?" He couldn't help but panic. If they dig any further, they'll get close to his true form. They absolutely cannot let him succeed. Waving his other arm, he was about to grab the guy in front of his chest and throw him out. However, his movements were not as fast as Ryosuke's, who was about to reach its main body's position. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki had no choice but to deactivate his complete tailed beast transformation. After a puff of smoke cleared, the massive tailed beast body vanished, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, facing the attack from midair, drew his sword and charged forward. His anger now forced him to deactivate the Eight Tails ultimate mode. Since that's the case, he can only defeat his opponent with his exquisite swordsmanship. At the same time, he wielded 7 ninja swords and attacked the opponent. However, he didn't get to use many of his exquisite swordsmanship techniques. During the exchange, he felt immense pressure because his opponent's swordsmanship was so fast that he could only defend. Even Fugaku, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but marvel at how Ryosuke had forced the Eight Tails Jinchuriki to release his complete tailed beast form. Now he has even forced the Eight Tails Jinchuriki into a retreat. From his observation, Ryosuke is not relying on any particularly superb swordsmanship, but rather on pure, random slashing. Ryosuke activated the 8 gates, and his slashing movements were incredibly powerful, requiring virtually no skill. If others cannot stop them, they will die. Before long, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki had his weapons knocked away by Ryosuke's fierce attacks. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki was extremely dissatisfied, and one day he was knocked away by a powerful brick. His painstakingly honed swordsmanship skills were still of no use. Since his opponent was unarmed, Ryosuke simply threw away his weapon and engaged in hand-to-hand combat without using any advanced physical techniques. Relying entirely on speed and power, he directly smashed his fist into the opponent's body. This caused the Eight Tails Jinchuriki to fall to the ground and be unable to get up again. After all, without the protection of a fully formed tailed beast, the human body is still quite weak. Of course, he did not choose to kill the guy directly, because he did not want the hidden cloud village to be thrown into chaos, because there are people like Samui in Kumigakure. He had already fired 15 shots, so Samui should be pregnant with his child by now. Even if you don't get pregnant yet, you should be able to get pregnant after a few more tries. He was very confident in her body. After all, you could tell from her figure that she was very suitable for having children. Besides, now that he has captured 2 more prisoners from Kumigakure, he must not allow Kumigakure to descend into chaos. He even had a bolder idea: to bring Cloud Shadow Village under his control, because he would need to complete system tasks in the future, and having more children would definitely cost more money. At least take this opportunity to make the other party pay a large sum of money. Maybe I won't have to worry about money anymore in the future. Seeing that the battle was over, Fugaku walked over, unable to hide his excitement. Ryosuke felt extremely satisfied after defeating an opponent he couldn't defeat. At this moment, Ryosuke also spoke to him. "Tie this guy up and take him prisoner." "Okay." Fugaku answered respectfully. Without hesitation, he agreed immediately. Now, Ryosuke tells him what to do, and he does it without having to think about anything. Chapter 105, Self-Mutilation. After defeating the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Ryosuke headed to the final battlefield, the battlefield between the Hyuga clan head and the 4th Raikage. Once this battlefield is over, then this war will be over. The open space was riddled with potholes. This clearly demonstrates the intensity of the battle. At this moment, Hayashi Hyuga faced the 4th Raikage, who had activated Lightning Release Chakra mode, and felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Originally, he intended to use his soft fist technique to gradually disrupt the opponent's meridians, thereby gaining an advantage and ultimately defeating the opponent. However, ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. He did not expect that the opponent's lightning release chakra, mode defense, was stronger than he had imagined. Even though his gentle fist still had some effect, the chakra that entered the opponent's body was quickly forced out by the opponent and could not cause effective damage. Nature was at a disadvantage in this battle. At this moment, the fourth Raikage grinned. "What? You're out of energy." His lightning release chakra mode made his body more agile and allowed him to endure longer. Although his opponent was able to withstand him for so long with the absolute defense of the rotation technique, the opponent's technique was formed by releasing a large amount of chakra to create a defense. Although it is a very strong defensive ninjutsu, it cannot withstand repeated use by the opponent. Hayashi Hyuga smiled wryly upon hearing the other's words. The opponent's speed was simply too fast. Even with his Byakugan, he was struggling to keep up and had to use the reincarnation's skill multiple times. It seems the opponent already knows that his rejuvenation technique requires a large amount of chakra. He had previously faced numerous confrontations with himself. If this fight continues, the one who will lose will not be the four Raikages, but him. He had already made up his mind. After dragging it out for so long, the main battle should be over by now, and it was time for him to return to his troops. Hopefully, Uchiha Ryosuke has already led everyone to victory on the front lines. Afterwards, with everyone working together, they were able to handle the fourth Raikage. But what if something unexpected happens on the main battlefield? He immediately dismissed the bad thought as soon as it arose. He absolutely cannot have such negative thoughts now, or he will definitely be the one who dies. The fourth Raikage was someone he needed to focus all his attention on dealing with, and the Uchiha clan would never joke about their own family's fate. If they lose this battle, the Uchiha clan will not fare any better. He looked at the fourth Raikage. If you want war, then let's fight. Now he can only fight while gradually approaching the main battlefield. The fourth Raikage was also furious, realizing that he hadn't used his full strength. That's why the other side can still be so tough even now. He's such a derelict in his duty as the fourth Raikage, so let's just make him fall. In an instant, his chakra surged dramatically, his hair stood on end, and his lightning chakra surged even more violently. The strongest lightning shield armor. He exuded an even more powerful aura. This is his strongest mode. This move will also consume a lot of his chakra, but he doesn't need to worry about it on the front lines. He just needs to defeat the enemy in front of him in this battle. Upon seeing the even more powerful fourth Raikage, Hayashi Hyuga was filled with astonishment, his eyes wide with a terrifying aura. The aura emanating from the other party made him feel a great sense of danger. The fourth Raikage looked at the head of the Hyuga clan. The battle was already over the moment I used this move. This move was a secret technique he inherited from his father, who used it to defeat the incredibly powerful eight-tailed beast. As soon as he finished speaking, his body shot towards Hayashi Hyuga like a bolt of lightning. Hayashi Hyuga was terrified. He couldn't see the opponent's true form at all, only a blur of an afterimage attacking him. At this moment, he had no choice but to activate the rejuvenation technique. He suddenly turned around, and a large amount of chakra leaked out, forming a huge arc-shaped sphere that protected him inside. At the same time, the ground beneath his feet was scraped away, so his move provided 360-degree protection. The fourth Raikage, seeing his opponent use the same technique again, showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he attacked even more fiercely. The opponent blocked my attack with that move before, now let's see if the opponent can block my strongest attack. With a bang, this time the reincarnation didn't immediately send the fourth Raikage flying. Instead, it resulted in a stalemate. Seeing this, Hayashi Hyuga became even more terrified and recklessly released his chakra, spinning even faster, which deflected the fourth Raikage's attack. The fourth Raikage then charged forward more than 50 meters. That's enough to show how fast he is now. At this moment, the fourth Raikage looked at Hayashi Hyuga, who had stopped using the reincarnation technique, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Well done, you even managed to handle my strongest move, but how many times can you use that move? Compared to his opponent, his own energy expenditure was not as great, and then he once again stepped forward to attack Hyuga Hayashi. Faced with this bizarre speed, Hayashi Hyuga had no intention of fighting and planned to use the rotation technique again. However, this collision made it impossible for him to maintain his balance. He was blasted away. Chakra is insufficient. At that moment, he had a bad feeling and knew he had to leave. We must hurry towards the main battlefield or we'll die. The fourth Raikage smiled slightly. Isn't it a bit too late to leave now? He unleashed a powerful aura and chased after Hayashi Hyuga, striking him from behind. You're finished. At this moment, Hyuga saw the fourth Raikage chasing after him through his Byakugan and quickly turned around to unleash his final attack with all his might. 8 trigrams empty wall palm. It directly sent the fourth Raikage, who had followed them, flying away. The fourth Raikage, who had fallen to the ground, immediately got up despite suffering numerous injuries. To actually injure me in this state, that's truly remarkable. But this should be your final blow. Your eyes will be accepted by Kumigakure. After delivering that attack, Hayashi Hyuga was also panting heavily. His chakra was completely depleted after that attack, leaving him unable to continue fighting. His hands couldn't help but reach towards his eyes. Even in death, he would never leave his eyes to those despicable fellows of Kumigakure. The fourth Raikage saw the other party's actions and still didn't know what the other party wanted to do. He actually wanted to gouge out his own eyes. Was he trying to destroy himself? The eyes of the Hyuga clan. Only the eyes of the Hyuga main family can steal the Byakugan. The eyes of the Hyuga branch family, even if stolen, will be destroyed. But the white eye is of great strategic value. Ignoring his injuries, he suddenly burst forth again, trying to stop the other party's actions. Hayashi Hyuga scoffed, "No matter how fast you are, can you be faster than my own 2 hands? I will never leave you with death." My right hand is now almost touching my eyes. Just then, a pair of hands stopped his right hand. It's not time for the Hyuga clan head to gouge out his own eyes yet. A figure suddenly appeared beside him. Chapter 106, Defeating the Fourth Raikage. When Hyuga Hayashi saw that it was Uchiha Ryosuke blocking his way, his expression changed from surprise to delight. Ryosuke's arrival here means that the main battle has been won, and there is hope again. He was also a little scared. If he had been a second later, he would have really destroyed his own eyes. Feeling his current weakness, he said helplessly, "Ryosuke, this guy is yours. If we are outmatched, then we should retreat." Ryosuke said with a smile. "You get some rest, leave the rest to me." As for retreating, he hadn't even considered it. Fortunately, I arrived quickly enough, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. The fourth Raikage stopped in his tracks, a smile appearing on his face. "Thank you for saving my Byakugan, the secret of Kumigakure." In his eyes, those eyes already belonged to his hidden cloud village. He didn't care about the person in front of him at all. Uchiha Ryosuke looked at him and couldn't help but think to himself, how shameless. When did the Byakugan become part of your hidden cloud village? He immediately activated the 8 gates formation, and his aura surged once again, emitting blue-green steam. They had been quiet for a while, conserving their energy. The head of the Hyuga clan was very surprised. He observed through his Byakugan that the energy surging from the other person's body was extremely powerful, and that the 8 gates formation must have been cultivated to a very high level. Is this why Fugaku Uchiha trusted this young man so much? At that moment, he understood the confidence that allowed the Uchiha clan to confront the entire hidden cloud village with the combined strength of both clans. A sense of joy welled up inside me. It seemed we were going to win this war. The fourth Raikage frowned as he looked at the other's condition. The 8 gates formation. I never expected anyone to have that number. It seems that he has cultivated to an extremely high level. I wonder how this technique compares to his current strongest lightning armor. But he suddenly realized why the other party had come to provide support here and couldn't help but ask, what exactly happened on the main battlefield? You guess, Liang replied with a smile. The fourth Raikage was instantly enraged, a bad feeling creeping into his mind. He knew he had to kill the man before returning to the main battlefield to assess the situation. He didn't think that having the 2 tails Jinchuriki and the 8 tails Jinchuriki on the front lines, plus twice the number of enemy ninjas, would lead to defeat. Kid, let me see whether your 8 gates formation is more powerful or my strongest lightning shield armor is more powerful. Ryosuke responded slowly. As you wish. With a sudden stomp on the ground shook violently, and his body shot out like an instantaneous cannonball. The 8th Raikage's eyes narrowed when he saw this. Such speed, he suddenly reached out and blocked the opponent's attack. They were all quite surprised to feel the other party's immense power upon first contact. Then his body was sent flying, leaving a long scratch on the ground. Even the head of the Hyuga clan, who had originally planned to sit down and rest, couldn't help but be surprised. Such speed! If he could still see the phantom of the 4th Raikage before, he was astonished. He could barely see Ryosuke's speed anymore. Is this the power of the 8 gates formation? The 4th Raikage, who had fallen to the ground, immediately got up. What a terrifying creature. Not only is it incredibly fast, but its power and impact are also phenomenal. Fortunately, he was protected by the strongest lightning shield armor. Otherwise, that blow would have been enough to seriously injure him. Damn guy. In that instant, he also decided to stop confronting the other party head-on. There was simply no comparison. Fortunately, he was familiar with the 8 gates formation, which required a great deal of physical strength. Once the opponent can no longer withstand the pressure, they will fall into a period of weakness, at which point he can deal with them as easily as slaughtering pigs and sheep. Although his strongest lightning shield armor form won't last long, it will at least outlast his opponent. Just as he made up his mind, Uchiha Liang Jian attacked, launching a fierce assault on the 4th Raikage. The 4th Raikage hurriedly stretched out his hands, trying to block the opponent's attack, but he couldn't stop it at all. They could only let the opponent attack them like a punching bag, completely powerless to defend themselves. The 4th Raikage was furious. He had never been so humiliated before. Even when facing the yellow flash, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, he had never felt so frustrated. Back then, he had only lost by a single move. Even with the protection of the strongest lightning armor, he was still in great pain. If this continues, we'll get beaten to death. He can't let himself be beaten like this anymore. Otherwise, he won't last until the other person runs out of energy before he's finished. At this moment, the 4th Raikage had only one thought: to return to the front lines and cooperate with Killer B to have any chance of defeating the opponent. He turned around and ran towards the main force. How could Ryosuke possibly let the other party go? They chased after them immediately. In terms of speed, he is now far superior to his opponent. He delivered a powerful punch straight to the back of his opponent, smashing him into the mud. The ground shook violently, kicking up clouds of dust. Even the 4th Raikage's strongest lightning shield armor was blasted apart. Having already exhausted a lot of chakra in his previous battle against Hayashi Hyuga, he has now suffered such a heavy blow and can no longer withstand it. He was actually defeated. The 4th Raikage immediately lost consciousness. Without a chakra shield, the 4th Raikage wouldn't have been able to withstand Ryosuke's attack at all. After all, ninjas are all high in attack and low in defense. He looked at the unconscious 4th Raikage and then deactivated the 8 gates. He felt a bit weak now, as the 8 gates had been open for a while and he needed to recover properly. The war is finally over. After resting for a while, Hayashi Hyuga barely recovered. Looking at the 4th Raikage, who was lying there like a dead dog, he felt much better and looked at Ryosuke. "This time, I owe it all to you, otherwise I might have died," Ryosuke said with a smile. "We are comrades in arms, and it is only right that we help each other. This time, we were able to win because the head of the Hyuga family dragged in the enemy's strongest forces. It's time to go back." The head of the Hyuga family nodded. In his heart, he disagreed with the other party's opinion, but it was all thanks to him, or rather, thanks to Uchiha Ryosuke. Otherwise, you can't win. Chapter 107 Ransom. Hayashi Hyuga, Fugaku Uchiha, and Ryosuke Uchiha are all sitting at the main camp of the Konoha village's two-clan ninja alliance. The three of them had long lost the solemnity they had before the battle, and now they looked relaxed instead. This time, the allied forces of the two races achieved a great victory against the formidable army of ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village. The crisis between the two races has been resolved, and they will even be able to dominate the entire ninja world after this battle. Is there any other two clans in the ninja world that could defeat a top-tier ninja village if they joined forces? No, there isn't any. Now their problem is how to deal with the ninja prisoners from Kumigakure. Neither Hayashi Hyuga nor Fugaku Uchiha could come up with a good solution. If we kill all these prisoners, then we'll be locked in a life-or-death struggle with the Hidden Cloud Village. Although the Hidden Cloud Village has sent so many elite ninjas this time, the village actually still has nearly 10,000 ninjas. If all these prisoners are killed, the matter will not end so easily. It will likely become a complete and irreconcilable conflict, leading to a protracted struggle. In this way, not only will the Hidden Cloud Village and their two clans become irreconcilable enemies. Such a massacre would likely alienate even the village's ninjas. They didn't want to see this situation, but they were also very unwilling to just put it back. Fugaku Uchiha, who was standing to the side, looked at Ryosuke. "Ryosuke, what do you think? What's the best way to deal with these people? Killing him would be a huge problem." Hayashi Hyuga, standing to the side, also looked at Ryosuke. The other party not only saved his life, but also displayed extreme bravery on the battlefield. After returning to the main battlefield, he asked his clansmen about what had happened, as he was curious about how the main battlefield had defeated Cloud Shadow Village. The answer he received was quite shocking. Uchiha Ryosuke opened the 8 gates, directly pulling the Two-Tails Jinchuriki out of the tailed beasts and then knocking him unconscious. After that, he faced many ninjas from Kumigakure and basically took them down with one punch each. None of the Jonin or Chunin of Kumigakure could even withstand a single blow from Uchiha Ryosuke. Hinata couldn't help but admire him upon hearing this. He was simply too strong. Therefore, he still respected Ryosuke's idea very much. At this moment, Uchiha Ryosuke calmly said, "Since the clan chief finds killing them troublesome, why not demand a huge amount of compensation before releasing them? Otherwise, we would have suffered a loss in this battle." Fugaku became interested upon hearing this. "Ryosuke, what kind of compensation do you think would be better?" At this point, Ryosuke revealed his plan. "Didn't we capture a lot of ninjas? Let's redeem the Chunin for 1,000 million Ryo. Let's redeem the Jonin for 3,000 million taels. Furthermore, for such an offense to the daughter of the Hyuga family head, they should at least pay 2 million Ryo in compensation." In the original storyline, Asuma was wanted by the gold exchange with a bounty of 3,500 million taels. Lower the price slightly for these Jonin from Kumigakure and redeem them for 3,000 million Ryo. I feel he is still very kind. Upon hearing this, Fugaku couldn't help but gasp. Don't be fooled by the fact that a Chunin only earns 1,000 million Ryo and a Jonin only 3,000 million Ryo. Such a price per unit is really not high for a village. However, this time the enemy had nearly 300 Chunin and nearly 100 Jonin captured. A rough estimate would be that the combined value of Chunin is 30 billion Ryo, and the combined value of Jonin is also 30 billion Ryo. If we also include the 2 million taels of compensation paid to the Hyuga family, then it would be close to 62 billion taels. Even if some ninjas from Kumigakure died, the actual ransom amount would be slightly less, but it wouldn't be much less. It would still be close to 60 billion. That's an enormous number. How many years of missions would it take to earn that much money in Hidden Cloud Village? He couldn't help but speak. "Ryosuke, this number is too big. I'm afraid Kumigakure can't afford this ransom. 62 billion Ryo can empty the finances of a village, or even the finances for the next 10 years. After all, Kumigakure is not wealthy to begin with, otherwise it wouldn't have been eyeing Konoha village so covetously. They simply cannot afford such a ransom." Ryosuke, however, said indifferently, "It will definitely be difficult to raise 60 billion vehicles in a short period of time, but can't we pay in installments? If we can't give it in 1 year, then we'll give it in 10 years. If we can't give it in 10 years, then we'll give it in 20 years. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened. As expected of Ryosuke, this move was ruthless enough. If he did this, the other party would definitely be able to afford it. With so much less money available for development each year, Cloud Village is bound to decline and become unable to strengthen its power. It may even regress significantly. Ryosuke, brilliant. Hayashi Hyuga was equally excited. With 2 million in compensation, the Hyuga clan's wealth would increase significantly, and they would also regain their face. Ryosuke, thank you for being willing to seek justice for our Hyuga clan. But the ransom? Before he could speak, Ryosuke spoke up. Don't worry, the ransom will be split 64-64 between our Uchiha clan and your Hyuga clan. I wonder if the Hyuga clan head is willing. In terms of battlefield achievements, the Hyuga clan might not deserve 4% of the ransom, but to bind the Hyuga clan to the Uchiha clan, they must be given substantial benefits. His money isn't so easy to get. The Hyuga clan leader hadn't expected the other party to be so generous. In terms of merit in this war, the Uchiha clan naturally deserved the lion's share. Although the Hyuga clan also played a role, they couldn't possibly claim 40% of the credit. After all, the 3 top ninjas of Kumigakure and a large number of other ninjas were all captured by Uchiha Ryosuke. But that's not actually what he wanted to talk about. He shook his head and said, "What I meant was, should we also give a portion of this ransom to the village?" According to custom, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans would keep a portion of the spoils obtained through war, while the rest would be handed over to the village. Fugaku was very unhappy when he heard this, not because he was unhappy with the Hyuga clan, but because he was unhappy with the village. According to convention, winning a war does indeed require handing over a portion of the spoils. Then redistribute. However, this made him feel very uncomfortable, because this was all thanks to the 2 clans, and the Konoha leadership did not even send anyone to assist. If they had sent people to participate in the war, then it would be reasonable to share some of the spoils, but there really wasn't a single person. The way the Konoha leadership treated his Uchiha clan was infuriating. Chapter 108, the village shouldn't even think about getting a share of his money. Uchiha Ryosuke also had a serious face at this moment. It was impossible for the village to take a share of his money. He spoke coldly. How could the head of the Hyuga clan say such a thing? This war was a victory won by the Hyuga and Uchiha clans with their lives on the line. The village did not contribute a single penny. I will not give them a single penny of this money. Fugaku also completely agreed. Yes, that's right, I agree with this idea. No way you're getting a share of the money. Hayashi Hyuga understood the 2 men's firm opinions and began to think about it carefully. This is a huge fortune. If a portion of it is given to the village, the Hyuga clan will lose a lot of money. More importantly, the Konoha leadership has made the Hyuga clan somewhat disheartened and disappointed. Although the village leadership and the Uchiha clan are at odds, this battle is a major event concerning the entire village and the very survival of the Hyuga clan. Yet, the Konoha leadership disregards their lives and insists on sending both clans into battle. This is not only aimed at the Uchiha clan, but also at their Hyuga clan. If things go wrong, the Hyuga clan could suffer a severe blow. Since they won't help the Hyuga clan, then the Hyuga clan has no obligation to give the village anything in return. Although doing so would mean a confrontation between the Hyuga clan and the Konoha leadership, it didn't matter. With the Uchiha clan being so strong, and with the Uchiha clan fighting against Konoha, the Hyuga clan wasn't under as much pressure. Thinking of this, he also said, "Ryosuke, I agree with your opinion, but let's say the Hyuga clan takes 20% of the profits. As members of the Hyuga clan, they still possess their own pride. Those who don't know the details might think that the Hyuga clan should indeed receive 40% or even 50% of the profits from the alliance between the 2 clans, but only those who know the inside story know the truth. The Hyuga clan, based on their battle merits, can only receive a maximum of 20%. 2/10 is a large enough number. Add to that the 200 million ryo that the hidden Cloud Village has to pay in compensation, and the Hyuga clan has reaped a huge harvest this time. With so much money supporting them, the family's power will grow even stronger, and the ninjas will be trained even better. After this battle, The Hyuga clan will definitely have the resources to become a renowned and powerful clan in the ninja world in the next few years. Fugaku was overjoyed to hear that Hyuga Hayashi had agreed. It seems that the head of the Hyuga clan is quite sensible and will not submit to the Konoha leadership. Thinking back to my own past submission to the Konoha leadership, I feel a bit aggrieved. However, this is not his fault. You have to understand that before Ryosuke appeared out of nowhere, he was the only one in the Uchiha clan who could withstand the pressure from the Konoha leadership, which was quite remarkable for him. But now that Ryosuke is here, everything is different. Even if Liang Jai wants to challenge the Konoha leadership, Fugaku Uchiha will act decisively and charge forward. When Ryosuke saw that Hyuga Hayashi only accepted 20%, he felt that this 20% was what Hyuga Hayashi deserved and did not show any consideration from the Uchiha clan. He immediately disagreed. The Hyuga clan mainly felt that 4 floors were too high, so they decided to divide it into 3 floors. The Hyuga clan also contributed. Their Byakugan's reconnaissance ability saved us from being ambushed by the enemy. Furthermore, the Hyuga clan also suffered casualties on the battlefield. It is hoped that the head of the Hyuga clan can use the ransom money to comfort the wounded and provide relief to the families of the victims. He has to give some of that money today, otherwise the Hyuga clan might continue to act as a neutral party in the future. Although he could use force to wipe out the Konoha leadership, that method was too brutal. What he wanted was a Konoha village that belonged entirely to the Uchiha clan. This would inevitably require the support of other families. Even Fugaku, who was standing to the side, didn't understand why Uchiha Ryosuke would give the Hyuga clan such a sum of money, since 10% of it was a terrifying 600 million ryo. But now he unconditionally supports Uchiha Ryosuke and chimed in. Ryosuke, you're right. This money is rightfully the Hyuga clan's. Seeing that both of them were so determined, Hayashi Hyuga had no choice but to agree. All right, then my Hyuga clan will accept 3%. Indeed, many of our clansmen were injured or killed in this war. With this money, we can be more generous in comforting our clansmen and providing relief to the families of those who died in the war. He's starting to feel a bit grateful to Uchiha Fu and Ryosuke. Compared to the disheartening actions of the Konoha leadership, the Uchiha clan was undoubtedly more considerate. How come he never realized before that the Uchiha clan were such kind people? Ryosuke was overjoyed to see that the other party had accepted. After taking his money, he probably won't side with the Konoha higher-ups anymore, right? Ryosuke, wanting the 4th Raikage to obediently hand over the money, came up with a plan and looked at the head of the Hyuga family. If we want the 4th Raikage to accept these somewhat harsh conditions, the head of the Hikaru clan will have to play the villain properly. Hayashi Hyuga paused for a moment, then understood what the other party meant. He'll play the villain, while Ryosuke will play the hero. He had no good impression of Kumigakure and wanted to give them a good thrashing, so he readily agreed to Ryosuke's idea. After a thorough discussion, they sent someone to bring the 4th Raikage over. At this moment, the 4th Raikage was bound in all sorts of ways. Looking at the ninjas from his village around him, he felt extremely ashamed. His incompetence led to the complete annihilation of all the ninjas in his village, including the 2-tailed and 8-tailed beasts. I don't know what will happen to them. If they all perish here, Kumigakure won't just be severely weakened, but will be facing a life-or-death crisis. Those bastards from Iwagakure will definitely not show any mercy, since the two sides are sworn enemies, and the other side will surely take this opportunity to launch a large-scale attack on Kumigakure. At that time, Cloud Village will probably be like a thatched hut in the wind and rain, and may fall apart at any moment. At this moment, several Uchiha clan members came to the bound 4th Raikage and carried him directly to the main camp. The 4th Raikage's expression was grim. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, he spoke first. Tell me, what are your plans for dealing with us in Konoha? This is what he cares about most right now. If possible, he is willing to pay substantial compensation in exchange for the safety of the Hidden Cloud Village ninjas. In this way, the Hidden Cloud Village finally found a way to survive. It is not because of this mistake that it launched a war that it is now facing a life-or-death situation. Chapter 109, Traitor the Three noticed that the fourth Reikage immediately inquired about the fate of their hidden Cloud Village ninjas, indicating that he was quite concerned about their lives. This was exactly what they wanted. Ryosuke Uchiha spoke first. Clan head, Hyuga clan leader, what are your thoughts on how to deal with the people of Kumigakure? The head of the Hyuga family spoke first, his voice cold. This war was started by the hidden Cloud Village. Some members of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans have been killed. I suggest that these guys be executed to avenge our two clans. In reality, the number of people who died was very small, and even the number of people who were injured was quite small. The fourth Reikage was immediately taken aback. These were the people he had brought out, if they all died here. With most of its elites lost, Kumigakure will likely find itself in a very difficult situation. He immediately said in a sincere manner, "This is all the fault of Kumigakure. We hope to compensate your village and hope that your village can let us off the hook. Even when you're under someone's roof, you don't have to bow your head. Now is not the time to act impulsively." Seeing that the fourth Reikage intended to offer compensation, Ryosuke spoke slowly. "So what kind of compensation is your hidden Cloud Village willing to provide?" The fourth Reikage's face lit up with joy when he saw that there was hope. "My hidden Cloud Village is willing to give you 500 million taels in compensation. This is almost the entire annual expenditure of the hidden Cloud Village, which spends approximately 6 million taels of silver per year. The other party should be satisfied. After all, this is a year's worth of supporting tens of thousands of ninjas." The head of the Hyuga family spoke with disdain. "Only 500 million taels? Who do you think you are? Do you think all the ninjas in your hidden Cloud Village are worth that little money? Or do you look down on our two clans and think we are easy to fool?" Ryosuke didn't care much for the 5 million ryo since he was planning to ask for 60 billion ryo. Said out loud, "The Hyuga clan head is right. The fourth Reikage is being far too stingy. The fourth Reikage himself, the Two Tails Jinchuriki, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Jonin, Chunin, and so many others are only worth a tiny bit of money. Even if I sold you on the black market, you wouldn't be worth this price. Furthermore, I think the fourth Reikage, the Two Tails Jinchuriki, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki can all be considered priceless treasures, right? Moreover, there are also a large number of Jonin and Chunin. To be honest, I feel like the fourth Reikage is playing me for a fool by giving me only 500 million taels." The fourth Reikage felt deeply humiliated by what the other party said. They were being sold on the black market for money. Wasn't that treating them like commodities? The black market is a filthy place. Collecting human materials for experiments or recovering intelligence from ninja corpses, and these people are still alive, they might be worth even more if sold. If the other side really did that, then their hidden Cloud Village would probably become the biggest tragedy in the history of the entire ninja world. Fugaku nodded in agreement. "I agree with Ryosuke's suggestion to sell these people on the black market. We can easily make 60 billion yen. With so many elites gone from Kumigakure, the Land of Lightning might even become part of our Land of Fire in the future." The fourth Reikage's expression changed upon hearing this man's words. Originally, if the hidden Cloud Village wanted to invade the hidden Leaf Village, the Land of Lightning could then invade the Land of Fire. But now that the other party also wants to take over the Land of Lightning, he is very anxious. They even wanted to sell them all off like slaves. He said angrily, "You can't do that, it's too cruel. The third Hokage wouldn't allow you to do that." He knew that the third Hokage was a man who cared too much about his image and kept talking about peace. Even if they are usually a bit cowardly, they wouldn't do something so terrible for the sake of their pride. Ryosuke glanced at the fourth Reikage, who still didn't understand who was in charge, and said disdainfully, "The third Hokage's words no longer count. Only the Uchiha and Hyuga clans have the final say. After all, you are our prisoner, not the third Hokage's. Don't you even understand that?" The fourth Reikage was speechless. Indeed, the lives of himself and his companions were now in the hands of these two clans. Judging from their attitudes, the third Hokage had no way to command them. Suddenly remembering the mysterious letter that had arrived earlier, he spoke up. "I have some news to tell you, and I hope that the compensation can be reduced." Ryosuke also became interested at this point. Tell me, what kind of news is it? The fourth Reikage recounted the events surrounding the previous letter and its contents. Hayashi Hyuga and Fugaku Uchiha's expressions kept changing, their faces grim. Someone actually leaked information about the two clans going to war. No wonder Kumigakure sent so many elites, even the fourth Reikage and the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts. They also wanted Ryosuke Uchiha's head and even proposed offering preferential treatment in a subsequent peace treaty. Who else but the higher-ups of Konoha could make decisions on such matters? Even Hayashi Hyuga found it hard to believe. There was actually a traitor among the village's high-ranking officials. But upon closer reflection, how could that be possible? If their two clans are defeated in this war, then who in the village will be able to stand up? Even if peace is renegotiated later, they will be in a very passive position and may even suffer significant losses to the village's interests. Therefore, the more he thought about it, the less he believed the fourth Reikage's words. If the village's higher-ups were to do that, it would be tantamount to suicide. He spoke up angrily. Fourth Reikage, stop talking nonsense. How could anyone in the higher-ups possibly betray us? What evidence do you have? Or are you trying to sow discord between us and the village's leadership? The fourth Reikage hurriedly spoke. I'm not making this up. The letter was originally for my secretary, Azabui, and then it was forwarded to me. I didn't mean to incite you. Hayashi Hyuga still looked incredulous. How do I know if you're lying? After all, your hidden cloud village wanted to kidnap my daughter and shamelessly demanded that we hand over the murderer. If you've done something so shameless, wouldn't you do something even more shameless? He's becoming increasingly convinced that this is a conspiracy by the fourth Reikage. After all, it's common for ninjas to use divisive tactics. If the Hyuga clan develops a rift with its higher-ups and begins to suspect each other, it would be extremely dangerous. Moreover, the current high-ranking officials of Konoha are basically all students of the second Hokage. It's hard to imagine them betraying the village. They had no reason to let Konoha suffer such a huge loss. The fourth Reikage was also furious at this point. It was true that their hidden cloud village had been treacherous and cunning before, but he had not lied about this matter. You can ask Mabuya, there is no possibility that I colluded with her. After all, we never thought we would lose before the war started, so there was no need to think about it in advance. Chapter 110, Large Ransom. Hayashi Hyuga, upon hearing the fourth Reikage's words, spoke with a grim face. We will naturally investigate this matter thoroughly. What the other party said can indeed be easily verified. We need to verify this. If a traitor were to emerge, the Hyuga clan would be in grave danger. This proves that the higher-ups are dissatisfied with the Hyuga clan. Such things are all too common in the ninja world, but they are usually only dealt with in this way when dealing with ninja traitors or serious crimes. He was confident that the Hyuga clan had done nothing to wrong Konoha. At this moment, Fugaku believed the fourth Reikage's words and remained silent. Unexpectedly, the higher-ups actually took action against the Uchiha clan and even did so with the help of outsiders. Ryosuke once captured Sarutobi Asuma, the son of the third Hokage. This should be the third Hokage's revenge, otherwise why would he have specifically ordered Ryosuke's execution? Fortunately, Ryosuke was there this time, otherwise the Uchiha clan might have suffered a huge loss. While they were fighting against foreign tribes, they actually thought of such despicable schemes. Now he understood why the village leaders were unwilling to send troops to support them. They wanted to make the two tribes become easy prey for the other side. Those despicable Konoha high-ranking officials. Uchiha Ryosuke wasn't particularly surprised. Although this is something that didn't happen in the original story, my appearance has already interfered with the course of the world. He felt it was very likely that the Leaf Village's higher-ups had done it, and it was either the third Hokage or Danzo, the shadow of the Leaf Village. They have always viewed the Uchiha clan as an evil clan and wanted to eradicate them as soon as possible. For them, the village might have been at peace once the Uchiha clan was gone. They might even think that losing to Kumigakure is not as important as destroying the Uchiha clan. It seems that a battle between the Uchiha clan and the village's leadership is inevitable. They've been bullied to the point of being outdone. He said seriously. We'll do as the Hyuga family head said and then we'll go find Azabu to verify it. But this kind of intelligence is worthless. You're trying to incite infighting between us and the village's leadership, aren't you? Let's talk about the compensation issue for your hidden cloud village. Although he was already inclined to believe it, should he go back to the village now? Without concrete evidence, is it enough to rely solely on a letter? Doing so would have serious consequences. Ninjas are blindly loyal. Killing the third Hokage and Danzo will inevitably provoke resistance from a group of blindly loyal ninjas. Although they can be killed by force, it will be very troublesome, and the village will not be at peace. This is not the kind of Konoha village that Uchiha Ryosuke wants. The fourth Raikage was surprised that the other party would think that way, but what he said was true. Although he himself felt it was more like a divisive tactic. There's nothing I can do if others don't believe me. This time, I'll have to bleed a lot of money. Tell me, what do you want in order to let the people of Kumigakure go? Ryosuke then spoke up. I think it's perfectly reasonable for the head of the Hyuga clan to want to kill all of you. After all, we are enemies, but I am unwilling to cause large-scale killings. You are all our prisoners now. We can release you if you pay a ransom. After all, we don't want to become sworn enemies with your hidden cloud village. The four Raikage were relieved to hear this. Let them go, we can accept any price. If they don't accept it, they might be sold on the black market, which is an outcome they absolutely cannot accept. So, a large compensation is better. Seeing that the fourth Raikage had no objections, Ryosuke continued. 1,000 million taels can redeem a Chunin, and 3,000 million taels can redeem a Jonin. As for the fourth Raikage, along with the 2 Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts, I'll consider you Jonin as well, which is a concession. Just pay the ransom of 3,000 million ryo. Furthermore, your Kumigakure should also give the Hyuga clan an explanation. 2 million ryo in compensation will suffice. The fourth Raikage's face grew increasingly dark as he listened. They actually treated the fourth Raikage and 2 Jinchuriki as Jonin ransom. Did they look down on their strength? Well, recalling how they attacked me, I was indeed no different from a Jonin in their eyes. Being looked down upon for my strength is one thing, but this compensation is just too huge. A Chunin costs 1,000 million ryo, and a Jonin costs 3,000 million ryo. He brought a lot of people with him this time, conservatively estimated at 400, and the compensation required is a total of 60 billion taels, plus 2 million taels to the Hyuga clan. This is equivalent to 10 years of fiscal expenditure for the hidden cloud village. Even if all the ninjas in the village didn't eat or drink, it would still take them 10 years to pay off the debt. This is simply outrageous, he said somewhat indignantly. 62 billion taels is far too much. My hidden cloud village simply doesn't have that much money to repay. Then he gritted his teeth and said, a flat price of 12 billion taels to be paid off over 6 years. This naturally includes compensation to the Hyuga clan. We simply cannot afford anything more. Hayashi Hyuga was somewhat surprised to hear about the 12 billion ryo, but it's a huge sum of money. Even if they split it 30%, it would still be at least 400 million taels. That much money is enough for the Hyuga clan to develop for decades to come. Moreover, it was the kind of system that provided preferential treatment to its members. He was tempted by the number, but it wasn't the number Ryosuke wanted. He could only suppress his joy and say with a disdainful expression, you think you can get rid of us with a mere 12 billion taels? Do we look like we're short of 12 billion taels? Ryosuke, let's just kill them. The fourth Raikage was furious. A mere 12 billion vehicles. How dare the Hyuga clan say such a thing? That's enough to support all the ninjas of Kumigakure for 2 years. This is equivalent to all the ninjas in Kumigakure working for these 2 clans for free for 2 years. The other party was still not satisfied. How could he not feel aggrieved? But he didn't dare to mock this guy now. Judging from what we just saw, it's clear that the Hyuga clan deeply hates the ninjas of Kumigakure and even wants to kill them all. The hidden cloud village was at fault, but their killing intent was far too strong. What made him even more flustered was that the young man who had defeated him was none other than Uchiha Ryosuke. They are the people mentioned in that letter who were to be killed, the people who could offer them peace terms. Knowing that only 2 clans had come and that the information had been leaked by the Konoha leadership, this was the reason he wanted to launch a large-scale war. But I never expected that Ryosuke would be so terrifying. Those bastards in Konoha's upper echelons misled him. The Hidden Cloud Village originally intended to use coercion to sign a peace agreement and gain more benefits. They had no intention of waging war against them, given that the Hidden Cloud Village's current situation was not good either. The Konoha leadership gave them incorrect information. It was all the fault of the Konoha leadership that he launched this wrong war. Chapter 111, No Meals Provided at this moment, Fugaku Uchiha also chimed in. Just as the head of the Hyuga clan said, the fourth Raikage only offered 12 billion to redeem so many ninjas, two-tailed beasts, and even the fourth Raikage himself. It's really not sincere at all. What can 12 billion taels do? It's not enough to do anything. Let's just sell all these people on the black market. There are plenty of people who need tailed beasts and experimental materials. The fourth Raikage was also furious when he heard his words. Is 12 billion taels not enough to support your 2 families for 10 years? That's outrageous. They actually wanted to sell them on the black market. That place where they experimented on ninjas' bodies to steal secrets. That's truly the evil Uchiha clan. At this moment, Ryosuke looked at the fourth Raikage, whose face was pale, and said calmly, "You saw it yourself, fourth Raikage. The Hyuga clan head suggested killing all of you, and I, the Uchiha clan head, also wanted to sell you on the black market. As for me, I'm giving you the opportunity to redeem the ninjas of your own village. Choose one for yourself, and also choose one for the ninjas behind you. After all, you are the fourth Raikage, and you have the right to decide their fate." The fourth Raikage was furious. This was simply outrageous. They were making such demands and then trying to make him take the blame. The Uchiha clan is truly evil, but anger aside, they've been given a choice. Kill them, sell them, or pay a ransom of 60 billion plus 2 million in compensation. In effect, they were given a way out. My own life isn't so important, but this concerns the lives of all the elite Jonin and Chunin from Kumigakure who went to battle, as well as the lives of the tailed beasts. What if all of these people are sold off or killed? Then he, the fourth Raikage, would become a complete sinner against Kumigakure. As the leader of the village, it was absolutely impossible for him to lead the village into such a state. He said helplessly, "Okay, I accept your proposal. Just compensate me according to your price." Uchiha Ryo answered his question with a hint of joy on his face. "All right, then let's round it up to 60 billion taels. And let's not say we're not giving your Hidden Cloud Village the opportunity to spend money. Let's just give you 3 million taels every year. I'll give you 20 years to pay off this ransom. Then I can let you go back to your village. Prepare the money and send it to Konoha Village. Of course, I will leave a few Cloud Village ninjas behind to assist us in investigating that letter. I believe the fourth Raikage will have no objections." The fourth Raikage wouldn't dare to object. He was just assisting with the investigation, a few ninjas, after all. They even offered them installment payments, which means they're definitely going to have to pay back the money. In fact, he had also thought that he would go back and renege on his debt. Even if the fourth Raikage agrees, the forces in the village might not agree to such a ransom. But if he can think of something, why wouldn't others? And aren't they afraid that the other party will renege on their debt by letting them go back so easily? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but say something. "Aren't you afraid we'll renege on our debt if you just let us go back like that?" Ryosuke, however, burst into laughter. "Think about the consequences of defaulting on your debts. Actually, I'd rather you default, because then we'd have a perfectly good reason to bring Cloud Village and the Land of Lightning into the territory of our Land of Fire. It's not a bad idea. It's much more worthwhile than 60 billion ryo. It's just that it requires killing more people, which is a bit of a hassle." When Fugaku Uchiha heard Ryosuke's words, he was surprised that Ryosuke had such ambitions. If the Land of Lightning were incorporated into the Land of Fire, the benefits that the entire country could gain would far exceed what 60 billion vehicles could provide. No wonder he's the one who led his family to prosperity. He actually has such terrifying ideas. The fourth Raikage's expression changed, and he was shocked to learn that his opponent harbored such ambitions. They actually want to incorporate their land of lightning into the land of fire. If they do that, many ninja from the hidden cloud village will surely rise up in resistance. Given the opponent's current strength, many people will likely be killed or injured. How dare you do this? You are truly evil Uchiha clan. Uchiha Ryosuke wasn't angry. Instead, he asked, "Why do you think we wouldn't dare? You think our Uchiha clan is evil." Well, how many Konoha ninjas have died at the hands of your Kumigakure? Don't think I'm as merciful as the first Hokage. In Ryosuke's mind, Hashirama Senju was once known as the god of shinobi. Madara Uchiha, before his betrayal, was also a powerful figure comparable to the god of shinobi, only slightly inferior. Both of them were top-tier fighters capable of battling an entire village single-handedly, and even slight fluctuations in their battles could alter the terrain. If the two had joined forces to conquer the shinobi world, they would have brought peace to the world long ago, and there would have been no need for the sacrifices of the Konoha ninjas later on. The fourth Raikage felt a chill run down his spine, that man known as the god of shinobi. It was indeed a bit too lenient. During the 5-Cage Summit, it was the men who knelt down and begged the villages to cease hostilities. He's a monster in terms of strength, but he's too kind. The Uchiha clansmen before them possessed extraordinary fighting strength. It was unclear how he compared to the first Hokage, but he was undoubtedly a ruthless individual. Thinking back to the previous war, he no longer wanted to fight against this person. When Ryosuke saw that the fourth Raikage had nothing to say, he looked at the two clan leaders. Head of the Hyuga clan and Chief Fugaku, you should be satisfied with this result. Fugaku immediately nodded in agreement. Since Ryosuke has said so, and the fourth Raikage is willing to agree to these conditions, then it's decided. Let them go back. At this moment, he was also very happy. Ryosuke was so domineering that he had completely stunned the fourth Raikage. Actually, Ryosuke shouldn't be the kind of ruthless person who would kill these people from Kumigakure. Otherwise, it would probably cause chaos in the ninja world. The head of the Hyuga family also agreed, since they were going to play the bad cop anyway. Look how scared the fourth Raikage is. It's really satisfying. At the same time, I also greatly admire Uchiha Ryosuke. He has such a grand vision. It would be great if the Hyuga clan could produce one like him. Seeing that the two had agreed, Uchiha Ryosuke said with a smile, "Since both clan leaders have agreed, the fourth Raikage can now take your Kumigakure ninjas back with you. After all, we don't have any extra dinner left for you Kumigakure ninjas." Hayashi Hyuga and Fugaku were both taken aback, not expecting Ryosuke to say such a thing, and they barely managed to suppress their laughter. The fourth Raikage was also angry and annoyed. "Then please let us go back. We don't need you to feed us." Chapter 112, Take Action. After releasing all the ninja from Kumigakure, the allied forces of the two Konoha clans marched back to the village. Naturally, they brought along the ninjas that Ryosuke wanted to cooperate with the investigation, Azabui and the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, for the reason of assisting them in investigating the matter. Even if the fourth Raikage was unwilling, he couldn't resist. Being able to bring most of the Cloud Village ninja back was already a very lucky thing. Of course, there were more important things waiting for him to deal with afterward, namely paying the ransom of 3 million. Thinking about this gave him a bit of a headache. This move by the other side has essentially plundered half of the village's annual expenses, which means that the welfare support for the hidden Cloud Village will be reduced by half in the future. This is a very troublesome matter, and of course, it all started because he wanted to take action against Konoha Village. If he had only intended to intimidate the other party, he would have at most suffered some losses in the renegotiation. Now that things have turned out this way, he feels very guilty and shouldn't have been so greedy. Afterwards, Ryosuke, Fugaku, and the head of the Hyuga family all summoned Azabui and inquired about the letter and whether its contents were true. The answer is indeed yes, it is true. The head of the Hyuga family was furious. According to the fourth Raikage, Mabui had been in a coma and was not imprisoned with the fourth Ryan, so there was no possibility of collusion. Most importantly, it's impossible for the other party to have colluded from the beginning. Given the strength of the hidden cloud village, it's impossible that they thought they would lose from the beginning. If they had thought they would lose, then why did they start this war? So that letter really is real. He is now guessing which person in the higher-ups wants to target their two races. Was it the third Hokage or one of the other three advisors? It's really disheartening, or perhaps it was Danzo, the mastermind behind Konoha's downfall. He couldn't help but look at Ryosuke beside him and ask, "Ryosuke, what do you plan to do?" After thinking for a moment, Ryosuke could only say helplessly, "There's nothing we can do. After all, we don't have enough evidence. We only know that someone is a traitor. For now, we can only let it go." However, based on his speculation, those people would definitely target the Uchiha clan again. When the time comes, anyone targeting the Uchiha clan will likely be identified as the mastermind behind it all. Hayashi Hyuga could only let it go after Ryosuke said that, but he still harbored some ulterior motives. From now on, we need to be careful around the higher-ups in Konoha, or we won't even know how we died. This taught him a profound lesson, even during the Ninja World War, a time when the survival of the village was at stake. Some high-ranking officials disregard the interests of the village and resort to underhanded tactics. "Then, I'll go arrange for the evacuation of my people." After saying that, he left the main camp. After the head of the Hyuga family left, Fugaku finally spoke and asked, "Ryosuke, either the third Hokage or Danzo did this. Should we strike first?" The Hokage has ample reason to target the Uchiha clan. After all, their son was captured. As for Danzo, he has always targeted the Uchiha clan, and he was the one who initiated the relocation of the clan's territory. With the Hyuga family head here, there were some things he couldn't say, but now that he's gone, he can finally express his true feelings. Ryosuke will lead his clan to prosperity in the future, and the position of Hokage will inevitably belong to the Uchiha clan. Ryosuke was somewhat surprised by Fugaku's behavior. Back then, Fugaku hadn't even revealed his Sharingan on the night of the massacre, and he and his wife, Uchiha Mikoto, had willingly been killed by their own son. Now they're thinking of taking the lead, which can be considered a positive change. After all, Ryosuke believed that it was better to fight back than to wait to be killed. There's no need. If we act now, it wouldn't be in the right. Our Uchiha clan is gradually growing stronger, and those people in the shadows will definitely be unable to resist targeting us again. It's not too late to act then. When Fugaku heard Ryosuke say that, his desire to fight subsided. As Ryosuke said, taking action now would feel like causing chaos, and what was originally a reasonable situation would become unreasonable. A few days later, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans returned to the village and brought news of their victory to the villagers. The entire village was shocked. Whether they are ordinary villagers or ninja families. When they learned that the two strongest clans of Konoha were going to fight the hidden village at the border, they felt that there might be some chance of winning, but it would definitely be a difficult war. But no one could have imagined that such a great battle would be won so beautifully. Not only did they capture all the enemy ninjas, but to avoid large-scale bloodshed, they also let them go. This is enough to prove that these two clans are incredibly powerful. For example, the Hidden Cloud Village no longer dares to invade the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire, which undoubtedly brings peace to the village. On a street in Konoha Village, a group of people gathered to celebrate the victory of both clans. Their faces were filled with joy. With such a powerful family protecting the village, Konoha Village can rest easy. The village is peaceful, and the common people can live more peacefully. Of course, while some people are happy, others are opposed. A passerby saw these people praising the two races and couldn't help but frown, as he had always disliked these two races. Couldn't help but speak. This incident was originally caused by the two races. This is just dealing with the problems they left behind. What's there to praise? Immediately, someone spoke up to refute him. Isn't this problem caused by these two clans? Isn't it the despicable leader of the Cloud Village envoy who stirred up trouble? Trying to kidnap the Hyuga clan's daughter to obtain Konoha's top-tier bloodline limit, the Byakugan, is already pushing your luck. Instead of fighting back, you're such a spineless coward. Those who raised objections still offered their own excuses. While that is the case, isn't there a more reasonable solution? We should do as the third Hokage said. Sacrificing one member of the Hyuga clan to protect the entire village would naturally also protect both clans. In this war, there must have been more than one death or injury on both sides. Wouldn't it be a better way to sacrifice one person to prevent more innocent members of the tribe from dying? Now, more innocent people of our tribe are dying, and you still think this is right. Someone else came out to refute him. According to you, that innocent Hyuga clansman isn't innocent either. Why don't you sacrifice yourself to quell the anger of the Hidden Cloud Village? The person who raised the objection changed his expression. What does this have to do with me? Besides, I'm not a member of the Hyuga clan. How could I possibly quell the anger of the Hidden Cloud Village? Immediately someone else chimed in. Ninjas naturally have the ability to turn you into a member of the Hyuga clan. I wonder if you dare to be the one to sacrifice yourself. In this war, even more people from Kumigakure died. Are you willing to sacrifice your own life to quell their anger? Chapter 113, Seizing the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, the passerby who raised the objection changed his expression. What the other party said was right. It was indeed possible for the ninja to turn him into a member of the Hyuga clan, but how could he possibly be willing to sacrifice his own life? He quickly retorted. This has nothing to do with me. Why should my life be sacrificed? Immediately, someone mocked him. If it has nothing to do with your life, then what does it have to do with that innocent Hyuga clan member? Is your life the only one that matters, while other people's lives don't? When it comes to sacrificing other people's lives, you are righteous and awe-inspiring, but when it comes to your turn, you cower and shrink back. You are shameless. The people around immediately started jeering, all looking down on this person who dared to raise objections. The passerby who raised the objection, seeing that everyone around him was criticizing him, immediately slunk away. One of his mouths can't compete with so many mouths. At the same time, the members of the Inoshikacho clan also received the same news, and the patriarchs of the three clans gathered together for this purpose. The head of the Akimichi clan, Akimichi Choza, said with a joyful expression, I never expected that this great battle against Kumigakure would be such a resounding victory. This is really great news. The fact that Konoha village and Kumigakure were locked in a stalemate at the border for so long is enough to demonstrate Kumigakure's strength. However, even such a powerful village as Kumigakure had so many ninja captured by the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, which is enough to demonstrate the strength of these two clans. Moreover, they let them go, demonstrating Konoha's benevolence. It's likely that the Hidden Cloud Village won't dare to attack the Hidden Leaf Village again for the next few decades. These two clans have brought peace to the village, which is truly admirable. Yamanaka Inoichi, the head of the Yamanaka clan, said with admiration. They are truly powerful. They can achieve victory without our intervention. Nara Shikaku, the smartest among them, remained completely calm. He wasn't particularly happy. In fact, he even doubted whether this was really a good thing. They defeated the powerful Hidden Cloud Village without the village's help. The strength of these two clans is too great. With such formidable strength, the higher-ups will probably be even more wary of them. Given the Uchiha clan's arrogant nature, it's a bit unrealistic for the higher-ups to think they can tame this beast. Hopefully, this won't escalate into a large-scale conflict. Otherwise, it would be even more detrimental to the village, and internal strife would have far more serious consequences. At this moment, Akimichi Choza saw that Nara Shikaku had a calm expression and no joy on his face, so he asked, Lujiu, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? Lujiu said with a smile. How come? Come, let's drink and celebrate the peace of Konoha village and the land of fire. All three of them raised their glasses and clinked them together before drinking. Choza Akimichi isn't very good at thinking things through, but that's precisely his strength. He doesn't worry or fret too much. Yamanaka Inoichi noticed Shikaku's worries, but didn't say anything. Their three clans supported the third Hokage. The Uchiha clan being too strong is not necessarily a good thing for the three clans. However, Konoha village has endured the Shinobi World War for too long. The third Shinobi World War has already lasted for many years. Having suffered such a crushing defeat, it's unlikely that Kumigakure will ever launch an attack on Konoha. Although they don't get along well with the Uchiha clan, This time the other side did a really good job. Despite their participation in the battle, their 3 clans did not suffer any losses. Kakashi, an Anbu member who had also received news of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans' victory and returned to their village, immediately went to the Hokage building and relayed the information to the 3rd Hokage in the Hokage's office. The allied forces of the 2 clans decisively defeated the ninjas of Kumigakure and captured a large number of them before finally releasing them. Upon hearing this news, the 3rd Hokage's face immediately froze and he was utterly bewildered, unable to help but ask, "Is this real?" With the fighting force mobilized by Kumigakure, how could it possibly be defeated by just 2 major clans? The ninja village is a combined force of many clans, and it also has a large number of civilian ninjas. Even if these 2 clans are strong, they could never be that strong, and they even captured so many Cloud Village ninjas. Isn't that a joke? Even if he were the strongest 3rd Hokage, he couldn't have done it. He could guarantee that. He has a fairly clear understanding of his own abilities. Kakashi heard the 3rd Hokage's words and knew that the other party did not believe him, but he still found traces that suggested he might believe them. Report this immediately. Among the returning Hyuga and Uchiha clan members, I found the captured Two-Tails Jinchuriki and the 4th Raikage secretary, Azabui. These 2 are important figures from Kumigakure. They were captured and tied up. I think this story is probably true. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki is known as the perfect Jinchuriki, intimidating other villages and possessing a high level of fame. Mabui was also the 4th Raikage secretary and an important figure. The Anbu also had portraits of them. The 3rd Hokage was somewhat at a loss for words upon hearing this. "You can leave now, I understand." Kakashi obeyed the order and left immediately. After Kakashi left, the 3rd Hokage's expression suddenly changed, becoming distorted as he roared. How is that possible? If they really captured the Two-Tails Jinchuriki and the 4th Raikage secretary, the tailed beasts are weapons used in war, possessing terrifying combat power. How could the Uchiha clan possibly defeat Kumigakure? Could it be that the Sharingan controlled the tailed beasts, rendering their weapons ineffective and thus securing victory? However, he had already asked Shisui about whether the Sharingan could control the tailed beasts, and even Shisui's eye power was unable to control the tailed beasts. Therefore, he was certain that the Nine-Tails attack was not caused by the Uchiha clan, but it's just suspicion. Could it be that Shisui betrayed him and lied to him? This matter must be thoroughly investigated. How exactly did the Uchiha clan defeat the hidden Cloud Village, and even how did they capture the Two-Tails Jinchuriki? This must be found out. Otherwise, he would be in danger as Hokage. While he might not be killed, his position could be threatened. This matter must be the top priority. Even my son's affairs must be put aside. At this time, Danzo of Root also received the report, his face contorted with rage. The despicable Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan's allied forces had actually defeated the ninja army of Kumigakure. Even now, the villagers believe that the Uchiha and Hyuga clans brought peace to the village. He found it ridiculous that the villagers had such thoughts. The Uchiha clan is the greatest misfortune of the village. This is the result of his teacher, the 2nd Hokage's, research. This group of people are too stubborn. They easily fall into darkness when they encounter even the slightest setback. The future will definitely destroy the peace of the village. With such fighting power, he will not only bring disaster to the village in the future, but also block his path to becoming Hokage. He knew that the Uchiha clan wanted to seize the Hokage position, which is why he desperately suppressed them after the Nine-Tails attack. It's all because of that coward Hiruzen Sarutobi, who didn't seize the opportunity to unite with other forces in the village and wipe out the Uchiha clan, which led to this disaster. He could sense the changes in the Uchiha clan over the past few months, as if they were gradually growing stronger from weak beasts. He also received a report that the other side had captured the Two-Tails helper. Could it be that they wanted to control the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast? He absolutely could not allow the opponent's strength to continue to grow. He was already ridiculously strong, capable of defeating ninjas from Kumigakure. If he were to possess the power of a tailed beast, would Danzo still have any say in Konoha? There isn't one at all. We should immediately send root members to the Uchiha clan to retrieve the tailed beasts. Such a powerful fighting force should be in Root's hands. By acquiring the tailed beasts before the third Hokage could react, Root's strength greatly increased, giving them a trump card to eliminate the Uchiha clan in the future. Thinking of this, he immediately summoned several members of the Root organization. Immediately proceed to the Uchiha clan's territory and bring the Two-Tails Jinchuriki back to Root. Yes, Lord Danzo. The Root members immediately obeyed and left. They headed towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Inside the Uchiha clan compound, Uchiha Ryosuke had barely settled into his seat when he received a report from his clansmen. When the Root members actually tried to take away his prisoner, Ujido Ne, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, immediately changed his expression. How dare he? This is his tool for having children. Then they walked towards the main gate of the clan's territory. Outside the main gate of the clan's territory, several masked members of the Root clan were confronting several members of the Uchiha clan. Now that the Uchiha clan has returned victorious, they are not afraid of any Root members. Not long after, the Root members saw a young man come out. He couldn't help but ask, "Is this the person you're talking about who can take charge?" They knew that Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, was the one who should be involved in making such an important decision. To the surprise of the Root members, the Uchiha clansmen spoke with pride. Of course, this is the person who can take charge. If others don't know who the greatest contributor to this war is, how could the Uchiha clan not know? The victory over the Cloud Village army this time was all thanks to Ryosuke's incredible prowess. His respect for Ryosuke now even surpasses that for the Fugaku clan chief. Moreover, the two prisoners from Kumigakure were both specifically requested by Ryosuke and are being held in his home. They have been affected by the Uchiha clan's sealing technique and are no longer able to use chakra, just like ordinary people. When the other members of the department heard them say this, they didn't say anything more. It wasn't until the young man arrived at the gate that they spoke. By order of Elder Danzo, the Uchiha clan has handed over the Two-Tails Jinchuriki to Root for custody. Now, please hand him over. Ryosuke refused outright upon hearing what the other person said. Go back and tell your Danzo that he has no chance of becoming the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. The faces of the several subordinates changed drastically. They had actually refused Lord Danzo's order, and their attitude was so arrogant. One of the Root members said angrily, "How dare you disobey the orders of the advisor elders? How dare you, the Uchiha clan, betray the village?" Uchiha Ryosuke, however, dismissed the question with disdain and retorted, "I think it's you Root members who have a lot of nerve, actually trying to accuse our Uchiha clan of treason. Who gave you the courage to issue orders to the #1 clan in Konoha village, no, to the #1 clan in the ninja world? Just because he's a mere advisor elder of Konoha village?" This left not only the Root members speechless, but also the Uchiha clan members astonished. How ruthless! They treat the advisor elders like they don't exist. This is the true domineering spirit of the Uchiha clan. They have been suppressed by the village. Seeing how strong Ryosuke is now, I feel so good. The Root members also realized what was happening at this point. This is utterly rebellious, not only ignoring Lord Danzo's orders. You even dare to show such contempt for Lord Danzo? Now I have every reason to suspect that your Uchiha clan has a tendency to rebel. Please come back to Root with us and face proper punishment. Uchiha Ryosuke was so angry he almost laughed. They actually dared to capture people on Uchiha clan territory. He didn't even bother to deal with these few lowly Karami ninjas. If he had to take action against everyone, he would be exhausted. He then addressed the clansmen behind him. The Root members are already preparing to run rampant on Uchiha clan land. How long are you going to stand idly by? Several Uchiha clan members immediately realized what was happening. They were all furious. How dare they arrest people on the Uchiha clan's territory? They were simply not taking the Uchiha clans seriously. They all revealed their Sharingan with 3 Tamo and 2 Tamo. He activated his pupil power, turning his eyes crimson, and stared at the Root member in front of him like a beast eyeing its prey. If these core members dare to make a move, they will definitely retaliate. In terms of combat strength, they were not afraid of the root ninjas on the other side at all. Several root members felt immense pressure as they were stared at by the Uchiha clan's pairs of crimson Sharingan. One of the root members gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "Do you really intend to betray the village?" Uchiha Ryosuke said dismissively, "Such arrogance. Does disobeying your roots mean betraying the village? Don't you know that Konoha village was founded by the Uchiha and Senju clans? Betraying the village is the same as the Uchiha clan betraying the village they founded. You root members are truly ridiculous." Several members of the root were speechless, choked by his words. I can't think of anything to refute it. The older members of root gave Uchiha Ryosuke a deep look. It was this person who instigated the Uchiha clan to rebel. I will report this matter truthfully to Lord Danzo. They then left. They didn't intend to make a move here. Although they had been frustrated by their usual arrogance, they still understood what kind of place this was. If they made a move, the hundreds of Uchiha ninjas inside would rush out, and they would be the only ones to suffer. Only Lord Danzo has the ability to handle this matter. The rest of the Uchiha clan members looked at Ryosuke with respectful eyes. They showed no mercy to the root members, demonstrating the kingly demeanor of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 115. 20 times at this point, Uchiha Ryosuke realized that the news of the Two Tails Jinchuriki had been leaked. Of course, he wasn't worried at all. He had never intended to hide this matter, since such news would leak out sooner or later anyway. To prevent others from having any further designs on the Two Tails Jinchuriki, he said to the person guarding the Uchiha clan's gate, "We need to trouble him to come out every time. If anyone wants the Two Tails Jinchuriki in the future, go back there. Don't bother asking me any more, understand?" One of the Uchiha clan members asked the question, "What if the Hokage sends someone over?" Even if the Two Tails Jinchuriki was a prisoner of the Uchiha clan, the Hokage couldn't possibly ignore such an important figure. The Hokage is the most authoritative person in the village. Ryosuke answered without hesitation. If it's him, he needs to go back too. That's it, understand? These Uchiha clan members were somewhat shocked. They felt relieved at Danzo of Root, but they were surprised by the third Hokage's reaction. Wouldn't that put the Uchiha clan directly above the Hokage? They were all a little excited. Understood. Ryosuke, having left the clan's gate, took Mabui directly into the bathroom. The anger that had been building up inside me for days needed to be released properly. As his prisoner, he didn't need to hesitate at all to take action against the man in linen clothes. Furthermore, since Mabui is a Jonin, the rewards for completing the many children, many blessings system should be quite good. When Mabui saw the face of the person who brought her to this place, her expression was extremely unpleasant. What exactly did the person want to do? Could it be that he's planning to do that to her? In the ninja world, female ninjas who are captured and have some beauty are easily abused. Mabui was extremely confident in her figure and appearance. Could it be that this guy had developed lustful thoughts about her? That would be really bad. This is still the Uchiha clan's stronghold, and his chakra is sealed, so he can't escape even if he wants to. Moreover, she didn't want to encounter such a thing, and she didn't want her body to be wantonly played with, so she couldn't help but speak up. "I have cooperated with you to verify the contents of that letter, and the fourth Raikage will also pay a ransom for me. I hope you can let me go back." Ryosuke, however, said with a smile, "The ransom hasn't arrived yet, has it? And even if it does, do you think I'll let you go so easily?" A pair of hands reached out towards the linen clothes. Mabui's face was extremely pale, and she couldn't stop herself from backing away, trying to avoid Ryosuke's hands.